Why do things fall? Like everyone else, I was told as a child that no one had properly answered that question until an apple unfortunately fell on the brilliant head of Sir Isaac Newton in the 17th century. The explanation is known all too well, given that it is repeatedly told to us from an early age. Why do things rise? I was not academically introduced to the man who answered that question until much later in life. His name was Archimedes, and he answered why things rise close to 300 years BC. The Archimedes principle is an extremely essential concept for more applications than you can imagine. The applications of this concept can range from estimating the composition of metal alloys to even lighter-than-air flight. A critical thinker should be perplexed by the fact that the answers to those two very similar questions are nearly 2,000 years apart. History seems to be the most unreliable of sources. I always found it very difficult to believe that the answer to those two very similar questions is not one and the same. I believe that Archimedes' work has been corrupted over the years, just like this work will inevitably be corrupted also. I believe Archimedes also answered the question of why things fall nearly 250 years BC, but most of his work has been lost or changed, probably during the burning of Alexandria. Regardless of whether or not he answered that question, the fact is I do in this video. I have successfully engineered the perfect answer to why things fall and rise, based largely on Archimedes' remaining works and my advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. I can confidently say that Sir Isaac Newton was so incredibly wrong on his answer to why things fall that I can only think of one word, and that is fraud. I hope that after watching this video you can come to the same conclusion. Archimedes, when asked why things rise, he would simply answer, density. For that is the correct answer to that question. The Archimedes principle is that which governs the motion of helium balloons, hot air balloons, submarines, etc. The principle states that the upward force of an object immersed in a fluid is equal to that of the weight of the fluid it displaces. Simply put, if an object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. The force at which it will rise is mathematically expressed as the following. For a fully submerged object, for example humans, or any other physical object in air, the amount of volume the object displaces is equal to the volume of the object. V displacement equals V object. Also, floating objects are partially submerged, and therefore the resultant force is practically zero at floating rest. The previous explanation has been good enough for everybody so far, kids and academics alike. This explanation of why things rise being solely based on the density of the object, and the density of the medium it is in, has always been sufficient for everyone. Yet, when asked why things fall, Isaac Newton came up with a much more elaborate answer, one that required the assumption of the mass of the Earth, and the creation of a constant which conveniently cannot be measured in a lab, and can only be measured at the most massive of scales, the cosmic scale, rendering the constant as purely theoretical and impossible to measure on a repeatable laboratory scale as science has always demanded. In a way, Isaac Newton was a pioneer in turning science into the faith-based phenomenon that it is now. Newton was the first to come up with theories that necessitated having faith in him and could not simply be tested by anybody. It is a common misconception that Isaac Newton is credited with finding g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. The truth is, long before the times of Newton, people knew about the fall rate of objects. That is why the constant g is included on the formula for the Archimedes principle, which was a known concept thousands of years before Newton. Thanks to the knowledge of the fall rate of solid objects, which is easily observable, humans have been able to build infrastructure such as cathedrals, bridges, aqueducts, and other infrastructure for thousands of years. The study of static forces and dynamic forces is much older than the times of Isaac Newton. What Isaac Newton is truly credited with discovering is the reason as to why things fall, for which he came up with the most intricate and peculiar of explanations. He said that matter attracts matter, but only if matter is heavy enough to be significant. Basically, he said that unlike your everyday objects, the Earth is the only object big enough within our range to affect us in any noticeable manner. He invented, fabricated, and imagined the following equation and constant in much the same manner that J.K. Rowling dreamt up the wizarding world of Harry Potter. F equals G, m1, m2 over r squared. He quite literally manufactured the G constant, and assumed the mass of the Earth, which still today is not proven, in order to get a G equals 9.81 meters per second squared equals G times the mass of the Earth over r squared, where r equals the radii of the Earth. This sort of science can only be compared to that of science fiction and fantasy writers. The truth is, the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Both Newton and Archimedes think of mass wrongly, and not at all as it truly behaves in nature. We have often been taught to think of density as mass over volume. Although this is mathematically correct, the proper way to express the relationship between density, volume, and mass is the following. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. In other words, if we were observing and plotting the mass of a 1 meter cubed sphere, we would integrate its density over its volume and plot the mass as we go from the center of the sphere, which is at 0% volume integration, to the outer shell of the sphere, which is at 100% volume integration. Mass would be on the left axis, y-axis, and volume on the right axis, x-axis. Both would change, but the density of the object will be the slope of the curve and will remain constant, if the sphere is made out of a uniform material. For example, assuming a 1 meter cubed water sphere, it would look a bit like the following graph. The slope would equal the density, which is the only thing that truly remains constant. Understanding this statement is crucial to fully understanding how matter behaves, mainly because how matter behaves in a vertical direction is solely dictated by the density value of the object and the density value of the medium it is in, nothing else. Density is the only value constant in every element or stable chemical compound, meaning, under the same conditions, a single hydrogen molecule has the same density as a balloon holding 1,000,000 hydrogen molecules, but they do not have the same mass, nor volume, yet they both rise in air. The law of matter. If the object is denser than the medium it is in, it will fall. If the object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. In this video, I will prove without room for doubt that what we think of as the force of gravity and buoyancy force are actually one single force. A density force is the name of the force that determines and dictates the vertical motion of any physical object at free fall. This force governs the vertical interaction between different forms of matter, and the direction of the force is solely dictated by the difference in density between the object and the surrounding medium. The resultant vertical force of an object at free fall is what I call the force of density, and is written as such. Where V equals the volume of the object, G equals 9.81 meters per second squared, Pm equals the density of the medium, and Po equals the density of the object. Equation 1 is not only mathematically true and applicable to real life, but also the direction is self-determinant. If the density value of the object is greater than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the brackets will be negative, and if the density value of the object is lesser than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the bracket will be positive. If the difference between the densities is negative, then the value of the resultant force will be a negative term, indicating the direction of the force is downwards. This is consistent with real-life observations, such as a stone in either air or water, where the stone density would be heavier than the medium, and thus it falls. If the difference between the densities is positive, then the resultant force will be also positive. indicating the direction of the force is upwards. This is also consistent with real-life observation, such as a helium balloon in either air or water, where the helium balloon is much lighter than air, mostly nitrogen, and thus it rises. Therefore, using this formula is not just the proper mathematical description of the vertical force experienced by matter, but it is also a more convenient method than the traditional method, which unnecessarily separates the force of density into two forces, the force of buoyancy and the force of gravity. Equation 1 is just as accurate as the traditional method, because it is mathematically equivalent to the traditional method but simplified, and displayed in the manner in which it should be displayed. The following is the mathematical proof of their equivalency. The traditional method equation for an object at free fall is the following. Assuming up is positive and down is negative, Fr equals the resultant force. But we know that the volume displaced for a fully immersed object is V displaced equals V object. Similarly, we also know it to be true that the mass of the object is equal to. Therefore, we substitute into the equation and we get, which by grouping like terms equals equation 1. Similarly, equation 1 can be simplified further to obtain only the acceleration of the observed object, and this is how it is obtained. This equation will be called equation 2, and it is instrumental in the experiments needed to prove that the constant g is indeed the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, and not the constant acceleration due to the gravitational pull of the Earth, as Isaac Newton claimed. Equation 2 shows that the rate and direction at which a material either rises or falls is solely dependent on a difference between the density of the medium and the density of the object. Therefore, answering the question asked on the title page, according to equation 2, the rate at which a material rises or falls is independent of its volume or the amount of material, mass, meaning that helium rises at a certain rate in water and another in air, whether it is a single helium atom or whether it is millions of helium atoms occupying the shape of a balloon. In other words, matter rises or falls by virtue of its own innate physical properties, and not because of dimensions such as volume, radius, or overall mass, like Newton proposed. A simple plug-in experiment into equation 2 shows that it is true for all observable phenomena, such as an air balloon in the air, a helium balloon in the air, rocks in the air, lead in water, etc. It also explains why feathers and exhaled air balloons do not fall as quickly as a stone, given they are much closer in density to the air than a stone. A stone, since it is far denser than air, it falls at such a rate as to nearly render the density of the medium, air, negligible, and thus a stone falls at a rate relatively close to g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. On the other hand, an exhaled air balloon, given that it is mostly air with a higher CO2 content, falls slowly in air because it is only a little bit denser as a whole than the air around it. Humans are very close in density to water, thus they make a great example of my principle. Most humans sink relatively slow in water, but some babies and people with relatively high body fat ratios can float with relative ease. There are also floating techniques that can help a human float in water. The material humans are made of sinks slowly in water, and the center of mass for that material is at the belly button, which is where we experience the sinking. However, when we take lots of air into our lungs change density and become less dense than the water, and thus start pulling us up. There are floating techniques that help us align the pull from our belly button with the pull of our lungs and help us float. Other techniques help us float by grouping the pulls close together and using a slight kicking motion to keep our legs afloat. Similarly, you may have noticed that if we take in a lot of air into our lungs, descending becomes very difficult, but if we purposely exhale all the air in our lungs, we start to descend quite rapidly. The most misunderstood yet most important experiment on the subject is the Brian Cox experiment. It is an experiment where he drops a bowling ball and a feather from the same height and records it using a high-speed camera, slow-motion capture. As repeatable observed phenomena shows, in air, the bowling ball falls much faster than the feather, but in a vacuum, as demonstrated by the experiment, they fall at the same rate. The biggest fallacy of the experiment is the assumption that Brian Cox makes. He believes that this experiment proves gravity because since the air is removed and the medium is now a vacuum, empty space, thus there is no resistance from the medium, and thus no buoyancy force, and the only observable force left should be gravity, and thus they both fall at the same rate. But, and a big but, if you notice my formulas can precisely and mathematically explain without failure the observable phenomena in the vacuum, because in a vacuum, the medium is nothing. The medium is empty space, and the density of empty space is zero. Then think of matter as occupied space. If we plug in a density of 0 for the medium into equation 2, the equation becomes the following mathematical limit question. Therefore, density cancels out, and this means that according to the math of equation 2, all matter falls at the constant acceleration g in empty space regardless of the object's density. The limit evaluations show us that as the density of the medium approaches 0 in a vacuum, then the observed object's rate of fall approaches g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. Therefore, since both the feather and the bowling ball are infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of 0, then they both fall at the constant fall rate of matter in empty space. Matter is infinitely denser than empty space. Therefore, the vacuum experiment is proving without a doubt that g equals 9.81 meters per second squared is the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, as proven by the equal fall rate of a feather and bowling ball in empty space. There are two ways to obtain the value of the constant g according to equation 2. One is using multiple runs of an object or various objects which densities are known, and observing and recording their fall rate or rising rate in different mediums which densities are also known. In the experiment, the observed acceleration and direction must be recorded, and by plugging the observed acceleration into a y-axis and the densities into the x-axis, then simple data analysis can be used to obtain the constant g, which would be the only value constant throughout all the experiments with different densities. The other way to obtain the constant g is the Brian Cox's vacuum experiment, given that by making the medium in the experiment empty space, then the constant g becomes the observed acceleration. Thank you, Brian Cox. I would have never secured the funds for such an experiment, but I have your blessed naive ignorance to thank for proving my equations to be mathematically true with your experiment. In conclusion, here is where I ask the reader to reconsider their previous beliefs. I do not know why something so simple has been purposely hidden in plain sight for all these years, but the fact remains that it has. The world we live in has rules, and the rule that determines whether an object falls or rises is not the size of the earth, or how much it weighs. It is, clearly, the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in, nothing more. I sometimes wonder if the apple had not fallen on Newton's head, and instead had fallen in a bucket of water, if he would have then figured out the reason why the apple truly fell, and then never would have come up with such an absurd theory such as the theory of gravity. Maybe he would have wondered how the apple's gravity was magically turned off as soon as it hit the water, given that apples float and all. Maybe then he would have noticed that what made the apple fall was not gravity, but the density differential between the air and the apple, nothing else.
What's up, everybody? How you doing? What's up, everybody? Hello. Is anybody out there? Anybody? Is anybody out there? Across this beautiful flat plain. Hello. Anybody read me? Hello. Radio check. Do you read me? This is Smurf out there. Radio check. Does anybody read me? My name's Smurf. Anybody? Come in, anybody? Hello. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're coming through, man.
Oh, great. Who are you? Who the hell are you?
I'm KJ.
Great to speak with you, KJ. Did you know the Earth is flat?
I do indeed.
Yeah, it's very flat. I feel kind of bad for those people out there that don't know this.
Yeah. Gotta let them know.
I don't even know what to say to them. KJ, how are you holding up out there in the flat plane?
Yeah, doing very well. I had a nice day. Very nice weekend.
Did you get attacked by glovers, globe heads, globe people?
Mm. Nope, it's been pretty good this week. Haven't run into anybody like that.
What do you mean by attack, Smurf? I mean, it's like, are the Globers just like hunting down flat earthers and all that kind of shit? I mean,
I'm telling you, they're like zombies out there. They're just reaching and grabbing at you. They're just zombies.
hey, I wasn't attacked by flat earthers, globe earthers today, but I did spend some time with some globe earthers, and I went to a movie, with my brother and my nephew. Saw the new
Well, I'm talking about real
train.
people, and I'm talking about fake people, and the fake people outnumber the real people, and then they try to look at you and stuff.
How do you judge that, Smurf? How do you judge whether someone's fake or real?
I just ask you, is the Earth flat?
No, you said you're talking about fake and real people. How do you judge that?
Well, listen, man, I'm drunk.
Well, I am kind of too, but I'm just. I don't know. That's not an excuse. You come in here and say something, I'm going to ask you. What you mean?
Well, what I mean is, I'm more drunk than you are.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. That's when you first
That's
came
what I
in.
mean.
Anybody out there? Anybody? It made me think of that Def Leppard song. Is anybody out there? Does anybody
Thanks, bro.
care?
Help me out here, Helio. I'm trying, man. I know the Earth is a flat,
I don't know if I can help. I don't know if I can help you, man. I mean, if you really want to talk, start a conversation. I mean, KJ jumped in and said, "Hey, I'm here." I mean, start a conversation and just instead of just like, "Is anybody there?" Hey, I'm drunk. I mean, is that the extent of your conversation tonight?
Yes.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up.
Um, Maybe.
As long as you don't start talking about Antarctica again, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put that behind me for now.
I've heard that. Some bitch. Smurf, man, you're a trip, bro.
Yo, I'm here to smurf up. What's up?
What? Do you want us to start the conversation? I mean, you're not giving us anything to work from here, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you have. Just yeah.
Yeah.
Viva la flat Earth.
I'm here to smurf. What's up?
You here to smurf around? You better smurf around. Oh yeah, you better smurf around.
You got me. That's what's up.
Not enough, brother. Not enough.
I'm just doing what I can, man. The Earth is flat. Everywhere I can see, it's flat out there. I climbed up my mushroom. I climbed high up there, and I looked far. I took psychedelics. Everything I could see is flat. It's flat.
So the psychedelics made you see the flat Earth, or because I know there's a lot of people that don't take
Made it a
psychedelics.
bit more obvious, man. Like, obviously, like more obviously, like you know what I'm saying.
Sure, I do know what you're saying, but I mean, there are hundreds of people that don't take psychedelics. That see the same thing we see.
Oh, I'll do it right now. Let's do it. You down? Let's do it right now. Let's go.
Oh, I don't take psychedelics anymore. I've taken quite enough in my lifetime. I promise you, I don't need any more.
I believe you. Yeah, you're probably tripping all the time.
Yeah, I've taken so much, in the past. I don't really need to take. Like if I take one, it's like an old friend coming back and was like, "Oh yeah, I already knew that." And that's the plot.
We're just gonna what's that word? We're just all at one. What's that word where we just like encounter you, like we surround you, and we're just gonna drop some tabs. What's that word? We attack you.
I don't know. You kind of lost me on that.
We're just gonna show up and we're just gonna eat some tabs. And you're gonna have to do it.
I want to drop some tabs. Only got 20,000 in my pocket. Some shit. Isn't that? Are you referring to a song or?
Ambush. Hey, we're gonna ambush you.
Fucking Smurf, man. What the hell is wrong with you?
You're gonna get ambushed. Go ahead, ban me. I'm just gonna.
I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna make fun of you because you're just like, hey, I want to talk, but I don't want to talk about anything. I just want to just be Smurf and talk about random shit and dropping tabs and.
All day on the earth is flat. It's flat, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, we talk about flat Earth. Actually, when you jumped in and interrupted, nobody was talking except for you because we were playing, from the bot. We were playing some older content, some other stuff, some music and stuff. And you're just like, "Hey, anybody out there? I want to talk. I want to talk." And now you come in and talk. You're just saying bullshit. You ain't friggin' bringing anything. It's like, what do you want to talk about?
Hey, buddy, I'm drunk.
No shit. Is that what you wanted? You wanted to come in here and just say, "Hey, I want to interrupt while people are listening to an older broadcast or a song or whatever." You just wanted to jump in and say, "Hey, I'm Smurf. I'm drunk." Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah, that's exactly how I'd like to be remembered. Is the one who didn't go down easy. I tell you, this globe. We're gonna kill this globe. We're gonna stab this globe in 5 different ways, man. I got this globe is I'm gonna crush it. I'm gonna crush it. I'm gonna step on it, and this globe is dead. I killed it.
I'm sure everyone that is has been listening is convinced that you're going to be able to do that drunk. Yeah.
Cool, man. That's all right.
All right, cool.
All right. What? I'm sorry, dude. If I got a bit out of my.
Well, let me ask you this, Smurf. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Who was speaking?
No. That's all I was saying is that me and the globe were kind of like.
Somebody else was trying to jump in, Smurf. I wanted to let them talk. Who was going to go ahead and jump in? Thought somebody was going to jump in. But anyway, so
everybody trying to jump on you, Helio, man. I was stabbing in the neck.
I have a knife in my hand right now. You hear this?
Ooh.
Boom.
That sounds kind of hot, man.
Yeah, it's a spring-loaded flip knife.
Sounds hot.
Dude, it's pretty pointy.
Hey, can you do that again?
It's like a switchblade, but it comes from the side.
Cool, man. Anyway, Helio, if anybody jumps on you, I'm gonna stab him in the neck.
Yeah, I can't stab him in the neck virtually unless I'm on a video game.
No, I'll physically show up and stab in the neck with a knife, sharp knife, right in the artery.
There you go.
Just doing what I can, I'm just gonna do what I can, it's all I can do.
Yeah, apparently.
I got a Mercedes, and I can drive like far, man, like hundreds of miles with a
Can,
knife. They
can
can
you
stab
drive?
somebody right in the back of the neck. I'm just
Can
sorry,
you?
man. I'm thinking I shouldn't be saying all this stuff, man. Oh God. But you know what? I tell you what, I could do that. I could stab somebody in the neck, but FBI, please don't arrest. Try to, I'm full of fight to death. I'm just gonna stop talking right now.
Would be this? This makes me think of Spock. That would be wise. Or that would be logical.
My name's Smurf. I've got a knife and a Mercedes.
And I got a knife and a Mercedes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm going to use them in combination in GTA 5.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, except when I choose not to be. But most of the time, I choose to be a law-abiding citizen. How's that?
Better than never.
Where if you're total freaking out of control, bro. You know that, right? I know that because I am.
What's going on here?
I'm already out of control. You're cracking me up right now.
I'd tell you, Helio, bro, nothing was going on here until I showed up in my black Mercedes with a knife. But anyway, I'm sorry if I went a bit overboard, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go back to my mushroom, and I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna take it from there. Helio, you got it, man. The full shorts, dude.
I don't. I only jumped in because you jumped in. I didn't want to. I've been watching this TV show. I was just. I was like, I was taking a smoke break, and I heard you jump in, and I was like,
What's that TV show?
"Could somebody stop the?" There was nobody talking. There were people just listening to audio.
Tell me about this TV show.
I'm watching this new show called. What the hell's it called? It's an Amazon original. It's called Outer Range. And
Outer Range. It sounds like some
Outer Range. It just came out. It's an Amazon original and starring Josh Brolin, really good actor, one of my favorites.
So is it good? Is it good, man? I don't watch TV.
Yeah, it's set in Montana, and he has a ranch, and it's kind of like Yellowstone. They have the fighting ranchers, but he also has. There's a twist on it where he has this in a part of his property. There's a hole that has it's like time dimension kind of thing. So it's kind of weird.
Hey, dude, that sounds kind. We should make a episode in Georgia. You live in Georgia?
Murph, you know me this long, you don't know where I live.
I'm drunk, Nick, dude.
You were about to say Nick. That's all right. No, I'm in Arkansas, man. Remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right, Arkansas. Hey, check this out. The Arkansas Mafia.
Arkansas Mafia.
Yeah.
You remember that movie back? And HBO made that documentary about banging in Little Rock. That's what it was called, banging in Little Rock. You guys remember that?
Nah, I don't know anything about
I was living in Little Rock at that time, or near Little Rock.
Call this the Ark.
Dude,
It's
Little
gonna
Rock
be called the
was
Ark.
pretty crazy, bro. The Ark. I've also been watching that new Halo series too. Based on the video game Halo. It's pretty cool. If you haven't seen that one, if you ever played Halo, it's a really cool series.
I played Halo for 5 or 15 minutes. I had a half Korean girlfriend, and I destroyed her in Halo, and I was laughing at her, and I made fun of her, and she cried, and then she's half Irish, half Korean, and that was 10 years ago, and I did very good at the Halo game. I've not played Halo ever since, but Arkansas, we're gonna call it the Ark.
Murph, you're somewhere nobody else wants to be, I think.
I'm in a dimension that's called mushroom. I live in a mushroom. It's a whole nother dimension. but we're
Are
trying
you
to get
just
to the.
drunk, or are you drunk on mushrooms?
I should be, but
Well,
no.
no, you shouldn't. I actually don't think you should. I think you're already there, bro.
I could be there, but negative, sir. Sorry, I apologize. I'm not. No, I just have to start eating away at this mushroom, man. I'll be there. I live in a mushroom, you know. I've been trying to craft a door to my mushroom, but I get kind of lazy. You know.
You always have to be watching out for Azrael.
Yeah, oh yeah,
That bitch,
Gargamel.
that bitch will get you, man.
Gargamel, he's out there. You know.
Gargamel, he's the only one that knows what's really going on. To be honest, I mean, Gargamel might as well be the flat earther in that situation, right? Like he's holding the secret. Nobody believes him. He's the crazy flat earther. You know?
Yo, he's going down.
He's got my cat Azrael. It's like, look, it's just like I'm taking out the Smurfs, but he wants them for their energy. So that, I guess that the
He's going down, but let me tell you, he's going down.
Gargamel, I guess, recommends like the government. He wants them for their adrenochrome, so he can eat the
Yeah,
Smurfs. Yeah. Yeah.
they've been farming us, dude.
It's like once he gets a hold of a Smurf, he's like, I'm gonna make a stew. Azrael's gonna help me catch these Smurfs. It's like my cat today brought a squirrel to the door. I opened the door. My cat's sitting there chewing on his face. Fucking squirrel is just like 6 inches long. He looks up at me and I'm like, you do what you do, you know. And I was like, hey, get out of the way. And so I had to throw the squirrel back in the woods, but that's what he did. He killed the squirrel, brought it up to the house. And when I picked that squirrel up, I was like, his other eye that was facing down was like bulging out. Like, hey, but I mean, the cat didn't know that he didn't do anything bad. You know, he didn't do anything bad. He's just like, this is what I do. I hunt.
Get to a 22, man. Shit.
And he's a big cat. He got some pretty good fangs, and he's old, but dude, apparently he's fast enough to catch a squirrel. Shit. I mean, you're not gonna.
Shit.
What are you supposed to do? It's like, don't do that again. What the fuck? You're not gonna tell a cat don't hunt squirrels. But it wasn't big enough for me to gut and make a stew and skin and stuff like that. So if he catches a bigger squirrel, I'll use it for meat. You know, I hate to waste meat like that. You know,
Waste them away.
I don't hunt squirrels, but apparently he does. So if he catches me a bigger squirrel, I'll use it for meat. But that one wasn't big enough.
If you shot it, then it would have been in the soil. It would have been good for the soil.
Yeah, well, I tend to like the squirrels to be around here, but apparently the cat, you know, likes to. I mean, I think the squirrels like to. So, like the bigger squirrels are a lot faster, and I don't think he can actually catch a big one. That's why he catches the little ones.
No, I disagree, man. You should have shot all the squirrels. You know.
Fuck that, man! I ain't shooting all the squirrels. I like them.
No, but it's good, man, for the soil.
Good for. No, I kind of pretty much live on a rocky hill. You can't even dig down without hitting rock. You can't even dig a grave over here without a bulldozer or a trackhoe. Hey Smurf, come visit me. I'll show you. You know how I can dig a grave with a trackhoe. I have my cat freaking bite your Smurf neck off.
Not scrubbing around.
Dude, I couldn't imagine what my cat would do with Smurfs. Holy shit. There'd be blue blood everywhere.
I would have smurfed that squirrel, man. Smurfed out of here. Smurfed it all on.
Yeah. Smurf, you know you crazy as hell, right?
Yes.
All right.
But I'm not
All right, as long as you know, as long as you know, as long as you know.
not as crazy as you.
Mm, that's true. You're almost as crazy as me.
Thank you, brother.
Well, that sounded like a.
Ha!
No, that's cool. No, Smurf, man, you're welcome here as long as you make sense. And I'm just taking the piss out of you. And, well, you know, it's cool if people take the piss out of me, too, as well. So.
I don't really have to make any sense except I tell you the Earth is flat for thousands of miles. The Earth is flat. Oh, bam! Just said.
Listen, Smurf, to be honest, I'm since there's nothing going on here on the live stream right now, I'm giving you the privilege of actually talking, but you're not making any sense. And when you come into the live stream, yes, you are required to make sense, but nobody else is talking. So I just jumped in to actually help you. If you want to benefit the conversation, pay attention to what people are saying. Did you just jump in because there was nobody talking? Is that the only reason you jumped in? I do that sometimes, but also I try to keep it short and sweet, and then I'll play a song or something or another a talk that people can listen to because.
Yeah, man, I got you, man. I've been looking for some curvature. Can't find any. There's nothing anywhere. No curvature nowhere, dude. What's up?
Yeah, well, we can't find it either. Yeah, sure. Do you have any opinions, new information, some new videos you've watched? Do you have an opinion about something? Some of these globe people.
Can't find any curvature anywhere.
Yeah, me too.
Can't find any.
All right, cool. So, would you just be willing to mute your microphone and listen to some videos or songs or whatever?
Good tunes, man. I'm just gonna keep talking some Smurf unless you find.
Yeah, but you can't because I can mute you if you cause disruption. That's what I'm telling you. If it's not beneficial to the live stream, if it's not beneficial to the live stream, bro, I'm just going to have to mute you. I mean, it's not. You already know how it goes. I mean, this isn't the first time we've talked about this.
Where's the music, man?
It was already playing when you jumped in.
Play the music. Just do it now. Click by the music. Play it.
This fucking guy.
Never disappoints with the entertainment.
Hey, but he can take it as much as he gives it, I guess.
Yeah.
You have something, KJ, that you want to play? And we'll see if he follows through by keeping on mute while we're playing something.
Okay. I've got really nothing other than the music.
I was looking through some stuff earlier. Let me see what
I played some Eric Dubé, but that's it for stuff other than music.
Trying to find something like a 20-30 minute video maybe from David Wise or somebody, because he's doing a lot of interviews recently.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I have to go to work and
I have to go to work tomorrow too, so all good. I'm a 9-to-5er.
Lay down, buddy. Let's do it. Music. I'm sorry. I've been smurfing around, man. Drinking all the red drink.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Instead of Been drinking the red drink. What is that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But I'm going to play from Professor Dave's channel. I'm going to play this video. He may make a claim on it. And fine.
Play it down, buddy. Let's do it.
It really, I don't. If I play the whole video, it just takes a while for them to actually get rolling because it's, it's on a show and then but it's the first time Professor Dave actually talked to any flat earthers that I'm making these bullshit videos. So I don't know how to fast forward to a timestamp with the bot. But it's like 10 minutes before they actually start talking. Nobody's talking now, and it's...
Hey, man, just do it. Just do it, man.
All right. Play it. We'll see what happens. If it becomes boring, then...
Let's see what happens.
KJ has the bot controls, too. So, and if it becomes redundant and ridiculous, then we can just do what we do. Now, this is the interview that everyone's been talking about.
Let's bring in the guest for the Flat Earth debate. Here we go. Here's Flat Earth David. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. This
Thank you for coming back.
Going to be interesting for sure.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it?
Professor Dave actually took some clips out of this and put it up on his channel.
Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 million subs. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because...
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials?
I have, but your flat earth stuff is is gaslighting us, essentially.
It's devastating and destroys flat earth easily.
Absolutely. So
it started big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the earth is flat. What a straw man.
I'm with you. Listen, I don't mean to come off that way. Would it be okay to look for some common ground? Can I just ask a couple of quick questions, Dave? You good with that?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, I'm just for, to see if we have any common ground. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that governments are here, especially the American government, for the people's well-being?
It's a pretty complicated question.
Okay, you don't have to answer it. That's fine. That's good. Do you believe that there's censorship going on YouTube?
Yes.
Some stuff is deprioritized in the algorithm. I don't know if that qualifies as censorship.
And is the news here to inform or to fill us with propaganda?
The news is largely propaganda. None of that has anything to do with the shape of the earth. So I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Literally none of that has to do with the shape of the earth. So you're really off to a bad start already.
Just looking for some common ground. That's all.
Oh, if we both don't like the government, therefore the earth is flat.
So the common ground is then we're going to try and keep talking points to 3 minutes each, responses to 2 or 3 minutes each, so we could get through this hour. And everyone could get an equal share of the time involved here. And I think the first point that we've got up on the list is, what is gravity?
You want to go first, Dave, or you want me to go?
Oh, okay. This is how we're doing this? Okay, so according to general relativity, it's the curvature of space-time around massive objects. And so this is one of the easiest ways to know that the Earth is a sphere, because everything we see, everything, including the Earth, right, very large, massive objects are crushed into sphere. That's why stars, planets, moons, everything pretty much is spheres. So you can now go ahead and do your electric gravity bullshit, and then I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
Well, the question is, any scientists or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Yeah, we can see them in telescopes.
You can see them. So you believe that if you see something, that'll tell you its shape. So when I look at this, are these spheres?
Oh.
Are these spheres, Dave? Are these spheres?
Yeah, no, I've seen this little trick, and I know
It's
the
not a
third
little
one from
trick.
the left is flat.
It's showing you.
See, here's the
third
problem.
one from the left is flat. Dave, let me give me a second, then you can go.
No, because I've seen you do this. Because I watched 2 of your videos, and you say the same crap in every single one.
Right.
I
But
know
what
what
I'm
these
showing
are.
you
I know
is
what these
you
shapes
don't-
these are.
So how do you know what shape the moon is? How do
Okay,
you know
so
that the moon is even a physical object?
Here-
Because
here's
during a new moon, no one
Yeah,
sees
I
the
get
moon
it.
in the sky.
I know your talking points. So this works because that's not moving. The things in the sky move. So if you take the third one from the left, which I know is flat, and you move it around, it's going to start to change shape, right? If the moon was a flat disk, I don't even know if that's one of your talking points or not. As it passed over you, it would change shape. It would
I don't think the
distort.
moon is a flat disk at all.
Okay, so it doesn't matter though. That's why what you're saying is stupid because these objects do not move. Now, the other problem is it's not just about shape, it's about other things like composition. Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Yeah, spectroscopy is you can measure gases, but it has to be in a container. Where's the container?
No. Stop. We are looking at light. We're looking at light and we are understanding about the materials, right? We're understanding the composition of things based on light. So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is. So you do not know the ways in which we figure out things about celestial objects. You literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know what you're looking
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study
be-
of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
Why can't you see it during a new moon?
Yeah.
Because do you understand how vision works?
Well,
right? In a new moon, what's happening in a new moon? The
There's no
light
light.
from the sun, sun is illuminating the side of away from us.
So
Right? Light illuminates the things that it hits. So a new moon is when the side that the sun is illuminating is the other side away from us. What do you want it to do? The light to go around the moon and come back and
So-
hit the other side like magic?
without interrupting, let me just answer. When we have when it's nighttime, you're away from all lights and there's a full moon, I can read by that moonlight. That moonlight casts a shadow on the ground. Don't interrupt. That casts a shadow on the ground. So that moonlight, which is reflected sunlight off a dusty, dirty, rocky, rock ball in your world, is bright enough to travel 238,000 miles to cast a shadow on the ground and to light up my book so I can read. During a total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't. And no telescope, from any position with infrared or anything, has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why? Can you think of why? Can you think of a much, much brighter object that is right there where the moon is?
Well, during
the corona of the sun, which is thousands of times brighter. What you're doing right now is you're basically saying, I'm going to shine a spotlight directly into your eyes, and then you tell me if you can see a firefly 2 centimeters to the right. Like, what are you talking about? Do you
Dave,
seriously not understand this stuff? A child can understand this stuff.
So when you're throwing out words like spectroscopy, what's the difference between spectroscopy and astrospectroscopy?
What do you mean astro? So astro is a prefix that means stars. So if that's even a word, it's spectroscopy pertaining to stars. What are you, like, Googling stuff furiously over there?
I'm just asking you, I've taken a few notes. I figured out, I watch a few of your videos. I know the straw manning that you're going to try to do and the things that you're going to try to claim. And in reality, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon, either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun, and nobody has ever seen it. So again, why are we looking up in the sky?
Yeah, I just explained. I just answered your question. You just answered it again. You asked a question that I just answered. The sun is very bright, right? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. Do you understand that if something very bright, you're looking at something very bright, you can't see something way less bright next to it? What are you not getting about that?
When there's a total eclipse of the sun and you have the little ring around there, you can block that out so it doesn't blind you and you still can't see it. You know what?
It
Why are we
doesn't block
talking
it
about
out. The
lights in
corona.
sky?
Have
Why
you
are we
never
talking about the
seen an
lights in-
eclipse?
Why are we talking? You can make a fake eclipse, right? By putting a disc in front of the sun and then looking at the corona. And you could do the same thing with the corona. You can block it. Why
and
are
it's
we looking
really
up at the
bright.
lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well. It's the easiest way to figure out the shape of the Earth is by looking at the celestial objects in the sky and recording their motion. It's very, very easy.
1 second. Ash has said we've got to move on to the next talking point, which is space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies, etc. Flat Earth, Dave, do you want to start with that one?
Ask the question again, please.
Space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies.
Yeah, I mean, space is they're just giving us images of insanity in space. Like when they show us nebulas, right? They show us this and they tell us this is where stars are born. This is where there's gas and dust, so much of it that it's creating stars and spitting them out like ping pong balls, where they go run away and they park themselves in the rest of the galaxy. This gas and dust in space in a vacuum, in zero pressure, how does that work? How come this doesn't collapse in on itself? This is just
It does. That's how stars are born.
Yeah,
they do collapse. It's how stars form.
Dave, in your world, this is gases are collapsing upon themselves and then igniting themselves in a vacuum, in a vacuum, and then they
This
burn
is no.
Stop.
Of years. Look, I know that you want to just spew your script without anybody challenging, but you say so many stupid things, and I'm here to tell you why everything you're saying is stupid. So when you say stars igniting in a vacuum, the reason that's confusing for you is that you think stars are little bonfires because you're a moron. Because you don't understand nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is the process by which stars glow. They're not little fireballs. And you can learn that by Googling something for 5 seconds, but you don't do it.
So Dave, you believe that all the rocky bits turn into perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together. And they get so
getting
big.
Gravity? What do you mean? Getting gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Somebody popping it up like a snowball?
Gravity.
So they get something, and it's a tiny bit of gravity pulls in some more dust. It pulls in not dust, it pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. And if you want to believe that's the world.
So centuries of brilliant astronomers versus nuh-uh. Is that really all you have? Is the entire field of astronomy and you going, I don't like it. That's dumb. I'm dumb and I don't get it. So astronomy is wrong. That's literally your argument against astronomy right now.
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
You know they wrote books, right?
Well,
they wrote books that we can read, and then we base astronomy on that and do astronomy every day, right?
Dave, try not to interrupt. Eratosthenes figured out the shadow. Eratosthenes figured out the diameter, the circumference of the Earth with his sticks and shadows. But nobody in that area that came out of that, other mathematicians, never wrote any books about him. They ignored him. They just never mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it shows up in the 1900s in books that go into the education
that's not true.
system.
I mean, if you're just going to lie, then we can just play the lie game.
And Dave, what about the fact that proves nothing? It works perfectly on a flat Earth. Sticks and shadows prove the Earth is flat, and it proves it's a globe. But you'd have to assume parallel rays. Listen to this. Eratosthenes believed that parallel rays are coming into Earth, right? And no one has ever seen parallel rays coming into Earth, right? When we look, we always see them curved. We always see them corpuscular. But he also believed that the Earth was geocentric and we had an infinitely far sun. And so that sun is orbiting around a minuscule.
Far?
Well, infinitely far. Infinitely far means so far away that the rays come in parallel. And that's a whole nother problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't make sense, and they didn't think about that.
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Dave,
isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick. Listen to what I said.
You stop being a dick.
The Eratosthenes believed that the Earth was geocentric, that the sun orbited us, but the sun was a distant sun. How does a distant gigantic sun orbit a minuscule speck Earth? Yeah, you have no
How
answer for that.
they don't know.
Yeah.
It's the ancient Greeks. They didn't know. Now we know, right? We figured out heliocentrism in like the 16th century.
His
So it's
story
like
makes
500 years ago. It's a pretty long time.
His story makes no sense. And the other question is, you believe that the sun rays that come in are parallel, right?
No, look, there are rays that are parallel, and then you can point a ray from the edge, one edge of the sun and the other edge. Look, light is going in all directions, right? The sun is expelling light. They're spherical waves of light, photons in every direction, right? So you can identify parallel rays, and then you can identify one from this edge. And if you want to talk about individual photons, you can draw paths from the edge of the sun going in one direction, the edge of the sun going in the other direction. You're trying to oversimplify things. You're trying to go, oh, it's crepuscular, it's all parallel, and so then this time it works for my talking point, and then another time it doesn't work for my talking point.
My point is Aristophanes' story doesn't make any sense with a distant sun orbiting a geocentric Earth.
Yeah, if you just say it doesn't make sense and stop talking, I guess.
How does a distant sun orbit a geocentric Earth when the Earth is tiny and the sun is gigantic?
Well, it doesn't.
In your
Long
model.
Story short, it doesn't. Yeah. But so he was an ancient Greek, and he didn't know heliocentrism. They didn't know when Newton developed Newton's law of universal gravitation. He didn't know why massive objects attract one another, right? He just said, "This is what happens," and I have this equation, and we use Newton's equations to do all these incredible calculations that predict the motion of objects on Earth and in space. He didn't know what gravity was. Einstein gave a better explanation. The curvature of space-time warped around massive objects. We're probably going to get a better model later. Just that we don't know why things happen doesn't mean we can't do science at predictive power. So as it turns out, Eratosthenes and Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic model, was wrong. Heliocentric model is correct. It doesn't matter that they didn't know that part, or that they didn't know why something happens. Do you not understand how science works?
So if he was wrong and the Earth were heliocentric, do you think his experiment proved your globe?
Well, yeah, it did. All of those experiments proved the globe. It just didn't have anything to do with heliocentrism. It proved the Earth is a sphere.
Absolutely not, because with a local sun in like the flat Earth is, we have no shadow here and we have a shadow here, and then you could do your math and figure out what the sphericity of this flat plane is, right?
Okay. So for that to work, how close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
Yeah,
really close, like right above the clouds, which we'd be able to see if you went up in a plane or a balloon, and it'd be like right there. Huh?
Dave, there's tons of videos explaining how the sun is an apparent object, and we all see it in a different position.
Oh, there's videos that say dumb things.
There's true. that show science, show experiments, and when you try to triangulate the sun, there's a problem. You can't do it. You can't triangulate the sun. So how far the sun is? Some flat earthers say it's 3,000 miles away. I don't like that answer. The math works. We can scale it and make it 6,000 miles away.
You've never done any math in your entire life. You just say the math works and expect people to...
Stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
What is the sun? It's a star.
It's a star. It's a burning
star.
It's a nuclear furnace that's working perfectly, and it's bending space-time where it could hold on to all of the planets that go all the way out to Pluto. Is that your belief?
Well, Pluto's now a trans-Neptunian object.
So we'll go Neptune.
Yes.
Yes. Right. And then the sun's gravity ignores all of the moons because the moons are attracted to their planets, and it negates the sun. That's what you believe.
What do you mean negates the sun?
Yeah,
negates the sun. Moons. So what you're saying is that like one of Jupiter's moons should go flying towards the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you if you believe that the sun's gravity has no effect on moons.
Yeah, you can calculate. You can see. This is what real scientists and people who understand science can do calculations. So instead of you going, I don't believe it, what you could do is you could take Newton's law of universal gravitation and take a moon, whatever moon, if you want to talk about our moon or one of Mars's or one of Jupiter's or whatever, and you could calculate a number that is the gravitational attraction between the sun and whatever moon you're talking about. And then you could do the same thing for the moon and its parent planet that it is orbiting. Which number do you think is going to be bigger, buddy? Which
And
one
so-
do you think's
and
going to
so-
be bigger?
And so
The
when we have-
planet, the one that it is orbiting
when
around.
we have a planetary alignment where all the planets are lining up, all of that gravity.
Hang on,
doesn't-
you know what?
doesn't- I'm
Sorry.
asking you a question.
I would
I'm
like you
asking
to
a
actually
question.
just address what I just said, because this is what happens: is I say something, or a flat earth debunker like myself says something that just annihilates the idiotic thing you just said, and then you just gish gallop to another point. I would like you to admit that what you just said is stupid based on what I just said.
Repeat what you said.
I just explained to you why what you said about the sun and the moon is stupid, and you just jumped to another talking point.
So you say that the gravity of the planet
Like
is
what he
holding
said
on
was
to these
stupid.
moons,
Yeah.
and it's so much stronger. Let
Yeah.
me finish. I'm reiterating what you say to show you how stupid it is. It's holding
Uh-huh.
on to the planets, but the sun's gravity, it can hold on to the planets, hold on to distant planets, but can't affect those moons at all.
Can't affect, like I just said, you can do a calculation. Did you want to do the calculation? Do you want to do it together? Do you want to learn something today? It's called
David,
Newton's law of universal gravitation. Do you know what is in the denominator? R squared. It drops off, gravity drops off by the square of the
Where'd you get
distance.
off?
So as things get very, very far away, their gravitational influence is dramatically less, exponentially so. So when you have a moon that is right
you get
near
off,
a
Dave?
planet, the
Go ahead.
gravitational effect is way more than the faraway sun. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a neat thing that we can do with math and numbers that are real things that scientists do, instead of just
That's
going,
amazing,
it
Dave.
doesn't
You
make
do that
sense,
all
though.
in your
That's dumb."
imagination.
You done?
Yeah. What do you got? Do you
I-
want to address this thing, or do you want to jump right to another thing?
I want to jump to something else, because you say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't
Mhm.
affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
You're the
All
dropped
you're
out
saying is
professor.
that's stupid. All you're saying
Well,
is that's
and all,
stupid.
And all
Why?
you're saying is that it works because I could do math, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Dave, model it. You ever know about the 3-body problem? I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, the 3-body problem. So we can't
Hey,
do
Dave,
calculations.
Stop being such a condescending prick. We already know. Just talk normal. Have a discussion.
Sorry, hang on one second. This is serious. This private chat keeps covering this screen. Can this stop? Why is this doing this? The private chat.
Oh, nice up.
Yeah,
Like,
It shouldn't cover
Taking
the chat, should it? Just trying to make sure everything's
Just
all right.
covering the whole screen. All right. Anyway,
Oh,
doesn't
hang
matter.
on. Yes, we're sorting it out. I can't. There seems to be a problem with Sean's. I can't hear you, Sean.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I've been watching Sean every now and then, just chatting away, and we've not been hearing him. There's tons of important snippets of information lost forever to the ethers of the internet. How are you guys doing? There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's a very, dare I say it, American debate, isn't it? It's
Oh.
insults and stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I would like to get off of the lights in the sky because I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
Because they destroy the flat Earth.
Well, you say that, but the lights in the sky have nothing to do with the flat Earth. Or
Okay,
the globe.
so this was my first talking point. Were we going to do the talking points that we prepared? Because my first talking point is about this, and it is an absolute annihilation of flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you say, why do we look at the things in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth? Because that's how we figured it out 2,000 years ago, by looking at the stars. Can I show my slide that shows this?
Go for
Okay, here we go. Observation of stars. Next one. You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on, all this stuff is covered.
Begging the question.
The text.
Begging the question fallacy.
Anyway, if you're looking at the
Northern
North Pole
Hemisphere.
in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one.
He's assuming the thing he's trying to prove.
If you were in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one. How does this make sense on a flat Earth?
Well-
Sorry, this is a screenshot from one of my videos. So in the video, they're rotating in different directions. Why
So
would
in the
two people on a
proof
flat
fallacy-
pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different
Straw
ways?
man.
Next one. And furthermore, why can't we all see the same stars? There are stars that you can only see in the northern
Begging
towards the
the
northern
question
hemisphere, and stars you
and
can only see in the southern
Burden of proof
hemisphere.
reversal
Next one.
fallacy.
On a globe, this makes perfect sense. If you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, east is to your right.
Unification
If you were in
fallacy.
the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, east is to your left. Next one. And the reason we can't see certain stars is because you can't see through the Earth. Next one. That's
Claiming the
why in the
consequent
northern hemisphere we
fallacy.
can't see the Southern Cross. That's why in the southern hemisphere we can't see Polaris. Next one. Almost done. Quick one here. So it actually gets a lot worse than that in the southern hemisphere because you've taken a globe and you've unwrapped it. The southern hemisphere makes absolutely no sense. People in the southern hemisphere who are all looking at the Southern Cross are
What
somehow
hemisphere?
supposed to be, we're believing that
The
they're
one
all
you
looking
presume.
in completely different directions and seeing the same object often at the same time. Next one. Go to the next slide.
It might be that because Ash is doing this. Oh, has he done it? Has it worked?
Yeah, that's it. I think this is the last one. So again, on a globe, south actually means something. People who are looking south are all looking at the South Pole. They're all looking in the same direction. So that's why they all see the same thing, such as an object like the Southern Cross.
All right, can you go
I
back
think
to
that's
the
the
first-
last one.
Let me go through the
just
slides. Let me
Check
go
if it's the next one.
Yeah.
Check if it's the last one.
And if you can go back to the first one, that would be great. So in your world, we have people standing upside down, and you're assuming hemispheres on a sphere.
What do you mean upside down? What do you mean
Well-
upside down? What does that mean?
Compare their feet are antipodal to my feet. People in the south.
Okay, so yours are upside down compared to them. What's the
well,
difference?
I'm
What's
saying
down on a globe?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying people are upside down to each other halfway across the world.
So
if we can go back to the original slide, so I can remember all the points he made, so I can address them, that would be fantastic.
I think the issue is that Ash, the producer, is having some issues with his internet and isn't able to do it. Sorry about this, guys.
Yeah.
We're usually
Yeah.
quite good with the tech and everything.
So
yeah,
I'll try to.
I can tell you the points again.
I'd rather just see the points rather than hear you say them again.
Okay.
If the, I don't know, he can't change it back.
I don't think so. He's in like the Philippines or something mad like that. So he's having some difficulties with it, and I think Sean is as well. Good thing I'm here, saving the day.
Okay, look,
but yeah,
it was that in the northern hemisphere, the celestial sphere rotates counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it rotates clockwise,
Let me
and
respond.
we can't see certain stars.
You don't have to do the whole presentation. You can just remind.
That
me
was
what the
it.
slide
Go
was.
ahead.
So no matter where you are in the world, all of the stars, all the lights in the sky from the things that we call planets, wandering stars, sun and moon, they all rise in the east, set in the west. If I'm standing on a flat Earth looking out to the south, the stars are coming from my left. If I'm standing in the north, looking at the north, the stars are coming from my right. That explains the opposite direction.
No, you just explained the globe model. You didn't explain anything.
You don't understand.
On the flat Earth, how do people see the sky rotating in different directions?
Because
Explain
you're
that.
facing in different directions, David.
What do you mean facing in different directions?
I will explain. If I'm
wait,
standing
hang
here-
on. Speaking of facing in different directions, Flat Earth Dave, because we've changed the angles a bit, you're a bit off the screen. There, that's it. You look
I
good
got
now.
it. It would be better if you can make me widescreen so I can show what I'm showing. But
okay, well there you go. And I'll just say, Sean's just saying that his thing is freezing, so I guess he'll be back when he can. But for now, you keep going.
So on a flat Earth, if you have a flat Earth, north is to the center, south is every direction away from the center. So if the stars are going this way from my right shoulder to left shoulder, I'm looking at the North Star, they're going one way. When I turn around and I look at the south away from the center, they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. They just change directions. Okay, there's no argument there. There's nothing to argue. That works.
Okay, now do clockwise and counterclockwise,
Well, it
because
doesn't
that's really
matter.
what we're talking about. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Again,
You're
David,
talking about a direction. I'm talking about clockwise versus counterclockwise
And-
when you're looking at the
and Dave,
poles.
the optics
the
of the
poles.
sky. Yeah.
Huh?
Well, you say the poles. So getting back to your point where you have somebody in Santiago, somebody in Johannesburg, and somebody in Australia, when they see the Southern Cross, well, they don't see it at the same time. They see it 12 hours apart from Santiago.
They don't see it at the same time, so people looking south can't see the night sky at the same time.
David, if you understand what the flat Earth model is, if somebody's in Santiago,
You don't have a
and-
model.
listen.
Yeah.
Stop being a dick. Okay.
You stop being a dick.
If some-
Your entire existence is being a dick to
Hey.
all of science. So
Keep-
stop
keep
telling
going,
me
keep
to
going,
stop being
keep
a
going.
dick.
Keep going.
Mhm.
So somebody's in Santiago and it's midnight. They're looking at the Southern Cross. Well, somebody in Australia that's looking south, they're looking at the noon sun. You tell me how they can
Noon
see the
sun?
star-
How
the noon
many?
sun.
How many time zones apart are they? Are they 12 time zones apart?
Well, at noon, close to noon, right?
Okay, no, first of all, not close to noon, but it doesn't matter. How about you go 4 hours apart? Why don't you go 4 time zones apart? They should still be looking in completely different directions. 12 midnight, 4 a.m., night sky, both looking south, both can see the Southern Cross. On your pizza world should be looking in completely different directions. Explain that.
Dave, when the only time that can happen is in Johannesburg and Santiago, and if you add
Building a proof
magnetic
reversal
declination
fallacy.
in there, they're both looking in the same direction.
Magnetic declination.
Yeah.
So you think just saying the word magnet is going to be an argument here that's going to work for you?
Look up the magnetic declinations of those areas. You don't know what direction you're facing, right? There's certain areas of Antarctica that the magnetic declination is 170 degrees. So when your compass says north is that way, it's 170 degrees the other way, according to, NOAA or whoever's in charge of that, right?
Look, you can dress it up however you want. We're talking about looking this way and looking that way, and they see the same thing. And you're fixating on Santiago and Johannesburg because you think that they're far enough apart that they're not going to both be nighttime. I'm telling you, you can go any distance apart. Just go from Perth to Sydney, right? That's far enough apart that if you're both looking directly south, you're looking in different directions, and you can see the same thing. You cannot explain that. That's why you're trying to throw out jargon to confuse people.
I'm not trying to throw out jargon to confuse people, David.
That's exactly what you're doing.
When you're looking towards the same area. You're looking towards the same area. And,
but on your pizza world, south is a different direction for every longitude line. Do you not understand that? On your pizza land, right, you have all these longitude lines. Directly south is towards your magic ice wall. Everybody looking south is looking in a different direction.
Magic ice wall.
Yeah. So stop trying to skip to something else, right? Are you denying that longitude lines, everybody on your pizza world is all looking in a completely different direction when they look south?
And NASA or NOAA, they tell us, what longitude lines are you talking about? They tell us that the magnetic declination is a different direction. So we're listening.
Do they, or are you just randomly grasping at words to try to make sense of something that is absolutely unexplainable for you?
David, it's not true. And the optics in the sky, again, do not prove the shape of the Earth. You say that they do.
Well, I just did prove it with that, so I don't know what to tell you.
Let's move on.
So I'm sorry, guys.
Do you want to move on
my entire
from this thing?
crashed.
I want to move on from looking at the lights in the sky to figure out. Yeah, we hear you.
Because I proved the Earth is a sphere by using that. Is that why you want to move on?
No, not at all.
Well,
we hear you. We don't care.
It is.
What talking point?
We hear you, but we don't care.
What talking point are we on right now?
I just finished proving the Earth is a sphere by looking at stars, something that we've been doing for thousands of years.
No, you didn't. You affirmed the consequence.
Yeah, and everybody who's ever lived. So NASA isn't going to really help you with that one. Sorry, buddy. They started in the 1950s.
All right, so we've got a talking point from Dave, which is the Bible has 200 references to the flat Earth. Every major ancient civilization cosmology depicts the Earth as flat.
That's from me or from Dave?
That is
I would
from
never say
you,
that.
I think.
That's not from me. That's not from me.
It's from Ash. It's from Ash.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Bible believer, from page 1 in the Bible, it says God separated the waters from the waters and created the firmament. That's all interesting. But, I don't use the Bible as science because science will show us on a ball Earth, Dave, you have to have a physical horizon, right? If my fingernail is a boat, as it goes away, it disappears below a physical horizon, and zooming in will not bring it back. However, we can see too far. They say the ball is 24,901 miles around, but we can see things that are way, way, way farther. And with infrared, now we're seeing things 500 to 1,000 miles away. The amount of curvature.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we are.
You're not.
Go look at Jay Tolan Media's channel.
Go look at some lies that a flat earther said. That is real evidence.
No, it's Dave. It's well documented. You haven't looked at it. And then when you say the curvature formula is a parabola, I absolutely agree. It is. Over 1,000 miles, it gets off a little bit, but anything under 1,000 miles, all three formulas come within a very close proximity of each other.
Yeah,
right?
but the problem is you can't do math, so you just do the math wrong.
Well, you just say that, but if you look at all of the curvature formulas under 1,000 miles, it's perfectly accurate. And then you think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it, and we're changing, we're changing directions. How is that possible? How about when the Earth comes around comes around towards the sun in the winter, in our northern winter, it's speeding up and taking its sharpest turn, and then we don't feel any of those forces?
Its sharpest turn. Okay, so this one's really hilarious to me. So the sun goes around the Earth, the Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's
fair...
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
That would be equivalent to this. People say, "Oh, I'm just trying to think of the easiest."
I'm just trying to think of something to say that will make sense.
Stop being a dick. All right. Imagine you want to compare that.
Man.
If you want to compare that to reality, imagine you're in an airplane where you remove the outer shell of the airplane, you double the speed of the airplane, and you nosedive 2 miles a minute. Okay, and that just to follow the curve of the Earth. That's the speed that the Earth is curving. And when something's moving and it's curving, that's acceleration. Okay, so
big words.
Acceleration's a big word.
When it is for you because you're not using it properly. So, acceleration is rate of change in velocity. So you're using it like it's velocity.
You change off of your vector, when you change off of your vector, that force is equal to acceleration. Okay.
Yeah, but I just told you, right? It takes a year to go around the sun. How much are you feeling? Do you want to calculate it? Should we calculate it together?
I'm talking about the spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth. Right? You're dropping.
The spin of the Earth is constant.
2 miles
a minute.
You do not feel. You're falling, like if you take a point in space and you go for an hour, you're falling at the same rate as a skydiver free falling. Okay, that's ridiculous, right? You are curving off of your line of your trajectory. I think I figured out, and I think this one is genuine confusion on your part. So I don't want to hold this one against you as much as other lies you tell, which are just blatant lies. This one is just you not understanding. You're trying to compare motion within the atmosphere of the Earth. So you're like, oh my gosh, something going through the atmosphere so fast and it's crazy and we feel it, versus motion in frictionless space. Do you not understand that that's not the same thing, right? The atmosphere on Earth is very thick. There's a lot of friction, right? So when you try to move through air, there's friction and you feel it. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
If that air is spinning with the Earth, which you have to believe in your model, you would feel.
Doesn't matter.
You would feel that motion. If you're in an airplane,
why would you feel the motion? Why would you feel the motion?
Because your energy is changing directions, and you would have
your energy is changing directions.
What about eclipses, guys? What about eclipses?
Hold on.
That's my third talking point. I hope we get to it.
Let's finish this point. Your mainstream science says that because of the spin of the Earth, because of the centrifugal force, that the water bulges at the equator 14 miles high.
What?
This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson and science tells us about the spin of the Earth. The water at the equator, yes, it does. It bulges 14 miles high. It makes the Earth 29 miles wider at the equator.
No, that's the Earth, not the water. What are you talking about? Are you a moron? Dude, the radius. This is what happened. You're very confused.
So let me ask you a question.
No, stop, because you just said a very specific number, and I know why you said that number. The diameter of the Earth is about 27 miles greater at the equator. That's the whole Earth. You're trying to pretend that it's all water, that there's just this big thing of water that's 14 miles. Is that what you're genuinely trying to say? Are you that stupid?
Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. But let's
he didn't say that.
I'll go with you. The Earth is bulging. So does that mean that large bodies of water at rest near the equator, if you hung a plumb line over it, that it wouldn't be perpendicular to the surface of the water? It would be off just a little bit because of that bulge? Or does gravity? What does
the bulge of the equator have to do with the water?
Well, because the gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth in your whole world. And if we have a bulge at the equator, a plumb line, which should be vertical, it should be perpendicular to the water, would not be perpendicular to the water because the water
Why?
would be sloping away because we have a bulge.
What do you mean
bulge something
sloping
up.
away? Okay, a bulge isn't. First of all, you're as I just said, this has nothing to do with the water. It's the shape of the Earth itself. So you're just completely wrong anyway. But second of all, what this is the thing with you guys. You think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be? You're talking about a plumb line. Do you think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be like this or something? Do you have no idea how big the Earth is? Do you not understand that the curvature is not detectable at the surface of the Earth? It's really big. It's a really big
go over the
planet.
horizon. We can see boats go over we can see boats go over the horizon, but we can't see the curve. Right? Dave, according to your math, there's certain things that should be behind a curve at certain distances, but we can see far. We can see
and then NASA shows us this big ass fucking curve in every single one of their shots.
Everybody
Good
should be able
job,
to take
Dave.
a telescope then and see something 1,000 miles away. Why can't they?
Dave, you don't know where it was taking it from. It's infrared cameras. Go look at JTOL and Media One and watch all of the.
He's the special one. He can do it. Nobody else can do it.
Actually,
Nobody
no,
else can
other
get
people
this
can do it.
footage.
So-
Oh, but they
And
don't.
wipe this piece off.
Dave, let me ask you a
They
question.
just don't because they don't feel like it.
Do you believe that the ground is horizontal?
It's almost perfectly horizontal. Yes.
Okay, are horizontals parallel?
If you
Are horizontals parallel? That's a question.
I think what you're trying to ask is if you have parallel planes, right? If you have two flat planes, can they be made parallel? Yes, two flat planes can be
not what
made
I'm saying.
parallel. Well, what are you saying? Because nobody has
what
any
I'm
clue
saying
what you're
is-
saying.
If you have a horizontal line on Earth, then there's only one point that would be touching the Earth, and the rest would just rise up into space. But all horizontal lines line up with the horizontal horizon. Okay, they're all parallel.
Do they, or do they just look like that because your eyes suck and they can't distinguish between arc seconds of angle?
All right. Well, let me phrase
Looking
it this way.
like it perfectly overlaps doesn't mean that it perfectly overlaps.
Only got
Right,
10
just because
minutes
the
left.
horizon
Only
looks flat
10
doesn't
minutes
mean
left.
it's perfectly
There's 10
flat.
minutes left, guys, to move on to eclipses.
10 minutes left. I didn't even get to do all my. I did one of my things.
It could be 13 minutes.
Well, my question is, the
let's move
top
on
of the
to
World Trade
eclipses.
Towers, when they were up, are those floors larger than the lower floors? Because for them to be perpendicular, they would have to get larger, right?
How far apart were they? How far apart were the towers?
I don't know, but I'm asking you about one tower.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter. We're talking about the distance between the towers or the width of a tower. Do you know how much curvature there is over such a small distance? It is so small that it is 100% negligible. What are you not understanding about that? The Earth is really big.
So do you believe that horizontal
And flat.
lines are parallel?
If you make them parallel, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about horizontal lines on Earth. When you're, surveying the land and you have a horizontal line, another one, another one, another one, are they parallel?
If you make them parallel, they're not lines, right? They're not actual lines. Do you know that lines are just approximations, right? We can draw lines, we can graph lines and do math in perfect Euclidean geometry. The Earth has a spherical surface. So yeah, we can go, that's a line and that's a line. And if we're just looking at less than a mile, yeah, it looks really straight. But it's not because the Earth is a sphere. So you're not comprehending scale. That's the problem.
Has anybody measured curvature in large body of water at rest? Large body of water needs a container to hold it in place. And has anyone measured any curvature on resting water? And don't tell me your drop and your wave, which is in your stupid video that got 10 million views.
Drop and wave? I don't even know what you're talking about.
You talked about water curves. And you showed a drop of water.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about.
That is just a complete straw man.
Well,
nonsense.
it's not, but actually, this is what's funniest to me is that you're flatter. You debunk yourself with this level water thing, because the funny thing is that so tides exist, right? And so on your little pizza world, tides are these little mounds of water that kind of travel around. I don't really know how else you're going to explain this, but right, tides exist, right?
Yeah, they do, but they don't correlate to the sun and the moon. There's
Stop.
no-
Stop. No sun and the moon. No sun and moon. There are the water levels go up and down, right? And in different places, not everywhere at the same time, right?
Yeah,
So
but
on your little pizza world, you've got a little hold on, you get a little mound of water that's just kind of traveling around. So I'm sorry, but water isn't level on your pizza world either.
Dave, what causes your high tides? The moon?
What causes tides? The moon and well, there's solar tides and there's lunar tides.
Right. And so when there's a new moon, which means the sun and the moon are on the same side of the earth, the tide should be bigger, but there's not. There's bigger tides when they're opposing.
No, it is.
No, they're not.
No, it is.
You're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not. And you can Google it right now. What are you talking about? When the solar and lunar tides align, that's the highest tide.
Right, guys.
You're just saying it's not because you're just lying.
I'm being pushed by Ash to move on to day/night regions of illumination.
Okay.
Right. What does that mean?
Oh well, that's my second thing. I can try. I'll do it super fast. I'll do it as fast as possible.
Go on. Do you need him to put the thing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might not be able to do that. Sean, what are you thinking?
The system has crashed. That's why I got kicked off.
I mean, I can try to. I mean, you kind of need the visual, but I mean, I'll wing it if you guys want.
Please wing.
We're not going to get the slides.
So.
Okay,
yeah,
so
sorry about that.
So this is the funny thing about your pizza world is that in the northern hemisphere things are kind of okay, not really, but in the southern hemisphere it all goes to crap. And so to try to explain night and day and seasons, which you absolutely cannot do, you try to make the sun go way out towards the bottom, and you think that works because it makes it the longer nights, right, up in the north. But the problem is in the southern hemisphere everything is terrible because you've got the sun way out towards the edge. And therefore, it shouldn't be able to illuminate very much of the Earth. But in the southern hemisphere, in like December and January, you've got regions like towards the southern ends of those continents that are almost day almost all day. So you've got 19, 20 hours of daylight. So you've got this sun that's traveling around way out towards the edge because this is how you like to do it. And it is somehow illuminating almost all of the outer regions of your pizza world, and yet it is somehow not illuminating the center because areas towards the North Pole have 24 hours of night at that time. So unfortunately, you can't do the Antarctica isn't real, so the South Pole, that's not a thing. These are places where people live.
We don't say Antarctica is not real. We don't say that at all. You say
no. You say the South Pole isn't real.
We don't.
Even though there's people who go there and work there, and
people work at the South Pole.
Yeah.
Prove it. Okay. So
you can get a job there. Did you know that civilians can get jobs?
So the way it works,
you should apply for one. I think that'd be a cool video for you to do.
Dave, on your upside down world, on your ball world, in the north, Norway and northern Alaska, we have the 24-hour sun in June. Okay, and we see the sun, and it's been filmed by millions of people, and you can watch the sun circle around. Makes perfect sense on a ball. Makes perfect sense on flat Earth. We're on the same page there. But 12 months, 6 months later. 6 months later, at equal southern latitudes, you should see the same. But there's no video of the. No, you don't. There's no video of the 24-hour sun. There's 3 or 4 fake videos, clearly fake, taken apart. I'm talking, right? I didn't interrupt you. And there's no 24-hour sun. The sun antarcts away from you. It comes towards you and it goes away. Okay. Unlike the Arctic where it's circling around. I'm still talking. Okay. And there's no 24 hours of daylight. But if you add a dome in there, and again, we're looking at the lights in the sky, which is something that doesn't prove either. When you bring the sun closer to the dome, it wraps around. And we could show you this, get a dome, get a glass, move the light, and you'll see that the light wraps around. And that's exactly what we see in Antarctica.
Okay, so I know that you can do your fun little middle school science project where you have a little, serving tray thing and you make a flashlight do funny things, but you cannot make it actually. So this is why you have your dumb little app, your little thing and your sun and stuff. It doesn't actually show the regions of actual daylight and nighttime. It just shows like a little cartoon. You don't actually see, it doesn't actually do these patterns. So when you're called out on this, instead of going, oh, my app shows the actual patterns and this crazy arc that would make sense. So first of all, I'm sorry, even though there are videos at the South Pole, I'm sorry that Antarctica is not where a bunch of people live. So we don't have all of these videos like we do way up towards the North Pole. But again, as I said, the way southern region of Argentina, like I did in my video, Ushuaia or whatever it's called.
Which cartoon do you like the best showing Antarctica?
What do you mean, which cartoon?
Which cartoon? There's no pictures of Antarctica from space.
Okay, well, there are, so that's really dumb. But
No,
let me
there's not.
continue demolishing. Okay, stop. I'm going to continue demolishing the idiotic thing you just said earlier. So you can do your little thing. Flat Earthers love to do their little middle school science projects. So, okay, you've got the thing and blah, blah, blah. So why can't your Flat Earth app do it? Why can't you actually show the regions of day and night? Why can't you look at that and go, yeah, look at that. I see the light illuminating this part of the Flat Earth. Right, and I can see that we have 20 hours of sunlight in southern Argentina, and I can see that you just have a little cartoon doing nonsense, and then all of your idiot people who buy that thing, they're not like, oh, that looks cool, and they don't actually look at what it does at all, right? Why can't you have it show that, right?
It shows pretty accurately the amount of day and night, but I can't
No, it
show it.
doesn't.
Well, I can't show it because if on the latitude line that you're on, it's different where you are, so I have to kind of blend them together. It's just a tool to show
The amount of day and night depends. The amount of day and night that objectively happens in a place depends on your latitude.
Absolutely, 100% on your ball too. When I'm in the north,
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what I just said.
No, you don't understand what I just said.
No, I definitely know that you're not saying anything. I'm saying that in that town in Argentina, there is an objective time where the sun rises and sets.
Yes,
and
but
where you are doesn't change that.
There's no place that you have 17 hours of sun. You have daylight. Daylight is the illumination of the sky. It's not the sun.
From the sun.
No, the sun is.
You're saying that daylight is not from the sun?
Absolutely. So if the sun
where is it from?
If the sun
What's
rises,
making the sunlight then?
No. The sun is lighting up the sky. It's like a photographer. You have your main light and then you have your backlight. The sky is the daylight. When the sun is on the east side of your house, right on the horizon, go to the back side of your house. You can read the newspaper. Well, where's that? That sunlight's not. What's it going through your house? It's lighting up the sky.
It's scattered by atmospheric particles.
That's what
it's
you
still
say.
Sunlight.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you say to say a thing that
Dave,
explains why what I just said is stupid, and I have no way to combat it.
How come nobody has filmed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
They have. Just say it's a lie. They have, and you just go, oh, that's fake.
No, we don't. We don't just go, oh, that's fake.
But guess what? That's why in my video, I don't talk about Antarctica because you just say it's fake. That's why I picked southern Argentina, because people live there and they have 19 hours of daylight and you can't explain it because it's this huge.
You
didn't. You just said there's a glass thing in the flashlight. You're just doing a middle school science project. You're not actually explaining anything. You're just going, oh, I did a thing in my living room, so all of science is wrong. That's what you're doing.
You don't.
The globe. I wish I had this slide because the globe.
Dave, the optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the Earth.
They are.
Yeah. Well,
and I just did it twice.
Yeah. Well,
and you have no way to combat anything I just said. So that's why you say that thing over.
Can I just interrupt here? Flat Earth Dave, what would it take? Because I think Dave is saying that people live in Ushuaia and that they have this, and you could just go and ask the people though. You could go. What would it take to convince you, and how important is it? Why is it important to you to hold this belief? What does it mean to you?
It's not important to hold the belief. I'm looking for the truth, and if the globe was true, then when in Antarctica in December, you should be able to see the sun circle all the way around without dropping.
And you do.
You can.
Dave,
I've seen loads of documentaries where that happens.
You can't. You cannot see it. It's absolutely untrue. And we show the best one that they have. They show a 24 hours of the sun going around, and when it comes around, not only is it the same clouds, the sun is in a completely different position, like months different position. So it's all camera trickery, and it's provable. It's not just us saying it. So when you watch,
it is like, just you saying it.
Yeah, well, not true. And do some research, Dave, and then get out of your little ball model, and you'll see we don't live upside down on a space ball flying through an
down is towards the center of the Earth. Nobody is upside down. That's one of the dumbest things you morons say. Down is towards the center of the Earth. Nobody is upside down.
On your world, there's people upside down relative to me,
and you're upside down relative to them. It's a sphere. Who cares?
Good luck with that.
Your response to basic shapes is good luck with that.
Yeah.
Are you 5 years old? You have the intellect of a 5-year-old. You can't understand, little kids understand this stuff. You know that?
I just want to say that you're more of a condescending prick than I thought.
I wouldn't say you're more than anything. I thought I know what you are, but I'm sorry again to reiterate for the third time. Your entire identity is based on the idea that all the scientists in the entire world are lying deceivers. So you're a condescending douchebag.
You say.
And me calling you stupid, which you are, does not hold a candle to what
John,
you are.
That's what he claims. I don't believe that. And
Wait,
that's what you're
I've got another question for other Dave, Professor Dave. Just so obviously I could see. I mean, it means a lot to you as on the other side, of course. Why does it annoy you so much, the flat Earth stuff?
Because it's so. I mean, first of all, a lot of what I do. I do mainly academic tutorials, but I also address misinformation. I'm very passionate about public science literacy and science denial. And flat Earth is the bottom of the barrel. So I go after like anti-vaxxers and stuff like that, and that is a little more sophisticated. And you have to actually understand a little bit of biochemistry, a little bit of immunology, and things like that. Flat Earth is the only one. I just proved the Earth is a sphere multiple times in this exchange based on looking at things in the sky and thinking. That's how we figured out the Earth is a sphere several thousand years ago. It's like the first thing we figured out. So this is why it's so offensive, because it is a denial of literally all of science. Astronomy, all wrong. Geology, all wrong. Physics, all wrong. It's so unbelievably offensive to the entire human race. That's why you're a douchebag, and me calling you stupid is nowhere near the magnitude of douchebaggery that is your entire identity.
You're talking to him, not me, right?
Sorry, to Davey boy over there.
So he believes that scientists that he never met 2,000 years ago proved that the Earth is a globe, when in reality, in the 1940s and 50s and up to the early 60s, they were still teaching flat Earth in school here.
No, they weren't. That's just the thing you're saying.
That's
There's globes from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. You can't just say that. Like, you should show me something. Show me a textbook. You can't just say, "Oh, this thing I made up is true." You're an idiot. What are you talking about? We've known the Ptolemaic model, which reigned supreme from 100 or whatever, to the Copernican model, used a spherical Earth. Geocentrism used a spherical Earth, and then Copernicus and Kepler happened, and they wrote books. By the way, they wrote books, and you can read them. That they exist, and we've known about heliocentrism for 500 years since. So I don't know what you're talking about. You are completely pulling that out of your ass. Nobody taught a flat Earth anywhere for any measurable amount of time.
Can we have Dave tell us how seasons happen on the globe?
Okay, so I wish I had the graphic because it really works really well. So there's a tilt in Earth's rotational axis, right? It's tilted like this. So one of the hemispheres is exposing more of itself to the sun, right? And so you get more direct light versus, so let's say this is the northern hemisphere, this is the southern hemisphere. More of the northern hemisphere is exposed to direct sunlight, so you have longer daylight, right? So it's so hard to just do in my hand like this.
No, I get it. I understand. You got it when we're tilted towards it, the sunlight's hitting direct, and it's more intensified here, and down here it's spread out more. Makes sense.
Because of the curvature, so it has to spread out around a greater area.
But isn't the sun so large that all of the rays leaving the sun are parallel? And why wouldn't the parallel rays that are a little off to the left, hit us direct? Are the rays leaving the sun parallel, or are they leaving not parallel?
Okay, when you have a certain here's a lateral distance. If the sun is directly hitting the part of the Earth that's directly facing it, that's a certain area. Then if you move this way, we have the same lateral distance, but there's a lot of curvature here. It's covering a greater surface area.
I have that question. So can the Earth?
Okay. Do you want to admit that I just explained that perfectly, and that your talking point was invalid?
I know. I admit that you explained that perfectly, but I have to ask you a question. So we have the pole here, and we tilt the Earth. Okay. Mm-hmm. And can you tilt the Earth this way? That's a tilt, also, right? Absolutely.
You're just turning it. What are you doing?
No. What I'm showing you is here. Here, we let's say the sun is over there, and we tilt, and we're now directly towards we have a more direct angle. We're in agreement on this. But if I'm here, and I tilt it this way, well, now the sun is lower. It's now skimming. It's now skimming and it's not hitting as direct. So here's the problem with your seasons. In the north here, in December, when we're 3 million miles closer to the sun, but we'll just ignore that because it's not significant.
Yeah, it's not significant, so I don't know why you said it.
Well, we're 3 million miles closer. At sunrise, in December at noon, when the sun is 50 degrees in the sky, and I look at the sun, I can barely feel it on my face. I can't get a tan, right? But in June, when we're farther away from the sun, doesn't matter. And at sunrise, when the sun is literally an 89-degree tilt, the worst possible angle, as soon as it shows up on the horizon, I can feel the heat and I can get a tan. Why is that? Because in your world, it should be arctically freezing every morning all year long.
I genuinely have no idea what you're saying. You're throwing around 89 degree. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so you have the sun here, right? The sun, and we're tilted, so it's 34-degree tilt. Well, if I tilted it all the way down to the horizon, so I'm here and the sun's over here, okay, that's an 89-degree tilt, 1 degree off the horizon, right? Any farther, it would be below the horizon. The sun
I'm
sets.
already lost. I have no idea what you're saying.
It's because you're stupid, Dave. Right?
5 minutes left, guys.
It's because you're not saying anything. You're just going, if I tilt it this way, this has nothing to do with anything.
If the Earth is tilted 34 degrees, that's how
23 degrees, something like that.
23 degrees, whatever. If we tilted it 90 degrees, the sun would set. It would set over the pole, which doesn't happen. So the farther,
5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes left.
The farther I tilt it, the more spread out those rays are. Well, the spin is the equivalent to the tilt. So when I'm spinning away from the sun's getting lower and lower and lower. It's spreading out across the world. It should get colder and colder and colder because that sun is spreading out.
Spreading across? You understand that there's always a face of the Earth. There's always the sun is hitting half of the Earth.
Not according to time and date. All right, but that's
the sun isn't always hitting half of the Earth.
On the ball, it would be, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
that's not
well, it does though. So what are you talking about,
David? You're not listening. Okay,
I am. You're just not saying anything.
I can tilt. So if we're tilted away from the sun, we have our winter. And if I tilted farther, it gets really cold because Antarctica or the Arctic is tilted farther away. That's why it's cold in your world. Right?
But it's not. What do you mean if we tilt it further? It's not tilted further. It's a 23-degree axial tilt. So what do you mean tilted further? What are you talking about?
Why is it colder in the Arctic in the winter than it is in Florida in the winter?
I just explained it earlier.
Well, I know, Dave,
it's getting more direct sunlight.
Absolutely. So don't interrupt.
If the axis is tilted away, then it is. Dude, I just explained this. How do you not get this?
No. You're not getting it. Listen.
Okay, so you can just say that, but I actually explained it.
You're not getting this. Okay.
Dave, we've run out of time. We've run out of time.
I'm filming this. Listen,
I'm just going to let you guys tell the viewers where they can find you and support you. So, Professor Dave, we'll start with you. Thank you for coming on, Professor Dave.
Thank you.
Can you tell the viewers where they can find and support you, please?
Professor Dave Explains.
FlatEarthDave.com.
So, Professor Dave, go on. And what socials are you on, Professor Dave?
Just YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains.
All right, so Professor Dave's YouTube channel link will be in the description box below this video if you want to subscribe, if you want to check his stuff out. Huge thank you for coming on. Flat Earth Dave, do you want to tell the viewers where they can find you?
You can find me at FlatEarthDave.com, but I'm thinking of making it ProfessorFlatEarthDave.com, but FlatEarthDave.com because
isn't that cute?
We get to make up to being professors. That's always nice.
Yeah, I actually taught at an accredited university though, so it's not that weird.
Thank you.
Without a degree,
multiple degrees. I have a master's degree.
And they fired you.
Can I get those bitcoins?
We've got another debate coming up in a minute. So huge thank you guys.
Yeah.
Take care, and you're
always
welcome to come back on. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye. Good night. Bye. Goodbye. Wow.
They make for a nice couple, don't they?
Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Actually, I saw a picture of volcano. The smoke is going up very slowly. and the captions were title was 1000% proof that Earth is not spinning. So actually, I have wrote my name like this because I'm really not sure, and I'm still researching. But 90% I am convinced. So about the 10%, so I tried to send the image to one of my friend. So he said it is all about gravity. That's why you don't see that smoke is not getting disturbed. So he said, I also don't know everything about gravity, but I know that it is there to stick together. Otherwise, you cannot stick to the planet. So I have to tell him now. And I also got confused by his answer. So can you please guide?
Well, so what he's saying is what? That the air, that the gravity pulls the air in and holds it as it's spinning around. That's what keeps it from flying out into space. Is that what he's saying?
He saw the smoke coming out of the volcano.
Right. And it goes straight up, right? It doesn't go towards whatever direction we're spinning, right? I get it.
Yeah, they have argument of the momentum. It's a super big momentum. That's why it's not like a small object. It is so big. That's why the momentum keeps it stick of whatever it is, animal, plants, smoke, water.
Let's look at one part of that. Let's look at this. Okay, now they claim that what causes gravity, right? Mass attracting mass or whatever. Is that what they're saying? Or
yeah, spinning causes gravity.
no, I'm saying what formed the planets in the beginning. So if we are on a planet, what would have formed it? Like supposedly gravity did, right? Well, how did gravity exist without like a solid object to be there in space in order to collect all the gases and dirt and water and whatever to make the planet? It would have had to have just been there, right? Otherwise, then how would? Yeah, you see my point? You see why that doesn't seem to make sense? It doesn't fit into what we know about science, right? It doesn't fit. It doesn't match up.
Yeah.
So that tells me that maybe we're looking at the wrong angle of it, right? We're not looking at it right because it should match up. Like everything should match up. If what they're telling us is true, then we should be able to have measurements of it. There should be thousands and thousands of photographs at different angles. There should be robots in space at this moment that anybody can just connect to and watch the ground from space. Why we don't have this, I have no idea. We have cameras everywhere on the ground. Why wouldn't we have them in the air? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's just there's too many. You know what I mean? When it comes to that, like I can't see how a planet would ever have formed unless this magical gravity existed before the solid mass of all the planets existed, right? Otherwise, what made it collect into that pile? See what I'm saying? Doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. Not to mention that, nothing exploding into something doesn't make sense anyway, but I understand, I guess, if you create something or if a being that's beyond our understanding can create the world we live in, like I understand that sounds similar, but I don't know that it is similar, is it? Like when I kind of look at all the different angles, it doesn't seem to fit together like what they claim. At least not for me. They're always telling me about, it's too big for you to see the curve, but I know well enough from building houses and pouring concrete and stuff that these things do not match up with reality. My stepdad built bridges. You know what I mean? He built the Preston Bridge up north of here in Cloverdale. And he was a compaction tester. He went around and fired like sound waves into the ground in order to see where to build highways and things because you need solid ground. You can't have, saggy, like swampland. You got to find, bedrock underneath so that way the highway doesn't sink and crumble, right?
Wow.
And
yeah.
You know what I mean? He like helped draw out bridges. And I'm telling you that I asked him about spans like over water and stuff. And I asked him about the curve of the bridges. And he says, well, only certain bridges are curved. He said, the rest of them are flat. And I said, really? Explain. And he said, well, basically, like concrete overpasses, they're flat with a slight curve to them just so that way water runs off of them. But he says other than that, they're pretty much flat all the way. He says it usually rolls off towards the outside, like a well-built freeway will. That's the reason why whenever the freeway isn't like that anymore, you'll notice that they start filling in holes and, you know, like patching it or putting concrete in replacement and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. Like, there's a lot of things that prove it, that it can't be curved. And, you know, like, I don't care what any scientist or any person who believes that they went to college and that means something. I don't know any of those people that can actually prove it. They say all this stuff and they say they can calculate it, but every time, like, I was just listening to this thing with Dave, this debate thing or whatever you want to call it, and the way I look at it is this: it looks to me like, you know, Flat Earth Dave obviously wasn't prepared for what you know, Professor Dave was going to put him through, and so I kind of like feel like he should have been more prepared. You know, because all he did was kind of do some research on the other guy. He didn't really like think about or get with anybody to think about like how he's going to try to like dodge every single argument, right? Or you just try to avoid the claim in the part of it. You know what I'm saying? And it was interesting to me. I'm sitting there listening to it and I'm thinking, but Dave never really brought any evidence into it. All he kept saying is, well, we can calculate it. We can do this. We can do that. And that's why it's true. And we can calculate it. And it's like, dude, don't you understand that a calculation is not reality? I don't care what you could do with your stupid math, dude. It doesn't mean anything to me. You're going to have to prove it to me with physical evidence, not some bullshit math equation that supposedly proves that because this, and that. But Dave brought up, you know, Flat Earth Dave brought up a good point. He says, well, what about gravity, and why don't the moon fly out and go towards the sun? Why hasn't it resumed its orbit with the sun? It should have by now, right? If it was really being pulled on like they claim gravity works. And we all know that, because we've dealt with magnets. All you'd have to do is, it's really simple to figure out, right? You make an electromagnet, right? And then you put that electromagnet and you surround it with a plastic ball so that it looks like a ball, right? And then you just swing them around inside of a room with nothing else holding them together except those magnetic fields. I guarantee you within a short period of time, they'll all be stuck together if they can reach each other string-wise, right? We all know that, right? Because that's how magnetism works, right? And that's how gravity would work. But it doesn't make any sense when you just say, well, it's pulling towards the center and it pulled all this dirt out from deep space and all this gas down and created some kind of atmosphere out of it. That doesn't make any logical sense. It makes more sense that someone built it, right? Doesn't it make more sense that someone built it that way?
It can be, because the creator can be super genius, so he can make a spinning planet. But you're right, we don't see evidences here of spinning.
Well, that what scripture says that? Where in scriptures? If you know, I'm not saying that you're a believer or anything, but I'm just saying what record do we have besides some crazy weird name guys that we claim were scientists, but we really don't have any evidence that existed. We have scripture, right? We have the Bible. We have a bunch of other scriptures that were written by men, right? Regardless of whether you want to say that they're profound or whether they're religious or not, that's beside the point. The point is it has a record of something that happened, right? So we have evidence that these people existed, right? And these stories or whatever were real, right? Because they're told about not just in the scriptures, right? So we have more evidence for that argument, right? But that's not the point, though, right? The point is we're trying to find out the shape of the earth and where we live, regardless of whether it goes against our religious values or whether it goes against the science that we're holding right now. But it's the same thing because they're both a religion. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, in order to understand flat Earth, you have to expand your horizons, because there's a lot of things that, you know, like that people put out, but because they don't know all the details of it, they end up giving you a bunch of stuff that's not necessarily true or that leads you astray, right? And so you have to be very, very careful what you listen to and what you take as reality, right? You know? What do you think?
Can we do one experiment? See, when you're talking about the highways, I thought about the sea. So when the ship is disappearing, people are saying it's going beyond the curvature. So when the P900 zooms in, we can see the ship. Okay, that is clear.
Right.
But what happens? I haven't seen any video that the ship is going ahead with the P900 fixed on it. What happens? Is that a vanishing point? And second part, can we do one experiment? We will let the ship go straight into the sea and we'll increase the altitude of the camera. Can we do that? What will happen, you think?
I don't know, but I can show you on a flat, like a coffee table. I don't know where you live, but We have tables that sit in front of the couch, you know, where you sit to watch TV or whatever. They have tables and they're flat and they're about 6 foot long, maybe 3 or 4 feet wide. It's
Yeah,
just a
but
flat table that you
that
put
will be
drinks
a
on.
school project kind of thing. It is not very difficult to get a speedboat.
I know, but what I'm saying is if you can see something disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface like a counter that's only 6 feet long, then you can kind of understand why we don't take that as evidence when you see a ship disappear over a great distance, right? Because we understand that's just perspective.
Yeah. Then
And
why there's
also,
no
if you
video?
think about this, if you were to move like 20 miles away from where you were at out into the ocean and look at it from another angle, where the ship was actually going from the coast from your left and it was moving out into the ocean to your right, you would notice that it stays flat the whole way. And that would be, then you'd be able to prove that it's not going over curve, correct? So it's not really difficult to do an experiment to find the answer to this. It's just a
But
matter of
I
you
haven't
actually
seen any
wanting to
video.
go out there and do it.
Yeah. Have you seen the video that the ship is disappearing at the vanishing point? They only show the ship is coming in the zoom in the cameras. This right? They are not showing the end point of the vanishing point of the
Right.
ship. Why no
Yeah, I
one
know.
shoot it?
I don't know. Maybe because it just turns out when you put it together into a video, it doesn't, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's something about that. I don't know.
That's a simple,
It's a good question.
thing to shoot.
But
So
there's just
that's
too
why
many
we think there's a
reasons.
half truth. Yeah. That's why
But
we
none of the
think.
stuff that none of the stuff that Professor Dave brought up was actually evidence for anything, because he just kept repeating the same things over and over, didn't he? I don't know if you were listening to the whole thing, but I hadn't heard it all yet. I hadn't heard the whole thing. So the parts that I heard, I thought that was pretty profound. Because I thought it was really bad that Professor Dave interrupted he kept interrupting everybody. Through the whole thing, he just kept on talk, and I thought it was a show about Professor Dave just talking about the other guy. I didn't even know, it didn't even sound like a debate after the first 5 minutes anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were supposed to do 3-minute intervals, and they didn't do that at first. Professor Dave just started going, well, I already know what you're going to bring to the table, so I'm just going to start dissing it now. It's like, wow, really? What an attitude. I don't know, it makes me wonder, if you're on that side, if you're on Professor Dave's side, right, and you're seeing the world as a ball, right, and you see someone acting like he was acting, and just kind of dodging every argument and using logical fallacies in and out and coming out of his ass, you know what I'm saying? That's the stuff that irritates me. How can you stand on that side of it and say, oh, this guy is he's a crusader for the ball earth? No, he's not. He's a liar. You know what I'm saying? He just lies. He gets paid to lie, obviously. I don't even know if he's a professor. I don't really care, because to me, a degree doesn't mean squat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can memorize shit. So can I. I can read a book. I can read a college book, and I can memorize what's in there. That doesn't make me any smarter than anybody, does it? Not necessarily, right? And that's what they really teach you when you go to college, right? They don't teach you to think for yourself. They teach you how to think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way I look at it is, me not having a degree makes me smarter than most people. I'm not saying I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying, to me, in my eyes, I feel like I'm smarter because I don't have all that bias. I don't have all that horse crap that someone forced me to memorize and believe and try to make sense of, and then now having to go through there and fix all that. But I do have a lot of brainwashing left over from, the world's been telling me the world's a ball for years. I've known it's flat since I was 8, but for some reason I could never prove it. Never thought there was any evidence for it. I thought they did, they hit it really well. And then when I heard, a few years ago, I heard about all this flat earth thing and this movement, I was like, well, I got to get involved, right? I was in here immediately, got online and started watching videos and, saw a bunch of stuff, ODD and all these other people, making videos, and I was blown away. I was like, wow, there's actually evidence? No way. And then when I realized how obvious it really was, that there really just wasn't any evidence for the other side. There just wasn't. And any argument there was, it was just an argument. It wasn't actually evidence. I watched the first probably 30 videos that come up when you type in flat earth, just flat earth theory or whatever. The first 20, 30 videos there's nothing in them. There's not one shred of evidence in none of them. And that told me something. Because when I watch flat earth videos, at least they had some evidence. Maybe not always. Sometimes they were just talking about somebody else's evidence. But I saw that they were actually giving me information that when I looked it up, it actually came out. It said what they said it did. And I thought, well, that's weird. Why are these people that supposedly are stupid, right? You know what I'm saying? It just didn't make sense to me. So, I mean, I did. And of course, I just wanted to see what all the evidence was. So when I came in here, I just wanted to learn, right? It's like most people. I was just like, well, I just want to see what all the angles are and what everybody thinks, because I didn't know there was, a group of people this big that were actually talking about this. Had no clue. So I was a little surprised when I found out that there was, like a movement. I was like, great, awesome. Where do I sign up? And then when I saw the Flat Earth Society and all that, I was like, oh God, really? That's not it, obviously. But it never occurred to me that it was, Go ahead.
Yeah. Don't we think that how can, on all this ODT TV, Dave, Eric Dubé, why don't they come together and make a big movement so everyone can understand about the encyclopedia?
Because that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Because everybody's different. Everybody believes things differently. Everybody experiences things differently. And there's always going to be clash. And a lot of these people, the only reason why they're in the position they are is because they have huge egos already, right? And somehow their egos, and their popularity has gotten them to the point where they could put stuff out, and people listen to them. I give them credit for that, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that by itself isn't enough. You have to actually know that you have to actually be aware of the truth and be only seeking one thing, and that's the truth. It can't be about your ego, and it can't be about whatever. It has to be about the pure thing that you're looking for. Otherwise, you're just putting on a show, like you're just putting out TV, right? It's entertainment. It's not flat Earth, right? Or it's not what you would identify as flat Earth, right? Mm-hmm. For me, flat Earth is just two words that fit together that explain like what I've seen, and that's the way I look at it. We live on a plane. The water's flat. It lays flat, and with the exception of waves and wind and whatever making it rise slightly, it still doesn't rise anywhere above where your eyes are, no matter how high you rise. And I've been in airplanes, I've been in hot air balloons, I've been in all kinds of flying things, and I'm telling you, it's always flat, no matter which way you look. And that's not possible on a ball. It's not. I've been up high. I've been 40,000 to 60,000 feet. I'm telling you, there's no curve, not left to right, not front to back. It's just, it's still, the horizon keeps rising and rising. So obviously what you're seeing as a horizon doesn't really exist. It's just your perspective of it. And so it's really meaningless when it comes to like knowing how big and how far and what shape anything is. Obviously the dirt sticks up above the water, right? So it's a three-dimensional plane, but overall it's flat. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the horizon rising in the distance. You get it? And we know this because of the way light bounces and because of the way optics work and the way painters work. I mean, there's all of these things that prove that beyond the shadow of a doubt. But yet we have these few people that throw out these stupid statements that claim the Earth's a ball, even though scientists really aren't saying that. They're not. They'll agree with you when you ask them, well, how did this planet form? But they're only responding to a theory based on what they think how it worked, right? They're not telling you what they know for sure because nobody does. So it's really kind of silly when you think about that we fight about it, really. But that also shows how profound that question really is. Right? What is the shape of the Earth? And it's funny how even though our eyes and our physical bodies only see a flat, stationary place, we're being told all this stuff, and it's not even from a lot of people. It's just a small group of media and stuff that put this out, that put the globe on everything, that talk about global this and global that. Nobody talks about that kind of thing unless they're in a business where they were taught to say things. Little kids don't go around talking about global and the Earth being a ball. No, they're worried about playing and having fun and making friends. They don't give a crap about the shape of the Earth, right? It's not until you get older that you start wondering about that. But still, we force it on our kids, right? We make them learn that, oh, well, the Earth's a ball and that we're all spinning around this giant gas ball, that even though there's no air in space and there's no air to burn or oxygen, somehow it keeps burning and keeps putting off this infinite light that never changes or never blinks or gets darkened or anything. It's always the same brightness all the time, but yet they claim that there's all this flaming fireballs jumping off the surface of it. It's a bunch of horse crap, dude. There's no evidence for it, and there's no truth to it at all. It's literally just a theory. It's a theory based on some magical waves that you can't see, and they claim they can, and they can measure them, and they can tell what color everything is, and because it's this color and that color, then it must be made out of this and that. That's a bunch of crap. That's like saying a black person is made out of different kind of skin than white people are. Give me a break, dude. So you're saying that if you look at a guy through a telescope, that's 5,000 miles away, that if he was black, he would put out a different. Come on, man, that's stupid, right? But see, we accept these things We accept these ridiculous arguments as proof of something when in reality it has nothing to do with reality or proof. It's just an argument that makes sense to an uneducated and an unlearned mind, an unexperienced mind, right? Because it just sounds like it would make sense. But that doesn't mean it means anything, right?
Yeah.
You
Someone
see my
has
point?
put
It's
the
like,
video in the chat. What I was asking about the curvature, and that looking so awesome. That ship is literally disappearing in front of our eyes. I can't believe my eyes. I have to. Oh
right,
wow.
but like I said, you can see that
Yeah, yeah. I'm
same
focusing
thing
on what
on
you're
a
saying.
flat surface on your counter. Just look on your countertop. Put your eye down to the level to where the surface of the countertop disappears, and all you see is the wall behind it. And then take like a penny or take something and roll it away from your eye. And watch it disappear from the ground up. So once you do that and you see that with your own eyes, you're going to realize, okay, so that explains. Okay, so if I can see this on a table that's 6 feet long and I can see that it's flat and I can put a measuring tape on it and I can put a level on it and I can see that it's level and flat, but yet I'm seeing a car disappear because of my perspective down low to the ground, right? What does that prove? It proves that whatever you're seeing is just an anomaly and it's nothing to really worry about, right? It's not evidence for anything. It just happens to be an anomalous thing. So what? That doesn't mean that it proves that the shape of the Earth is different, right? It doesn't. Got me? So when you look at it that way, there really is no argument. That's why I get frustrated with people. It's like, dude, come on, man. Think about what there is here. Like all the evidence that they bring is all have to do with theological science. And theological science means it's theory. There is no proof of it. It's based on supposed factual things, but when you really look at it closely, you realize they don't have any clue. They're making it up as they go, just like everybody else. Just because you believe it doesn't mean that I have to, right?
I think. Yeah. Thanks for explaining all this, but I think we should go one question at a time, and the answer can be like 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. Because if you keep telling the big answer, you'll run out of energy, right?
Yeah.
And there is the attention span of any person. It's
Thanks for
not
your
about,
concern, but I'll be fine.
yeah. So
Well, I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying because I know there's a language barrier and sometimes people
No, I understand.
don't understand
But
big words.
yesterday there was a guy and having a big base. So, and English is our third language. First is our
Yeah, I understand.
regional.
That's why I was
Then
going to say is
national.
I understand that.
Yeah. But I think my English is not that bad. You can.
No, you speak very good English. That you could have fooled me. I just thought maybe you just had the accent. Maybe I don't know. You sound like you speak very fine to me. But yeah, I can imagine if I didn't Okay, I got one answer then.
So that will be great because it's not only about language. Yeah.
Wait, one person at a time.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are your questions?
It was about the volcano smoke, but I think I got the answer. That they cannot prove the gravity and all. Big Bang cannot create a planet like that. So I got the answer. I have some new answers.
If you wanted me to go further, I mean, if you wanted me to be specific about something in general, just you DM me and I'll try to answer it the best way I can. Yeah. Or you can ask other people. There's other people in here that might be able to answer that question better than I just did. But I don't know. Remember, this is just my opinion. I don't necessarily know the truth and the proof of everything. I just know what I have seen, and I got to base what I know, what I understand, and what I believe in based on what I've seen, right? Not just on what I can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important to remember.
I do have one thing, though, I can add. It kind of goes off of the video we watched of Dave and the other Dave fighting. The stars have never changed in thousands of years. And it's been documented over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yep.
They've never deviated. They've never expanded. They've never changed rotation. We should see different stars every single day.
Yeah, I agree.
So
The
when
wheel is
anyone
spinning
looks up
and
at the
moving backwards.
stars, that is proof of a stationary Earth. Because thousands of years have gone by and still no change at all.
Well, you're only off by an
I,
order of magnitude. It's tens of thousands of years, according
Yeah, I know.
to the BBC.
Thousands of
Oldest known
years
star chart.
seems, lifetime to some people.
mhm.
So it's 32,500 years old. The oldest known star chart.
Anybody else got a question or something to ask about or talk about? I'm game for whatever.
I think most of us have seen all the images. It will be better if we put the text in the chat. But I need a full library of the images, all images at one place. So if I make that PPT or PDF and show it to my friends, they have to believe. They have to believe. No need
What
to
I would
talk.
suggest, what I would
Yeah.
suggest for you though, is that you memorize all this stuff before you decide to go do that, and that you're comfortable talking about it, and that you don't have to reference anything. Because I mean, honestly, I'll tell you honestly, I write stuff down so that I'll remember it. Because usually if you write something out on a piece of paper, usually you're gonna remember writing it, or at least some form of it. So I'll write it down, but I don't look through notes when I'm answering a question. I generally, if I don't know anything about it, or if I can't remember, I'll just pass it on to someone else, or I'll just say, well, whatever, or I'll basically say I don't know. Because if I don't know, I mean, I don't know. I try not to go and look up things, because if I do that, then I'm not really referencing my experience. I'm referencing what somebody told me, right? So I don't know. For me, it's kind of ungenuine unless you know the information. If you have to go and keep looking back, it kind of shows that you really don't know what you're talking about. Not saying that that's true, because obviously, you're looking into it, but I'm saying that can end up defeating you and making it can end up being a negative thing to you and make you not want to go share. Whereas if you wait until you know the material better and you really understand it and you really believe it and you really know it, right? You understand it. You don't just think, or you're not just taking our words for it. Once you've done that research, then when you go and you share, you're just giving your experience and what you've witnessed, right? You're not talking about some research that someone else did. You're talking about your personal research. And that's where I try to stick to when I'm sharing, or when somebody's asking me questions. I try to answer the question based on what my experience is. And I always try to explain that that's what I'm giving you. I'm not telling you that I'm always right. And sometimes I might be wrong, because I get fooled just like everybody else. But on the norm, I mean, you want to know why I believe the Earth's flat is because it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the dirt sticks up above the water, but it's a flat plane, right? I mean, it's really easy to understand. And that's the only thing I'm defending, is just that's not a crazy idea. And when I was trying to teach my family and try to share it with them, all they did was push me away more, and it just made it more difficult for me, because I was already going through, basically separation anxiety from all the crap that was being told to me, and I started to realize how fake it was and how it wasn't true, and it was plaguing me more. And then having my family reject me, that just made it worse. You know what I'm saying? So it might be better if you wait till you get a little more experience and you're really convinced of one way or the other before you start trying to share and tell people about it, because they're going to get confused, and then they're going to think that you're just saying this because of some dumb reason, or you're just crazy or whatever. They don't want to think that it's a normal thing to do. So it ends up it ends up hurting you. I'm just saying, be prepared for that. Sorry if that sounds silly.
Can the military lasers measure the length, or if they are going so far, then it's a good evidence, right? That it's not touching the water. If we try to measure it over the sea, how far it can go? Have any idea about the military?
Well, I mean, well, when it comes down to that, where you're asking like, why can't we see further, or like how far? What's the maximum we can see? Well, it depends on how bright it is out.
No, I'm not saying. I know we can't see because of the atmosphere. The question was the military lasers. They have some kind of tools to, I don't know, to check where the enemy.
Yes.
So if we use that
infrared
and prove that it is going miles and miles, thousands of miles ahead, then it will be proven that it is not curved, right?
Right. I think that most of the rockets work on trilateration, which is actually a ground-based. It's a line of sight, even though you wouldn't think that would be true because some of the distances are incredible. They're actually pointing in the direction, and they know how far the explosive or whatever is going to go. And so based on that distance, they kind of work it out, and eventually they come up with a mathematical formula that gets them in the right range, and then it's valuable enough for them to use it as a weapon, right? But that doesn't mean that it actually heat seeks and that the laser is traveling over a flat surface and hitting something. It's usually how it works is it'll get to the immediate area, and then there'll be a person there that's painting a target onto it, and then the rocket will then change over from like getting to the area and then to actually following the laser, and then that's when it follows and detonates at it. I think that's how it works. So it's a cross between using, radio waves that travel in infrared light that you can't, that see through clouds, right? There's different kinds of light that basically penetrate the clouds. So they use that kind of a light, which is what they call radar. Basically, it's what it is. It's light that's basically filtered, right? And then they use that filtered light to bounce from one place to another in waveforms, and those waveforms are read as blips or ones and zeros or whatever, and they end up transferring data that way, right? However that works, or if it's like a radio and you can hear voice over it. There's different ways to do it, but it's all based on ground stuff. It's not based on satellites. I don't know why they say that, why they put that out into the media, that satellites are and satellite phones and all that, but I can tell you honestly, after talking to a couple people that work in that field, they said it's either triangulation or it's trilateration, and neither one of them are based on satellites. They don't use satellites, and if you ask someone that works for the company, they'll tell you that they don't use satellites. It's just called a satellite phone because it works in places where GPS and things don't normally work, because it's a different kind of, I think the way it was explained to me is it's a different kind of radio wave, and it's more expensive and it's more harmful, so they're not allowed to use it, and blah, 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 you know how it goes. It's all hush, hush, whatever. But who knows? So there's explanations for things, but you have to be willing to accept. You have to be willing to accept something that doesn't necessarily fit with what you've been told, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like when your friend tells you he saw a ghost, right? You might believe that he really saw something that scared him, but are you really going to take his word for it and think that he really saw a dead person's ghost following him around? No, I don't think. I'm not going to believe that because I've never seen one. I've seen things that scared me, and don't get me wrong, but I've never actually seen a dead person appear to me. Never happened. And I don't think anybody else has either. I think they were either dreaming it or they're imagining it. I don't know what. There's probably a lot of explanations.
There must be because the voodoo black magic exists, right? They do some kind of bad
Well, I don't know. I don't know because, honestly, I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you have to, I don't know. I haven't never tested, but I've never seen it with my own eyes, so I really honestly can't tell you. Maybe there's something to black magic. I don't know. I really don't.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Movies would tell you that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so when I was coming of age around 2001, I had an old sideband radio. And what that means, instead of having the 40 channels on a CB radio, I could flip a few switches and go to higher and lower, right? So these sideband radios, what it allowed me to do, it allowed me to communicate with people as far as Georgia and Arizona on my steel whip. And I don't even think that I properly installed my 9-foot steel lip in my pickup truck because I don't think I put plastic washers down. So with an improperly installed antenna, even though I did tune my SWRPs or what SWRs or something like that, I did calibrate that. With, just running off of a car battery, I was able to talk to people from Georgia. Now, Georgia is way the fuck over there, away from East Texas, and Arizona is way the fuck over there. But that was about as far as I could talk to someone. Now, people from New York and California, they could hear me, but they couldn't quite make it out. So I couldn't talk to them, but I could hear them very well. So if you think about how technology is exponentially, just going like rapid, I think it would be very possible to use some of that same old technology, put it in a phone and then call it a satellite phone, right? Just like we call the satellite TV, even though, the satellite
It uses the
is
same.
not really.
You're pointing at the same power line. It's basically a pole out in the middle of it.
So yeah, I think back to that. Think back to my childhood.
If you don't believe us, call DirecTV and ask for a technician and ask them to explain to you how they actually bounce the signal. They'll explain it to you. You point it at the east. Everybody points their dish at the east. That means it's not a satellite, dude.
Who are you guys talking to?
Whoever's listening.
Each other, obviously. Oh, there was a guy in here. I don't know if he took off or not, but there was somebody in here talking, asking questions. And
You're talking about me?
Yeah, still not sure about Flat Earth.
Actually, it is a dialogue of Robert Dinner, right? You're talking about me? No, he said something else. I think it's kind of similar.
yeah, they were asking who we were talking to. We were talking to you. That's it. That's who we were talking to.
Yeah.
But you we got quiet, and so I guess they thought maybe you left or something.
No, the radio guy was talking. That's why I stopped.
What is your name? Is your name that long name? Still not sure about the flat?
Yeah.
No, somebody made it that. I don't know why they did that. His name is Satya, I think.
Satyajit. And my name has a good meaning, It means that victory, the truth always wins. Victory of the truth.
I like it. All right, so I'm going to put you back to that. I don't know who changed your name, but I just like to keep people's names the same so that we know who they are.
No, I will not change now. This will be the same. I will never change this because, I'm not 100% sure, so I have put this. I will never change this.
That's sure. I mean, yeah, you can not be sure about it, but you don't have to have that name. It's like, it's. I don't care. It's up to you, man. You can leave it there.
Yeah, you'll definitely get attention if you leave your name.
That's what I'm saying.
You'll definitely get attention. You were just asking for trouble. That's why I was telling him. I was telling him about this before too, because I checked him in.
Yeah, this just gonna bring negativity.
No, not negative. Actually, someone told me that we never should say that Earth is flat, and we know that because we don't know the shape. It can be square, it can be rectangle. So those people are the one who are so sure about the round globe.
No,
we should be always looking for the globe.
Yeah, the understanding that the shape of the Earth is not in question here. We're not talking about a geometric shape, because nobody has any information on that. What we do know is that from what we can know from our reality in which everybody can exist in here, it's flat. So things that we can know, what we observe and what we can measure, it's flat. Now, whether or not overall it's a particular shape, that's not anywhere discovered. So nobody can actually say that and then go off of like, well, I think it could be, because that's not how it works. You either know or you don't know. It's that simple. But flat is not a shape, so it's not a claim to a geometric shape. It's a description of the surface.
Right.
And by flat, we don't mean flat as a 2D, like a paper or something. We're talking about a plane, the plane of existence in which all of us are on right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah. So you're not of the mind that the Earth is of any particular shape. Then is that correct?
Yeah, I don't mind anything. I just want to know why the mass people are not understanding this and why it's not coming in the big media. I know they don't want us to, but someone has to, right?
Yeah, that's the reason. The other reason I wanted to change your name so I can actually call you by that name instead of saying "Hey, you" or "Guy" or
I'll do
whatever.
it right now. I'll put my real name. Okay, just give me 1 second.
I don't know if you can. I think whoever did you change your name, because if it was one of us put in a nickname, then yeah, we'd have to do it.
No. I can. I forgot where to go because it's been 1 day I'm using this Discord app. It is very difficult to use. I really like Telegram. It is super easy.
Yeah, I know. It's more. It's a bit more cumbersome than Telegram. I agree, but it's more organized in the sense of like you can have more moderated structure here than Telegram.
Like what?
Okay, so you can have categories on the right hand side where you can have like moderators, admins, and whatever you decide to call them, and you can separate them in categories. You can have distinctive roles for people, different rooms, all in one central location. So it doesn't, like Telegram, you'd have to have another server. You have to create another server to hold the people. But here you can have different rooms. So it's.
But no one is talking in that room,
What room?
The other rooms.
Yeah. No. I'm just stating the fact that the reason why it's different than Telegram is you can actually do a bit more than you could in like the difference, right, between Telegram and Discord. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But that is very easy. Anyone can, and we want community to grow. So in this kind of so much complicated app, very few people will visit. So there is no good Telegram group I have ever seen. There is the Flat Earth having 1,800 people, but the banana shape society comes there.
Well, there's many more. I mean, everybody's just. It seems like it's not a very good topic that people welcome. So this is the real.
We can ban them. We can ban them right there, but no, we can ban those kind of people. But there is no good admin there. So I request you to please make a Telegram group. So we'll keep those
I know.
people.
That seems to be one of the things that we would expand to, but I don't know. Like it's not. I don't have that. I don't have that ability from my end. I'm just a moderator. It'd have to be an admin, I guess, to make that decision if they want to go to Telegram. But yeah,
everyone will like to go. I mean, the new people will come there, and we can take these new people to come to here. So it will be kind of invitation place.
We got to get some freaking TikTokers in here, man. I've seen a bunch of Glober TikTokers that put a bunch of videos, propaganda stuff. I need to get them in here.
No, we'll verify first, like you guys verified me. And then we'll get them into this and into the Telegram.
Do you know groups of people that would want to come in here?
No, we'll put links on Facebook, no? So we can grab people from all over the world.
I think there's a QR code even you can get from this group. You can just click on the.
Difficult. Yeah, then we need another mobile or to upload. But the link is best, the fastest way. Just click, you go to Telegram. Now, most of the people got Telegram because it's so bigger than WhatsApp. From there, we can call people here. But that will be so easy. And there I want to create a group where we can pin those messages. You know how to pin, right? So there we'll put the main content in chronological way. So once any global comes into that group, he just have to click on pins, and on each message he will understand step by step. That doesn't happen here, right?
It does. You can pin stuff there, but it's a bit. It's different than Telegram. But yeah, you can do some of the similar things you can do, but it's a bit more robust, I should say, as far as the program goes. So you're able to do a bit more when it comes to like customization. So yeah, you can customize a little bit better than you can with Telegram, which is it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. I'm so disappointed, that why all those people are not coming together. I got the answer that they have ego. Then what is the difference between those and us? We have to be the understanding people. We should not have ego to come together. Otherwise, there's no gain, or it will go on in vain if all those guys don't come together, like Dave, Eric Dubé, and ODD TV.
Yeah, there's the information is out there, but I think the majority of the people in here, they understand one thing. It's not about strong arming somebody to know something or for the popularity or fame or any of those other things or to get more views. I think the thing that they're interested in here is to challenge every mind that comes here. So the challenge is of utmost importance. So if you feel like it is all about like a knockdown debate style, where you bring your evidence, I bring mine, that's not going to work. But if you're not challenging yourself into the question of the shape of the earth, then it's of no benefit to you. There's might as well just go back and believe the globe and maybe play Minecraft or whatever, because this isn't going to benefit you. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody that comes in here that feels like they just want to believe the earth is a globe and don't move from their standpoint and challenge themselves at least, then it becomes redundant for them to be here and not participate. And you know what I mean? Like there's no sense to it.
Yeah.
We have trouble with that. People will debate that point, yet when we ask them if there's any evidence, there is no evidence, none whatsoever. The thing that they'll ask us is usually the case is, well, what do you accept as evidence? And that's not up to a single person to say that, because it's self-evident. It's self-evident that the earth is not a globe. Self-evident. Doesn't take a genius to know that, right? But the thing is also, it has to be weighed and it has to be measured. So the information that you have gathered by making your observations that the earth is whatever it is observed to be, then has to be weighed and measured. So you're going to have to measure the information to see if it's correct or not. And therefore drawing a conclusion from that it is whatever it's stated to be, because you've tested it, you've verified it, you falsified the information, and you're able to complete that and repeat it and then hand it over to somebody else who can do the very same thing. So that's important, right? So it's not just observation, because that's only the first step. Then you got to measure it, because you have an idea that you say the earth is a globe, I say it's flat, and you say I send up one of those, those balloons with the cameras at the bottom of it. You send your balloon up, I send mine. I have a rectilinear lens. I'll say, well, mine shows like it's a flat horizon. Yours says it's got a curved horizon.
No,
what I mean?
There is a way. Yeah, we can falsify NASA's all the presentations. If we find the mistakes of what they're doing, like there are some videos, if we edit them together, then the globals will understand that NASA is not taking photos of the planet.
Yeah, that's. However, you can find certain anomalies in videos, and that's okay. But it's not. It's debating a point that it's going to become where you are challenging the validity of that particular organization, and at which point somebody who's how can I say, studies a bit of like how to do things on film or something will start to tell you, well, this can be done this with this camera trick or whatever, just make anything up and then insert that idea, and then you're just like arguing with them about how something can or cannot be real because it's been filmed or whatever type of camera they're using or the lighting they're using. It'll just get lost in this, I call it, into the weeds because those conversations aren't fruitful. They're just basically, you have a logically consistent point. They think they have a logically consistent point, and you're just arguing these 2 points that they're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
You're really not. It's not going to be fruitful. If you talk about NASA and you say that they're not a legitimate organization, they're going to have 1,000 reasons why they are. And at that point, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to be blue in the face trying to tell them that, well, look, there's bubbles in space. Well, look, there's ISS is not even like legitimate. All these, you can do whatever you want. It's really just for them. Another thing that they're just going to yawn and go, okay, whatever, but astronauts are going to space. So, you know what I mean? They'll just hand wave dismiss the logically consistent argument. And this happens all the time. I bear witness to it happening all the time to people in here. They try their best. You know, of course, they've said everything correctly. It's not the fact that the person didn't understand. It's the fact that they reject what they're saying. As in, doesn't hold any validity. So, in no way, shape, or form can you point at an organization and then start whatever, NASA or some government agency. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. You point to that thing and say, like, they're doing this and they're doing that. The people who support those agencies will come back around and give you a answer to circumvent the argument that you have, and then at which point you guys would just be, it'll become nonsense at that point. So it's, you got to understand that this conversation has been going on for quite some time. So the Flat Earth movement has been actively pursuing truth for at least about 7 years, like since the time the movement began, all the way up until today. But because I've been partial to a lot of conversations, I know how they end up. They're usually, it's almost as if the particular reactions that people have to the notion has very, very scripted responses. So everything that we talk about, I could just tell you that the Earth is not a globe, and I already know there's maybe several ways you're going to address the situation that I've just told you. You're either going to have a very visceral reaction to what I just said and probably call me a knucklehead or some other such thing like that. You know what I mean? So it all depends, dude. Like, just got to know your audience. We have Fountains of Youth that's just joined us. Fountains of Youth, welcome to the chat.
Hi, thank you.
How's it going, man?
It's pretty good.
So what brings you to the chat, buddy?
I like to talk about the Earth.
Awesome. So do I. We're always discussing the shape of the Earth here because it seems people have an understanding that the Earth is of a globe shape. So, is there any evidence that could support the case for the Earth being of a globe spherical shape that you know of?
I've never witnessed Earth in the shape of a globe in nature.
Okay. But do you believe it to be a globe? Or is it just... I don't know what side
I know it's not a globe.
Oh, so you know it's not a globe. Okay. Yeah, that's great. How long have you been looking into this, and have you come to that conclusion? Has it been a while?
I got on Discord back in May of 2015.
Oh, dude, you were in the beginning of the movement then. What's
I was on MK Ultra and Ice Wall.
Oh, I see. You were on the other server. Okay. Well, you guys remade that Ice Wall server like about 1,000 times. They shut you guys down like many, many times. They shut us down like what, twice? I think one time we got hijacked. Agents, man, I tell you, they're all over the place. Anyways, yeah, man, Fountains, welcome to the chat, bro. See what we got. Anybody else name that I didn't call on? How about Buster? Who's Buster? Do we know who Buster is, Larry?
Just listening in.
Oh, you're just listening in?
Yeah, that's cool.
What brings you to this chat, bud?
Of all of the servers I had, there's not much going on, and people were talking, so I came to listen.
Well, it's kind of boring listening, dude. Jump in the conversation. Let's have a chat. Trying to see if I can stimulate anybody for a conversation. It seems to me that that's how we exercise critical thinking, when we can challenge previous notions that we thought about, maybe, or if they can withstand, the truth that we can pit them against. But I don't know how you feel about that, which is, it's up to you. You don't have to chat. Just.
Oh no, I think conversating's good. It is what. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, man. I was just gonna say, what side of the fence are you on? Do you believe that the camp of the Earth is not a globe, or do you believe the Earth is a globe, and there's plenty of evidence for it to be a globe?
No, man. I love reality. I just don't think it shows. I just don't think you can show curvature.
Okay, so you're of the mind that it's not a globe either.
Yeah. That can't be. It's impossible.
Impossible, yeah. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. We're all about that here, so yeah, welcome. I've seen you around, but I just noticed you right now that you were kind of hanging around chat, so.
Yeah, just not a lot going on anywhere else. So I just thought I'd stop in here and see what was going on. Tried to have a discussion earlier about water level, but it didn't go over so well. So
why did it fall apart? Who were you talking to? Just other mods, other people.
I was in a different server, and guy had a test. But he was talking about a test sighting down lines and looking over something. I just don't like the looking down.
Was he using a theodolite or a total station? What was he?
No, he actually wasn't using any of that stuff. He was just talking about setting lines on posts and then looking down them. And when I tried to bring up like a water level. And
lines on posts. Who was? Were you arguing? Was this discussion happening between two flat earthers or globe and flat? Like, what?
Funny enough, this guy supposedly was I think it was a flat earther. I don't know.
It happens, dude. Not everybody agrees with every single point that we say in here. Like, there's varies of different ideas people come up with here.
Just never been a big fan of the optical stuff.
As an optical phenomena, or?
No, just like, I know everything's optical. I know you got to see. But as far as like long distance observations and stuff like that, I've just never been a big fan of it.
Why aren't you a fan of that? What makes it difficult for you to use that in your arguments or your conversation?
Too many variables.
Could you mention a few of them? Like why you feel it doesn't hold up to a standard we would use?
I did like everybody else did. I bought the cameras.
Okay.
Yeah, and so when you're when you're looking just with your naked eye, you can only see so far. And when you use a lens to enhance that, it's just going to enhance whatever things are happening as far as like the atmos, the air in between you and whatever you're viewing. So whatever's happening between you, the viewer, and that distance you can see, when you take a lens to amplify it, it just amplifies the problems for me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Because between you and the object or the thing that you're trying to look at, there's going to be a distortion in the air between you and the thing. So,
well, yeah.
And it also depends on the ambient air temperature and so on and so forth. Conditions of that. But using the understanding that we can see, I think the whole point is long distance observations would provide us information as far as like line of sight would dictate that if there's something in front of us at a particular distance and it's able to be viewed, then it's either one of two things. We can see it because there is no curvature, or we can't see it because there is curvature. So if the case is that we can see it, then if we figure out the math between the distance between where we are at and where it is at, then we can figure out a distance measured, right? So that's what that tells us. That information tells us if it can be seen, then of course line of sight is what reality and how it's perceived. But if it's not, then we're going to have to figure out why it's not able to be seen, because if we measure and there is no way that we can see the thing that we're looking at, I don't know what we're using here in reference, but you can insert anything. And then the thing that we can't see is going to be hidden behind curvature or not. And that can be figured and measured. If there is curvature, then we have to insert the maths that would follow the claim. So the claim is what we're adhering to, not anybody else's wonky cosmology as to what they think the Earth is, because that's foolishness. That somebody would say, well, the Earth is bigger. We're not listening to your ideas and thoughts and feelings of what you think the Earth is. It's either going to be what the claim is or not.
Well, that's
simple as that.
No, I get what you're saying. Totally get it. It's just the fact that like I've had the camera and I've seen it both ways. Like I've seen it.
Well, yeah.
Air quotes. I'm going to use air quotes. You can see too far, and then I've seen it where things are obstructing, and to try to explain either or, like for me, like I don't dog on anybody that gets into the optics. That's fine. No.
Yeah, but can you see what I was? Can you see what I was saying though, Buster? With the reason why it's important, because if you, let's say, I'll use your example. You can see it, and then you can't see it, right? Let's leave it at that. If we say that, then it's automatically destroying one paradigm. Which paradigm do you think it's destroying? And I'll tell you. It's simple, right? It's the globe. It destroys the globe paradigm because if you have a physical horizon or the leading edge of the sphere from the point where you're making your observation to the point where the horizon is, then that place is physical. It's geometric. It's the location of where boats disappear because they're going behind this curvature. And so therefore, it would follow that the distance measured between you where you're at and where that is at is the actual location of where the hump of Earth curvature is. Now, if you can see things and then you can't see things, that's an issue for the globe, not for flat. Flat doesn't have an issue with it being seen one day and then not seen the next day. That doesn't interfere with what we're saying, because it doesn't turn into a globe and then turn flat land. Like that doesn't work. So it's either going to be something physical or not physical. You understand? So when it is physical, it's the globe for sure, because that means that it doesn't matter what time of day it is. You're never going to see past a hill. You're never gonna, like, if there's a hill between you and your friend who's on the other side of the hill, there's never gonna be one day that you're gonna see on the other side of the hill, because it's physical. It's a physical mound of dirt that's between you and your friend. The same goes for, like, if you're in water, the physical mound of water, like, that's between you and your friend. So if it's physical, then it's the globe. But if it's not physical, like you just mentioned, you can see it one day, you can't see it the next, then it's flat. Because if it was a physical thing, then you'd automatically say it's globe. But it's not that way. So you just confirmed with what you just said that it's not globe. Easily. It's simple. Just that easy.
That's cool. It's just why I'm not crazy about the optical stuff. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's fine. It's just the whole. We're just having a conversation. It's just the long distance observations, like to go that far around to simplify something. I just don't think it's possible to simplify something within the optics long distance.
No, I hear what you're saying about the optics part. It might be a little bit. It might take some studying into, like, how we view things through the air and what qualifies us to see something that distance and so on and so forth. But it's not an issue for flat. We can work that out, is what I'm saying. At some point, maybe you don't like that, but there's some people that really like to see things in the perspective of using optics, which is just fine. We can figure that out. But the thing is, when people are looking at it being the leading edge of a sphere, of a physical part of the earth that's blocking me from seeing my friend, then it becomes an issue for the globe that we can see past that. So it's not like, so optics, yeah, maybe not for you, Buster, but for other people, they're willing to actually invoke them, because it will be able to tell us things like, okay, so, and I'll give you one example that's probably easy to use. If you see something with the naked eye, there's only so much perspective in where the vanishing point of your eyesight will actually start to occur from just your vision, using just your eyes. In normal vision, you could probably see a certain distance, and then all of a sudden, the thing that you were looking at disappears. Like, you can't reconcile the image. You won't be able to bring it into your vision or into view. But when you use optics, it enhances that. So the thing that you couldn't see just a moment ago, when you pick optic up, you can actually see it, because it actually amplifies the sight that you could see. Like, it brings it in a little bit. So you're able to see the thing you couldn't see. So once again, that becomes a problem for the globe. But then again, it's like, it's interesting when you're actually doing that, because it's a case for us. So it is something that's interesting for people that use line of sight as a long distance measurement thing that we can actually pit against the claim. So not any one person that we're doing this to, it's the actual claim of the globe. So that's what we're doing. So it is important for people to actually use optics and stuff. It's not your cup of tea, that's just fine.
Oh yeah, dude. My hat's off to people that get into optics.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, because you can get into, like, it's a whole discussion really about lenses, and like it can get complicated really fast. I'm not saying it's too complicated. It's just, I mean, it's a little bit of knowledge you have to actually look into and start learning about lenses and sight distance, and different ambient air temperatures, how they affect the clarity of your vision, and there's a bit to know, right?
Oh, but there's a lot to know.
But I'm saying it's not too much that a person is just going to throw up their hands and be like, I'm just going to leave this to an expert. Like, I mean, if you're really diligent in researching this, you could find out. Anybody, I mean, for goodness sakes, we all have a library in our pocket, like all of us do. So it's like, I mean, how hard could it be? You could learn something for free, even. Like, it's just,
but you know as well as I do, like, you're in this argument, and if you don't have, like, all your
ducks in a row,
T's crossed and I's dotted, you're gonna get hammered.
You can. I'm not saying you can't. Like, if let's say you're ill-equipped to even have the discussion, I'd say don't have it.
Yeah.
If you feeling sure that you're gonna go into this like not well prepared and knowing what you're gonna talk about specifically when it comes to lenses, just don't have it. Like just be like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna use this, but but that doesn't negate the fact that things, you know what I mean? Like the reality of the situation always remains. So whether you know or you don't know that information is irrelevant to the case. The case would still stand that you can still see things at a far distance, or some days you can see things in a far distance, but it would have to either be a physical blocking of your vision that you can't see something. And then, of course, if that's the case, then you wouldn't be able to see it no matter what time of day it is, because it's an actual physical thing in front of you. Like, you're not going to be able to see behind the mountain. It's just a mountain there. Your friend on the other side will never appear. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll never be on the other side you can see him. Like, he's always going to remain on the other side. It's a physical thing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I say, like, so, yeah, I mean, they might get you on, like, well, you don't know your specifics when it comes to, like, optics and whatnot, but that's, I mean, they can have that. Who cares? Like, that's really it is important to know if you're going to be in this discussion, I know, but it's not so important that it's going to diminish the fact that what the claim is, right? So that's what we're doing. So it's always Flat Earth always has the upper hand at all times. There isn't a time that I think you should feel like you're overwhelmed or you're underprepared, or it's not even. It's simple, really, Buster, because you're really telling them, okay, you're saying that the Earth has curvature. Present your evidence. Demonstrate now. Measure the measurement of the Earth, having the curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, and a distance that we can measure from point A to point B, and we're able to see how this measurement happened, because we're going to be able to test, verify, falsify the information, and then present it to our friends who can do the very same thing. And once they come back with the results, we're going to talk to all of our friends who can peer review this information, and then we're going to say, you got something here, bud. You showed us something. It actually panned out that the measurement of the claim worked out, but that hasn't happened. So we're still back to this, where we're at here, just asking them to bring forward the evidence of the demonstration that the Earth has curvature. Always falls back to that. It will never get away from that point. Gravity is a non-issue. Coriolis is a non-issue. All these are derivative arguments that people have within the subtext of having to argue about a presupposition Earth being a globe, and it's not fruitful. So you always have the upper hand, Buster. At all times.
Yeah. Oh, no. I totally agree. It just was the optics thing is not my favorite bag to dip from. I just, like, I bought the camera and did a whole long distance observation. It did it for me in the beginning, but then it was like I needed something more, and then I got into the water. And that's what did it for me. The physics, how it works.
Yeah, it's real simple. I mean, it's not so simple that it just becomes super simple, but it is simple enough to where you can reduce it to something that's apparent and physical and observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. It's very, very apparent to everybody.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, you could just even take a look at how, if you hold like I'd say like a big glass of water, if you get like a clear glass, it's a very big glass of clear water, like you can see through the glass, and you can see the surface of the water in the glass. And as you manipulate the container in any direction, the surface of that water will always remain level to the ground that you're standing on. As in, it acts like a level. So it doesn't matter which way you manipulate the container, the surface of that water remains flat and level to the ground. So you can twist and turn the glass, but in every direction you turn it, the surface of that water remains flat and it remains level. That doesn't change. It doesn't matter which way you manipulate it, it'll always. And see, that's the greatest indication that water is flat and level, because it keeps its level. It doesn't. At no point does that water, when you're manipulating the container, does it ever start to bend or form like a curve. It doesn't do that. it stays flat and level in every which way you tilt that glass.
I'd step it up a notch and take a tube, have two ends.
Yeah, you could do it like really. I mean, you could expound on it so much that you can probably use a bigger container or whatever. But I'm saying, like, even in any scenario that you use this idea, it could show you that it doesn't matter what how big you scale up, that water in that container, and no matter which way you manipulate that container, it will always remain flat and level to the ground that you're standing on. And that right there, that's demonstratable. I mean, you can show people that, like, how can you not?
It doesn't really do it doesn't stay level to the ground because the water doesn't care what the ground's doing.
What do you mean it doesn't stay level because it doesn't care what the ground's doing? No, the surface of the water in the container that you're using, as you're tilting it in every direction, the surface of that water always remains flat to the ground that you're standing on. So it doesn't, at no time is that water going to start to bend in any way because you're changing the position of the cup.
Oh no, I was just talking about stepping it up a notch and using a tube. If you have two ends, those two ends don't care what the ground's doing beneath it.
You'd have to draw a diagram. I don't know what you mean by two ends.
Yeah, you got one
like
tube. One tube, two ends.
Like a U?
Yeah.
Look at 01 past the hour.
Doesn't care what the ground's doing.
Somebody put something in the live stream. Hang on, let me look. 01, you said? I gotta scroll back.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't care what the ground's doing beneath it.
Crap, I don't know.
It's perfect. Into the break.
Oh yeah. I see it now. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, of
water,
course.
Man. I love that. See, that right there is objective to me.
For sure.
Yeah. That's what I love.
And that's the truth. I mean, you can't argue with that. I mean, you can, of course, but
I don't know how you could argue with that.
Believe me, it has happened many times.
Oh, I've heard all the arguments against it, but I've used it practically myself.
Well, because you could demonstrate, I think, and that kind of just reaffirms that if you're going to come against it, then you have to actually demonstrate the version of what that looks like against that, or why it wouldn't work all the time.
I don't know how you would.
And we'd have to recreate, like, if I do it here in USA, you're doing it in Germany. That guy does it in Africa. This guy does it over here in the Netherlands. It doesn't matter where, but like, so
those horizontals would be parallel.
Yeah, and it stays at that test. Those guys doing that image, they're gonna, if you can do it wherever you are at and wherever I'm at, like, it's gonna remain this. If it's the same, and we wind up getting the same results, then what does that tell us? Like, that's leading us to a greater understanding of objective reality.
Yeah.
And we can't, at that point, I mean, it's not good. You can't argue with it. You can argue about anything, but you can't really have a case for it. You're not going to be able to stand. Because then if we ask, okay, so how do you say that what point that this doesn't happen always, like on Earth? That when we're actually demonstrating this, it's going to curve or bend or do something other than what we see it do naturally. So.
Yeah, right.
Do you think water takes the shape of its container?
I don't think I have to demonstrate it, and it does.
So if you took, by your own logic, if you took the same glass and you filled it up with earth, would the earth take the shape of the container?
Earth is rigid, wouldn't it be? Like, it would not be filling. It depends, like, what container you're filling in. If it's like a potting plant, or if it's like a a wavy jar, like it
Well, I'm
would
talking
fill.
about dry land, right? So Earth, dry land. If you go to the beach right now and you swim up to the coast and you take some sand and you put it into a glass, is it going to take the shape of the glass?
It should.
Okay, so that means Earth is not a solid, correct?
It's not a solid?
Well, by definition, it can't be a solid, correct?
I don't know what you mean. It's not a solid. I think it's very vague how you're stating that.
Well, I can give you the definition of a solid if you need.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring all the. I don't know what argument you're actually trying to construct here. Logic doesn't follow with what you're saying. But if you make your point, I think that would be better.
Yeah, no problem. So the definition of a solid would be under a moderate amount of stress. The compound or object in question would retain its size and shape.
Okay.
And so if you need an example, have you ever been to the beach? If so, you take a step in the sand conforms around your foot, the earth or the dry land changes shape, therefore it cannot be solid. Does that make sense?
We're talking about sand though.
Well, are you the dry land the earth or not?
Yeah, no, sand is part of the
yes
earth.
Or no?
It's a part of the earth. It's not so the whole.
It's either the earth or it's not.
No. Listen, we can't use sand as the standard because is the earth entirely made up of sand?
That's why I said dry land.
It's not just dry land. That's a very open statement to say that anything can be dry land.
Well, we can walk on dry land, right?
But what are the consistencies of dry land? Like, what is it made of? Like, is it just?
If I go into my backyard, I'd say about 200 miles inland from the coast. If I walk out in my backyard and I step into the soil, it also changes shape. So regardless if you're on the coast or you're 2 miles inland, the earth is not a solid by definition.
What?
I don't know. This is a very strange argument. I don't know if you're arguing for or against flat Earth, so I don't know what your point is. Like, what?
Well, I'm actually I think he deserves a Nobel. I can explain it
one way or another, right?
Yeah, go ahead. I think I know where he's going, but it just sounds like it doesn't make any sense because I know that if we're talking about Earth and he's saying Earth is not a solid, like it's made up of different consistent parts. So it's like we have soil, we have sand, we have rock, we have you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's consistent of many different things. So you can't just say because one thing conforms like sand, then of course then it's not a solid. Like what is that? Like that's not even I don't think that's an argument. I think you're trying to make something up as an argument. I don't know what that means or what you're trying to do. It doesn't follow. It's not logical.
Did you need me to repeat your question for you?
No. I'm saying what you're stating. It's not logical in a sense of like, I don't know why you're trying to construct this particular argument or what coherence that has for a logically consistent argument. It doesn't follow logic. It almost sounds like you're constructing an argument out of. It's very abstract, is what I'm saying.
No problem. So if you don't want me to repeat the question, would you like me to answer it?
No, it's not about repeating or answering it. I'm trying for you to tell me what the point of what you're saying is. Like,
okay, so the point is if the Earth by definition isn't a solid, and NASA only claims 4 states of matter, and Earth is not under one of those 4 states of matter, well, either they're lying or there's a 5th state of matter.
Is your car a solid?
When you apply a moderate amount of force to the car, does it change shape?
No. If I put my hand on it.
So if you do the same thing to the sand, does it change shape?
Depends on how much force, but it does.
Well, I mean, now that's a great point, Matthew learned. So what is the moderate amount of force? Well, it says in the same definition in ordinary, right? So how ordinary is it that everyday people go to the beach? Is that ordinary?
Yeah, it's ordinary.
Okay, so it would be a moderate amount of stress on the earth for a person that is of course, going to the beach, maybe they're going fishing or swimming, whatever it is. But that's an ordinary occurrence that happens every day. So under a moderate amount of stress, the Earth is not retaining its shape. And because of that, it cannot, by definition, be a solid.
I think I found the flaw in the argument.
Go ahead, man.
Each of the singular grains of sand are all a solid. You're not changing the shape of sand because sand isn't actually one thing. Sand is a bunch of little things, i.e. grains of sand. Each grain of sand is a solid. Sand itself is not a physical object. It's a collection of physical objects.
Yeah, but of course the Earth is not the sand. The definition of the Earth would be dry land or soil. So it's not the singular grain of sand. That's not the Earth. The Earth is the collection of all the components that find themselves on dry land.
Okay, right. And so each one of those components might be able to be a certain state of matter, but Earth itself is not a substance. So obviously it can't have a state of matter. You can't go up on the periodic table or a chart of molecules and look up Earth. It's not a material.
The definition of solid also says it's not a liquid or a fluid.
No, I agree with.
No, because only materials have a state of matter. Earth is not a material. Earth is what we're living on. If you want to describe, you can't describe something with the state of matter is a material property. Because Earth is not a singular material, you can't describe it using those properties. You're
so let me ask you a question, Numpty.
That is outside of its own limits. It's like if I describe you.
Okay, Numpty, is a person that lives on a houseboat living on Earth?
That does not address my point.
But that's your logic. That was your point. That was your logic. You said you made the claim that we're all living on Earth. No, your claim was we're all living on Earth. So is the person on the houseboat living on Earth?
Doesn't address my point. Let everyone see that that's a non sequitur and doesn't address my point.
Yeah, but you need to distinguish whether you're using big E or little e.
Either way, neither of them is a material.
Yeah, little e is Earth. He's talking about little e.
No, that's Earth, right? Little e, but that's not a material.
Yeah, it is. It's Earth.
No, it's made up of a material.
No, it's not.
Made up of
many materials. Yeah,
it's made of material, but it is not a material itself. Therefore, you cannot ascribe to it material properties.
I agree. That's totally logical. I agree. Numpty, you're spot on, man. That's it. It makes sense, guys. Why are we discussing?
It's a categorization. The problem with your argument is you're using a categorization error. You're ascribing properties to something that it can't have because it doesn't fall under that umbrella.
Agreed.
Okay, so NASA couldn't come up with a state of matter for the Earth, so they turned it into a planet, correct?
No. States of matter are for materials. States of matter is a material
so the Earth is
property.
Not a material.
No, the Earth is made up of materials. The Earth is composed of many different materials, but the Earth itself is not a material. It is an object, but it is not a material.
Man, I'm telling you, you guys need to. You're talking past each other with Big E and Little E.
No, he's not.
I'm not talking past him. I know.
Hey, Buster, one guy's trying to smoke screen, and we're clearing the smoke.
I know the difference between dirt on the ground, little e Earth, and rocks, little e Earth, and the entirety of the system itself. Both of those, little e and big E, I'm going to just refer to little e. Little e, the dirt, the earth under the ground, that is composed of many different materials.
Sure.
It is not a material itself. Therefore, it cannot be described with material properties. It's like describing a human with cat properties. Oh, that human's a tabby. It doesn't make any sense. You're not a cat. I can't describe you as tabby.
Interesting.
Is the sand matter?
You said a second ago you referred to the Earth as a whole as an object, but wouldn't we have to, explore some open space underneath it in order for it to be an object? Isn't the Earth, technically not an object? Like in the heliocentric model, it would be an object, but that's a bunch of bullshit. So isn't the Earth technically, as far as we know, not an object until we go under it, and there's open space underneath it?
Well, you could be right about that. It depends on your definition of object because there can be non-physical objects. So that's more of a semantics debate, and also it is a non sequitur because it still doesn't address my point, which still stands. But you could be right. I mean, that's something to debate semantically, but that's not what we're debating. It's irrelevant to the topic at hand.
Spot on, Numpty. I'm with you, man.
I'm not trying to dog on anyone and say that.
No,
he's
I
stupid.
understand.
I'm
No,
just trying to keep it in a bounds where we can all communicate with each other, because without logic, there's no communication.
there's no communication. Exactly. That's my point. That's exactly what I'm bringing to the table. If it's not logically consistent, then it becomes illogical. It's like, what are we talking about then? Because it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't follow.
If it's not logically consistent, we might as well just.
Yeah, say I live on a ham sandwich or something. Yeah, it's you can say a bunch of dumb things. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah,
it's
like
edifying.
You guys say that the reason you guys aren't Globers is because you've basically found contradictions in their model, claiming that their model is non-logical, therefore can't be the truth. Well, if that's the reason you believe in flat Earth, that's the reason you should do like everything. Everything should be logical. It shouldn't just be, oh, only the shape of the Earth is the thing that I'm going to be logical about. You know?
Right. Yeah. One thing I have discernment on. If you start smoke screening in this server, and if you're not logically consistent, it sends off a red flag to me. And then I start figuring out I start questioning whether your motives in here are because you are a flat earther, or are you just a pretender clown being a flat earther in here, which is, I think, the worst possible stance you can take, because it started to sound like I recognized your voice there a little bit, Buster, and I don't want it to be the case that you resemble somebody in here, because I will point, you, and I'll start pointing you out, and then I'll start saying, okay, this guy's a troll. I've known there's sock accounts where there's other people that sound like you, but I'm not gonna say that you are that person. But I'm just saying,
I've never used a sock account.
Well, that's great, but
we don't need to bust him on the
No.
As long as he keeps himself reasonable, we don't.
I thought I was being reasonable.
No, you were advocating for the gentleman who was speaking against this logically consistent.
I wasn't advocating for him. I was just trying to point out that there was there was a difference between using a big E and a little e. That's what it seemed like to me.
I agree with you. But also at the same time, it's a non sequitur, because in either case, big E or little e, neither of them are materials. So in either case, but I agree with you. You can make a distinction between those two. But either way, my point still stands.
What was your point?
That this guy was basically saying, why isn't sand like a fifth state of matter, basically?
I didn't agree with him at all.
I didn't say you agreed with him. Someone else claimed that you agreed with him. I was just stating that in the case of what you brought up, the two different E's, my point stands in either case.
I just hate to see a conversation get talked past each other when you're using.
Don't worry about it, Buster. Hey, Buster, speaking about his example of a houseboat, where do you stand on that? Is he living on Earth? Is he living on water? Is he living on wood? Is he living on fiberglass?
That would depend on what you're saying is Earth.
Colloquially speaking, it's Earth. It's not dirt. It's a houseboat.
Are you talking about Big E or Little E? That was my point.
Well, what's the point? It's not a point.
What does Little E have to do with Big E?
I'd say he's living on the waters, right? I'm saying that.
You're just living on a houseboat.
No, what is Big E and what is Little E? You keep talking about that.
But Big E
it doesn't really even matter. But basically, Big E is like the Earth in entirety.
Well,
and Little E is like Earth and rocks on the ground and shit.
Okay.
It's even in the definition. They say if you put in, well, I put in my dictionary Earth with a little e, and the first thing, the number one is capital E, and it says the planet. Now, if you go to number two, which is the little e, it says substance of the land, surface, soil.
Is Earth a wandering star?
No.
What?
You said planet.
I did. I was reading from a definition that I told you I looked up.
Well, what's the good of the definition if it's assuming Earth is an object in space?
That's your take from what I read.
That's not my take. That's the take.
I put in.
That's what you're talking about, Big E.
I'm not. I put in little.
Is Big E related to Big Bang?
I don't. What are you going on about?
That was a joke, but it sailed over your head. Don't worry about it.
Okay, fine.
Hey, Matthew, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. So I wanted to talk to you about something. You said if refraction, right? If the model for refraction were true, the light would only have to bend something like 0.696. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it would have to bend 0.07 degrees every mile.
Right.
Is that different over land than it is over water, Matthew?
No.
Right. So how come you just didn't use the 8 inches per mile squared?
It is 8 inches per mile squared.
Right. It's kind of like 2 plus 2 equals 2 times 2, right?
Yeah.
They both mean the same thing?
They mean the same thing. That's right. It's just different ways of looking at it. So, yeah.
So is that double speaking?
No.
Okay.
So the light would have to bend in 8 inches per mile squared. It's just that 8 inches is a very small amount compared to 1 mile.
Well, 0.7 seems even smaller, right?
A 0.07 degrees. It's the same.
0.07
different ways of looking at it. Yeah.
That seems even smaller, right?
No.
So how
they're
many
different
rotations? How many rotations does the Earth make per day?
What do you mean by day? Do you mean the solar day, or do you mean 24 hours?
Yeah, solar day, 24 hours.
The Earth makes slightly more than one rotation every 24 hours.
Right, 361 degrees, right? Yeah, so you're correct on that. Slightly more than one rotation. Right, so if the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles, how fast would that be at the equator? What would the rim velocity be?
From the perspective of the North and South Pole, it'd be about 1,040 miles per hour if you're looking at it in miles per hour. If you're looking at it in RPMs, it's 0.000694 RPM.
How come you guys never like to say that 1,038 miles an hour? And when you do say it, you often say something like, that's kind of slow.
Measurements always depend on the context, so it's helpful to talk about the context, I guess. I don't think it's that slow.
Hang on just a second. Thanks for waiting. So, why do you guys always try to minimize it when you do the math? You always try to make it sound like it's a smaller amount than it actually is. I mean, even though it's the exact same, right? 2 plus 2 sounds like it's going to be less than 2 times 2, because we know when we use the multiplication, they get really big really fast. So 2 plus 2 sounds smaller to the, to the untrained ear.
If it's merely to trick untrained ears, then it's a useful tactic in sophistry and obfuscation that some people use. That's why they do it.
So why did you ever come up with the 0.07 degrees? Why didn't you just say 8 inches per mile squared? Because I've been saying that for years. If the Earth is a globe, then the light would have to be bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. And I've heard so many globers say, no, it doesn't have to be 8 inches per mile squared. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it would have to be if it looks exactly perfectly flat.
Because when you're talking about bending, then you want to know degrees, because degrees describe the angles, and so bending has to do with angles, has to do with degrees. So it's helpful to, in that context, it's helpful to talk about.
Right, but we're also talking about over distance, right?
Yeah, and if you're talking about distance, then the 8 inches per mile would be a better measurement to quote. So it depends on the context. I think you're making a good point here that there's different ways of saying something, but you need to be careful to say it in a way that is most helpful and not. And I think some people do intentionally do it in a way that obfuscates, but it's better to do it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, so this is just one way that double speaking works. Another way is you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, right? Like you say, God didn't create the earth, right? I'm an atheist, but maybe he helped a little bit, right? Or
yeah, I don't know anybody who says that.
The black swan, well, I've heard people say some pretty stupid shit. The black swan, right, it shows the earth to be flat, but you forgot about refraction. It's kind of like, wait a minute, the earth looks flat, it's measuring flat, but we forgot about there could be this model of refraction that possibly happens to where light could possibly bend down at 8 inches per mile square as it bounces off the platforms and heads towards the shore where the water is going to be more perturbed by the sun and penetrated more thoroughly by the sun, and somehow the air temperature is going to get colder and colder and colder right next to that warmer and warmer water. We believe that model, even though that model's been debunked, and India always talks about this, but I can cite my source to show you that the turbulence model is actually the one that works, because they did 3 different wavelengths or colors, and they didn't refract. It was a model of turbulence that came back because they were all right next to each other instead of spread out over distance. But you can believe what you want to believe. I don't care if that's what you want to believe. You want to believe in falsities and things that just aren't true. If that's the worldview that you want to maintain, by all means, you're an American. You're free to do so.
No, I want to believe what's true. I want to believe in the actual reality. So yeah, I don't want to believe in something false.
So can you think of a method to where the shore is going to be colder and colder and colder heading towards the shore, as opposed to heading out towards the open ocean, where that seemed like that would be colder and colder and colder?
Weather's.
Remember, the light's bouncing off.
I mean, I don't know much about weather, but weather's complicated. It's if the water's cold, then the air next to the water seems like it'd be colder than the air higher. I mean, that's why people go to the beach, right? It's colder at the beach.
Now, I'm talking about the light bouncing off the object or coming from the horizon towards the observer is going to be heading towards the shore, where the water is going to be getting warmer and warmer and warmer. So if the model of refraction is true, then it would look like a cell Earth. You would see the top of the you would see the top of buildings, right? Because it would be bending up like that one movie, Inception, with Leonardo DiCaprio, where the buildings the Earth starts like peeling back and like bending up and getting like super concave to where they could see like the tops of the buildings.
Yeah,
like, we don't ever see that.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens sometimes. I mean, weather is complicated, right? The temperatures, the humidity, like all of those things play a factor, and you get all kinds of different situations over water, I would think. Or are you trying to say it's always one way? You're saying it's always one way and not another?
Yeah, I'm trying to say that, like, I bought a new phone recently, and I was looking at like the Serengeti Desert, right? And with a 4K resolution, or close to 4K, I was like looking at the heat, right, coming off the land, and you could kind of see the turbulence thing, but the trees weren't like rising and setting and falling and rising and stooping and looming. They weren't doing all that crazy shit. They were just kind of like waving, right? They were just kind of like
sure. But if you zoom in
wave.
enough, it might like look like it's bouncing around more. Depends on how much you zoomed in.
I did zoom in. It just looks like, you know, the swimming pool, right? Everything's kind of waving.
Yeah, exactly.
And when the light passes through the swimming pool, not the medium, but actually passes from water to water to water, like it causes like a little bit of turbulence, and you can see the light dancing on the bottom of the pool. Same thing we see when we look up at the star, twinkle, twinkle, little star. The star's not fucking twinkling, right? It's the turbulence in the atmos. So it's the same thing I see when I look at the desert, right? You look in the far, far distance, and the little trees, they're just kind of waving, doing a little dance, but they're in the same place. They're just slightly, you know, appearing to dance like a belly dancer, if you will. I hope that's a good analogy. But what they're not doing is they're not, you know, jumping up and down like flying fish, you know, in and out of the horizon, right? They're not setting and rising and setting and rising.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so light is one of those things that, it's one of the more difficult things to understand in the world. And I've been looking into the physics of light for a few years now, and I got to tell you, I don't got it all figured out. I'm not an expert, but from what my little brain can comprehend, my gray matter came up with, this looks like turbulence more than, you know, some sort of refraction where the light's bending around corners, or like you say, degrees. The light's bending degrees. I don't think that's actually happening. I think it's just a slight heat wave, like the grill, right? So say you got a grill, and you're like, Mom is way on the other side of the yard mowing, right? She isn't like setting and rising above the grill as she walks behind it. It's not like she walks behind it and then she's like 3 feet higher in appearance. And then when she comes back from the other side of the grill, she's not behind the grill anymore. She's like 3 feet lower, right? All she does is wave. Hi, kiddo. Like that. Like millimeters. Like less than a princess wave. You know? Like millimeter waves.
Right.
It's
and
not
so
like degrees and inches.
Well, if you're talking about how much it's zoomed in, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you've studied optics more than I have, but it would seem like, yeah. I don't know what to say.
Matthew, I have a question, if I may.
Yeah, I'm done.
Cool. Matthew, do you think light is bending at the horizon?
I think it sometimes does bend a little bit. Yes.
And how would you validate that?
Because we can see farther than if it weren't bending.
Try again. How would you validate that at the purely optical horizon, light is bending to make it look flat? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it comes from a preconceived notion. My preconceived notion that the Earth is a sphere. I don't use light to try to prove that it's a sphere.
Why did you say preconceived notion twice? Why are you trying to sell the fact that you are the most staunch glober we know? Specifically because you bring attention to it. Why are you doing that?
Because if I don't point it out, you will.
I may or may not. And I don't have to, right? Because you do it. Like I said, you doubled up. So I'm just wondering what you think that'll accomplish. Will it make the Earth measure spherical at some point, or what do you want to accomplish with that?
It accomplishes people listening can understand that I have a reasonable, well thought out way of thinking about this thing, and I know that I have preconceived notions. So I'm not pretending like I'm trying to prove something with.
Do you think we have preconceived notions then, since you think it's okay to have? Oh boy! And what's your favorite of our quote unquote preconceived notions?
that level means a perfectly straight line.
What if I don't make that claim? Then what?
Oh, I mean, that's what some people do. Then I could think of other ones.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor, but I'll be back.
I have a
case dismissed.
I have a maybe a little bit of a question, but more of a statement. Are we being told by people who believe in the spinning watery ball, the globe, that water at rest bends, and we're also being told that light bends? Is that basically the spinning watery ball globe perspective, that water at rest bends around the curve to give curvature, and that light bends? Is that what we're being told here? I just want to know for sure.
Miles and miles.
I just want to know for sure if that's what we're being told by somebody who believes we live on a spinning watery ball, because if it is complete nonsense, because the opposite of nonsense is common sense, and I have the common sense to know that water at rest does not bend and that light does not bend. So why does anybody with 4 functioning brain cells between their ears think that water at rest bends and light bends? I just want to know that. Plain and simple. Plain and simple.
Hey, wait, hold on, buddy. I got to point out something there. In order for your argument to be much more relevant and powerful, you got to put in the addition there of over many, many miles. Because after all, if we were on a spinning ball, like if this heliocentric model bullshit they talk about was real, and we had like gravity, conforming everything to a sphere and everything, the water in your cup would appear level, and the water in your swimming pool would appear level, but the water over 10 miles would not appear level. So I'm just saying you got to add some distance in with that thing you just said. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, let's add some distance, as you said. I'll concede that, but I do want to know from a spinning watery ball believer that over distance, why does light bend and why does water at rest bend? That's what I want to know, because otherwise it's nonsense and we're wasting time, because anybody with 4 brain cells between their ears know that what you're talking about is nonsense.
Okay, so to answer your question, yes, we claim that water bends over distance. And yes, we say that sometimes light bends over distance. And the reason that we sometimes believe things that go against common sense is that sometimes common sense is false.
Right. It's. I mean, I appreciate 24/7 Concord Flat Earth having
Concord,
opposing
baby.
Concord.
Love me some Concord grapes.
I appreciate Discord having opposing viewpoints on that, from spinning watery ball believers. But I hope that the flat Earth stationary level plane believers know that this guy is talking complete and utter BS. And I hope we all realize that. And obviously, he's either a paid shill or he's completely gullible and naive, because it's so darn obvious.
Jim, what would you say about how obvious it is that there's no radio waves coming out of your cell phone because you can't see them? Because there's an example where common sense is incorrect. I'm just giving an example where common sense doesn't work.
That doesn't even come close to even a comparison. See, that's the fun thing.
How are they different?
That's the fun thing about spinning watery ball believers, is you throw out crap that makes absolutely no comparison, no sense whatsoever. It is absolutely garbage. So you're going to tell me that you're going to tell me I hear people talk absolute nonsense, gibberish, hogwash, and it's just ridiculous.
I appreciate what you said. Let me respond to him. I appreciate what you said, and I understand that. It might be hard to see my comparison, but I thought you were saying that we should follow our common sense And I was saying, well, not always, because, for example, common sense doesn't work because we can't see radio waves.
I don't think so.
There's no comparison there. You bring up crap.
Huh?
You bring up absolute gibberish, hogwash, and nonsense. That's all you people do.
This is
It's
enough
all you
fucking ad
spitting
homs,
water
bro.
people do.
Just respond to his shit. No more hogwash. Like, just respond to his shit. Please don't ad hom.
What I can.
Let me take over for a second. Somebody's not like, so everybody please mute yourself. I wanted to answer that question. The reason that it's not an equivalency is because we can tell when we're getting service with our cell phones. So even though we can't sense it, our cell phones can. So it is sensible, not with our body senses, but it is detectable with the machine, right? So I did want to say the other guy, Father, he threw out a false dichotomy. And he said either he's a show or he's an idiot or something like that. I just wanted to point out that it is possible, maybe, that Matthew is a useful idiot in the sense that he doesn't realize how much he helps us, because when he's not here, we're just talking to each other. We start talking about all kinds of weird stuff, like theories about the Mandela effect and everything else, and we're not talking about flat earth, but when Matthew's here, we can actually ask, the mathematician, right, say certain things, and he actually tells the truth sometimes. And other times, he's not lying, it's what he believes. So I guess he would be telling his truth other times, which there's no objective truth in the thing. I'm just going to say Matthew is useful in the sense that if he was a flat earther, he would have to remain in the closet until he gets his tenure, right? And until then, he can come on here and help us, because when I ask him questions, I usually feel like I get the questions answered correctly. That's my opinion. Maybe not useful idiot, but a useful mathematician.
Hey, Matthew.
So Larry, thank you. You cut out the last sentence or two, but that's okay. I am trying to accurately represent what most Globers believe, and I think that that's a useful thing to say. All right, go ahead.
If you don't mind, I just have one or two questions for you, and I'll make it real brief. Since I'm a really big fan of yours, I like your videos and everything. I made a video about you. Besides all that, though, I just have two quick questions, if you wouldn't mind answering them, and I'll try to be as respectful as possible to you.
Okay, and I will try to answer them accurately without arguing for it. I'll see if I can explain it. So go ahead.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Okay, so the first one is I hear a lot of flat earthers ask you questions about measurements and stuff like that, and you usually your answers are consistent. But my question is, if we're in an ever expanding universe, wouldn't the Earth be theoretically getting larger too? So therefore, your measurements technically could change by the minute or by the hour and continually get larger and larger. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, in fact, there's a fun philosophical thought experiment that goes like this. What would happen if suddenly everything in the universe got twice as big? Would we notice? And the answer seems to be no, because your yardstick would also get twice as big.
Wouldn't we notice though? Because doesn't Coulomb's law and gravitational law in your guys' model work off of a inverse square law, where forces are exponentially weaker the farther they are? So I feel like we would notice.
Oh yeah, and that's a good point. And that would probably be the best answer against that. I'm not a cosmologist, but my impression about how things work, according to astronomers who say that the universe is expanding, is that it's expanding, sort of universally, but locally it's not expanding. Kind of like if you put raisins in a cake and then in dough, and then it rises, and the whole dough gets bigger and bigger, but the individual raisins don't get bigger. And again, take this with a grain of salt because I'm not 100% sure, but I think that that's what they say. They would say, oh, the Earth and the solar system isn't getting bigger, but the universe around us is.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying by that. Okay, so, but let's say if the Big Bang happened, and I know you're not a cosmologist, if the Big Bang happened, then the Earth wasn't always this size. It was a lot smaller, according to what you guys teach or what your theory is. And so if the Earth wasn't always this size and it has gotten bigger, then theoretically wouldn't the Earth be even getting a little bit bigger? I mean, even if you put raisins in a cake, they're going to get more moist and a little bit plumper, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to answer that question. I don't know. As far as the Big Bang cosmology goes, though, it would say that the Earth was formed much later after the Big Bang. So, but
okay,
again, I don't know.
Just so you know, Flutter, they say the universe is 13 billion years old, and they claim the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. That's just a bunch of stories. And just so you know, I'm not sure if Matthew pointed it out to you or whatever, but in their model, in their religion, in their fairy tale or whatever, they don't claim that everything in the universe is expanding. They just claim that the amount of volume in the universe, the amount of space between planets and stars is expanding and always was. And they claim it's now expanding faster than the speed of light. I don't know. They just throw that in there, But so that would just mean, in their model, in their religion, it just means that everything's just getting further away from each other, but while still staying the same size.
Yeah, it's been expanding faster than the speed of light ever since the Big Bang happened. This is the inflation theory for anybody who wanted to look it up. And since the last few sentences got cut off, I wanted to say that maybe Matthew is not a useful idiot. Maybe he's a useful math professor. But Matthew, I would love if you could get your, theoretical astrophysicist colleagues in.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Could I if you don't mind, could I ask you or can I finish it? If not, it's cool. You guys go ahead.
No, you're asking good questions. I think they're interesting.
If it's cool with everybody else. Okay, so you're not sure if the Earth is expanding with the universe or not, but theoretically, I'm kind of trying to throw you a bone, Matthew, like saying you don't have to answer accurately about the measurements, because if it is expanding, the measurements could be technically getting bigger every hour. Therefore, you don't ever have to give the exact same measurement, and you could still theoretically be right. So I was just kind of throw you a little bone. The other question I had for you, Matthew, was I don't know much about science, but it's my understanding that water, when it freezes, it expands.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if you're any familiar with global warming. I know a lot of people are really worried about it and everything, and I know everybody's doing whatever they can to help recycle and just make the world a better place for our next generation, right? So I'm just wondering if the ice is melting, what with the sea levels, which I know you consider level meaning curved, and I'm not going to debate that with you, but if the sea levels rise because of the ice melting, doesn't ice expand when it freezes? So if it melted, wouldn't it be less water, and the sea levels, which you say are curved, would actually go down a little bit?
Yes, that's right. If the ice is actually in the water, I think most people who study climate change are worried about the ice that's above the water, like sitting on Greenland or Antarctica or something like that. And you can kind of see this if you take a glass of ice water and then let it melt. Like some of the ice is poking up above the water, your Diet Coke or whatever, but if it melts, it would go into the water. So I think
if it was in a cup, right?
Yeah. So the ice on top of Greenland, for example, is above the ocean, but when it melts, it goes into the ocean. So I think that's the answer to your question about why they're worried about the water going up.
And that would be in concordance with what you guys claim about the global warming, right?
I'm not a global warming expert or anything, but yeah. By the way, did you know that water is one of the very, very few substances that actually gets bigger in solid state versus liquid? And I think that that's due to the providence of God Almighty designed that from the beginning of time, because life wouldn't be possible. Fish would freeze if the rivers froze from the bottom up, all this type of stuff. So I think that's a strong evidence that we're living in a intelligently designed world, is the fact that.
Are you talking about that thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about, how the ice freezes and it stays on top? And if it didn't stay on top, and if it wasn't more buoyant than liquid water, then it would like crush all the fish and they would all die?
Yes, he's right about that.
That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, he's right about that because he understands what? The perfect gravity. He does. So you ask him about what is gravity, he says, I don't know. But he shows you with his speech, the one that I just mentioned, he knows exactly what specific gravity is, right, Matthew?
My impression about his views on gravity is that he does know how it works and how to measure and use it, but he doesn't know what causes it. And I'd say that most physicists would agree that we don't know what causes gravity, just what the effects are.
Well, that's fine. I just wish you guys would put teaching in schools that that it's space-time bending and warping that causes
it. Matthew?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I'm not going to debate about if gravity's real with you or not. And they're not even exactly sure what it is. I'm just curious how you would measure something that you're not sure what exactly it is. And let's say, for instance, I had a bag of dry cement and I need to measure it to make sure that my level, which technically could be curved because the sidewalk could have a tree root and it could be bumpy, so curved. So I need to measure it to make sure I'm pouring my levels correctly, right? And I get the ratios right. So I'd have to know what the cement is that I'm measuring. But if I had a pile of dirt and a pile of straw and a pile of sawdust, and I wasn't sure which one was the cement, how would I know which one to measure? Just out of curiosity, because you said they can measure the gravity, but they don't know what it is. And I'm not arguing that point with you. I'm just wondering how they would know what to measure in that aspect, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, again, I'm sort of speaking a little bit out of ignorance here because I'm not a physicist, but my impression is that they have fairly detailed equations about how to measure gravity, how to measure its effects without having any good story about why it happens. So I think it's not about measuring, it's about explaining. They can't explain it. So maybe that answers your question. I wasn't 100% sure what you meant about the example of the straw, the wood, that kind of thing.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but did you just say that you use an equation to measure things?
No, they use equations to explain how it works. It's the difference between how and why. And equations describe how, and then theoretical physics attempts to say why, and nobody really knows the why.
Well, okay, so back to his question, is gravity something you can measure?
You can measure the effects of gravity, but and that's the how, but we don't know why it exists. That's the why.
Do you have any experiment where you can manipulate gravity to prove that it causes anything to go any direction in a medium?
I know you're asking sort of in terms of an experiment with independent variable, dependent variable, and that kind of thing. I don't think that I can't think of one that would fit that specific definition. But I do know that they use those equations for things.
How about this? Let's say I wanted to measure the gravitas, right? Matthew,
Measure. I'm sorry. Say that again. Measure what?
The gravitas. You look like you weigh about $135, $150. Is that right?
In that neighborhood, let's say.
Right. Okay. So let's say you weigh about $150, right? And that's how much you weigh in your bathroom. How much do you weigh at the bottom of a 12-foot pool with water in it?
Negative amount because you'd float.
Well, if you let all the air out of your lungs, but yeah, you're right. If you have air in your lungs, you would probably float. So the answer is 0. So how much do you weigh at the top of your ceiling rather than the bathroom floor or the bathroom ceiling if you were to put the scale up there?
About the same as the floor, I would expect.
Right. So is there a downward bias?
Yeah, there's a downward bias towards down. Yeah.
Yeah, in the bathroom, but not in the swimming pool, right?
So there's still a downward bias, but if you're like in a medium, a liquid medium, then you'd have to also account for the buoyant forces, which could counteract it.
Oh, the buoyant force counteracts
Yeah, that's why
gravity.
ships float.
Okay, so how do we prove that gravity is involved in this buoyant force being counteracted? How do we prove that? Because you say there's a downward force, and that's caused by gravity. So how do we prove that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how you would prove it. I don't think a lot of people have thought about how to prove it. It's just sort of an assumption, and there's not really that much motivation to try to prove it.
Right. They say that they sent some Germans to Russia, and they had like a mirror, and they pointed the telescope at the mirror that was slanted, and they pointed that mirror at the eclipse, and they say that they could see stars that were refracted behind the sun. Right. So I would ask the question: you guys, you talk about refraction all the time. Do you guys not believe in the heliosphere?
Hold on. I wanted to ask him real quick. Sorry, Hank, about gravity. Real quick, I wanted to kind of put a nail in that coffin before you moved on. So remember that question, Hank. The heliosphere, right? Okay, hang on to that. Really quickly, Matthew, can you take a look, please, at the live stream voice texts? I posted a picture with 5 items, and there's even little fun pictures next to it. So if you're a fucking retard, you can also understand what this is saying. So we got now helium balloons rise. So helium rises. Evaporation goes upwards. Nitrogen rises. Hydrogen rises. And hot air also rises. So those are 5 things that naturally on their own, and they're very light, by the way, they rise.
Right. Yeah.
So where's the downward bias on those items?
Those things rise because the surrounding air is heavier, and so it's a buoyant force. If you put those things in a vacuum chamber, then that'd be a different story.
See, you went down the if road again. So, no, okay, so, try again. The helium balloon, the evaporation, the nitrogen, the hydrogen, and the hot air, that's all stuff that happens. But you could call it a law if you'd like, because there's no way to stop these things from happening. And it's all rising. So at what point does it, I guess, weigh enough to start dropping? And then you're going to say it depends on the what now?
Well, yeah, this is a good question.
The density relative to the medium. Can you agree?
Just like when I get out of the swimming pool.
So there's no downward bias. It's just fluid dynamics and how they operate, isn't it?
No.
Okay. Well, I couldn't have laid it out more simply. You guys go right ahead. Take it away, Hank. Heliosphere.
Yeah, so you said no. I find that to be interesting. So you're telling me that you put a fat man in a 12-foot pool, and it's empty, and we weigh him, and he weighs 500 pounds, poor guy. He doesn't get out very much. And then you fill it full of water, and he floats, like all the way at the top.
Right.
And he doesn't have to kick his feet. He can just sit there and breathe slowly, right? And he floats. And you're telling me if I remove the water, is that the cause of him going down?
Okay, so even though he's floating on the surface of the pool, he still weighs 500 pounds, and there still is a downward bias of 500 pounds. It's just that the buoyant force of the water counteracts it, pushes him up.
Right. So where's gravity in this situation?
It's the downward force.
Okay, but what downward force? He's floating.
The one that counteracts all of that displaced water. If he didn't have it, he would move up.
Okay, but I'm understanding that the density, right? He's buoyant in the water, but he still has an amount of density that's counteracting the buoyant force. So they're kind of cross canceling each other. But he's so freaking fat, obese, morbidly obese, that he's actually floating, and his entire chin and everything is above the water. Right? So
Okay, I'm getting this picture. Yes.
Yeah, I grew up with this kid, by the way. We weren't good friends, but he was at the pool while I was at the pool, and I couldn't believe that he floated. Anyway, so this kid, he floats at the deep end of the pool, right? And you say that there's this downward force called gravity, but wouldn't that be his density? Because he still has density, even though he still has bones, and muscle.
Yeah, no, he still has
especially in
density.
his legs.
Yeah.
The guy had really dense legs, right?
Yeah, so I agree. Yeah, he still has density. It's just that it's less than the density of the water. I mean, water is pretty heavy. It's like 7 pounds per gallon or something.
It's actually 8, but
8. Okay.
I'm not a mathematician, so you might be right. I could be wrong, but
He said mathematician. Did you catch that, Matthew?
I like it.
All right, so all right, oven's on. Here we go. Excellent. So, back to the whole buoyancy density thing. So, they just kind of slap gravity on top of the whole density thing. So how do we prove that, the bending and warping of space-time is what's actually causing the density rather than maybe, the electrostatic nature of certain elements, they're going to be able to pack more tightly. So if you look at like helium and hydrogen, there's not a whole lot of electrostatic capabilities there. But when you look at stuff like gold and lead, right, that stuff's packed pretty tightly, right? A large amount of material in a very small amount of volume. In fact, if I were to toss you a brick, you could catch it about 5 feet away, right? But if I were to toss you a gold brick right afterwards, right, and let's say I wrapped it in brick-colored paper, you would probably not be able to catch it, right?
Right.
Right, because that would be a pretty big downfall, and you wouldn't be expecting it, right? So, yeah. So my point goes to how do we prove that it's actually the bending and warping of space-time, and not just the electrostatic nature of the molecules packing so tightly together that this causes density rather than the bending and warping of space? How do we differentiate?
I think that's an important question, and I'm not sure what type of experiment or explanation could differentiate between the two. Because I think what you're saying is, hey, there's this gravity force. That's one story. There's this electrostatic. Electrostatics could describe it just as well, and you may be right about that. I don't think that there's anybody out there trying to prove that it's gravity that does density. They just sort of assume that it is based on lots of other gravity, lots of other things that gravity explains. And I don't know the best way to differentiate between those two explanations.
Cool. Yeah, pass. Someone else? Anybody else got any questions?
I actually had one more if it's okay.
Yeah, it's always okay. But that's what we're here in the server for, just to chat about stuff. So yeah, go.
So I'm not the most educated man. I got expelled in high school in the middle of 10th grade. So basically, I'm asking you these questions because I really want to know, Matthew. So I've heard a few different questions that range in all sorts of different topics that are all relevant to the heliocentric model. And I perfectly understand that you're not equipped to answer all of them because that's not your major. So if you could sum it up in maybe just a sentence or two, what you do specialize in when it comes to the heliocentric model, therefore I could maybe properly formulate a question that you could easily answer and I could understand better.
Yeah, first of all, let me address what you said at the beginning about not being educated. Don't ever apologize for not being educated. It's fine. Common sense doesn't. You don't gain common sense by going to college. Maybe you lose some. I don't know. So yeah, people.
Matthew, don't let your students or your viewers hear that. But I'll keep it between us.
Thanks. I tell them that type of stuff. I already tell them that type of stuff anyway. In general, I like astronomy stuff. I'm excited about the lunar eclipse that's happening pretty much exactly 1 week from right now, next Sunday night. So astronomy, that type of stuff I'm interested in.
I understand that you're interested in that, but like I said, I'm not educated. So, do college professors get to teach stuff that they're interested in, or what they've majored in and specialize in? I'm just curious.
The general answer is that, that's a great question. The general answer is that college professors end up teaching in the same area where they got their PhD. Although I teach college, I only teach part-time. I don't have a PhD. I have a master's degree. I work at a college full-time doing sort of tech stuff. I work in the Office of Digital Learning where we put classes online. So I like video stuff. I have a YouTube channel. I know video editing.
I've seen your
stuff.
channel. I like your channel.
Yeah, but to answer your question, I did study math and computer science, and I have a master's degree in computer science.
So that would basically be your field of expertise then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in answering that, now that I've kind of I have a more proper understanding of what you mastered in and what you teach. How does that relate to the heliocentric model directly when you're teaching your students about math?
One of the reasons I like teaching this general ed math class that I've taught for a long time is because mathematics is just a subject, but it also helps people understand a certain way of thinking, sort of a logical step-by-step way of thinking, how do proofs work, that type of stuff. And so in general, I think that learning math and sort of practicing mathematics helps people learn to think in sort of a step-by-step fashion that can be useful in all types of critical thinking, all types of philosophy. So that's how
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but you said teaching mathematics helps people in all kinds of critical thinking, and then you said philosophy. Now, I'm not sure, I might be wrong, but when it comes to like mathematics and critical thinking, would philosophy necessarily go hand in hand with that?
Yeah, they're very similar in the way that they do things. Like in mathematics, you say, okay, if you have this kind of number and you do this type of process, then you end up with this answer. And a lot of philosophy, especially logic, is similar. All dogs have 4 legs. Spot is a dog, therefore Spot has 4 legs. It's the same style of thinking, I would say. So there are some strong connections between logic and mathematics.
Is logic philosophy?
It is, yeah. It's one of the main parts of philosophy. Epistemology is another one, which is the study of how we know what we know.
So Matthew, if I were to I can't even pronounce it. I'm not that smart. If I were to philosophize, because sometimes I like to supersize my philosophy when I go to Mickey D's, right? And that's not just in a medium, but that's in a small and a large too. So, if I were to philosophize about math, I could theoretically and or technically say that I could theoretically or technically, whatever you prefer, I could say that, I'm measuring let's say I'm measuring something like I'm building a fence and it has to be 8 feet long, right? Because otherwise I'm cutting into the neighbor's yard, right? So I have 8 feet of lumber to make this 8-foot long fence, right?
Right. Okay.
Now, if I didn't have a ruler to measure that last foot, it could be 7.5 feet. It could be 8.5 feet. I could eyeball it, and my philosophy could be, if it's 8.5 feet and I'm over their property line, it might not matter, right?
Right.
Would that be more along the lines of philosophy?
Yeah. So philosophers ask questions like that. They say, well, how do we know things? So how would you know if it's 8 feet? How would you know if it's 7.5 or 8.5? And also ethics is another big part of philosophy. And so they would ask sort of the general question of like, well, does it really matter? Maybe it does matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. And so if your fence goes into your neighbor's yard, maybe you have a friendly neighbor and it doesn't really matter. So I like your example because philosophy would answer those questions sort of in the generic sense.
Okay, so I never really used a calculator much, so just humor me on this. Is there such a thing as a philosophical calculator that you guys use?
No, I can't think of what a philosophical calculator would be like, but I mean,
Yeah, that would be theoretical astrophysics, right? Where they just calculate everything, and it's all based on philosophy. That's what I.
Yeah, that's a good example. So, Flatter-Day Saints, let me ask you, like, what are you interested in? You said you didn't finish school, but what kind of things are you good at? Because I think everybody's good at something. Everybody has strengths and gifts. Like, if you were to go back to school, or you like working with your hands, like what is it that you like doing?
His verbal IQ is pretty high. I would say that he probably gets lost sometimes because his verbal IQ is so damn high. Is that correct?
I don't like to brag about anything. If you say so, I won't argue with you, definitely. And I appreciate that. I think I don't want to say my talent, because I don't want to say like I'm good at anything necessarily, but what I love to do is I love to rap in the studio on the microphone. I have a passion for that, and that doesn't prove the Earth is flat or spherical whatsoever. I just like to make music for people that are into the things I'm into, which is flat Earth. And to be honest with you, Matthew, I'm going to throw you another bone to try to help prove the heliocentric model, because I'm going to be real with you, bro. Before I knew the Earth was flat, I wasn't naive necessarily, but I was a lot more naive about things than I am now. And you know what they say, no brains, no headaches, right? So, I mean, philosophically and technically, theoretically and metaphorically, I would love to go back to when I used to think the Earth was a ball, because I had a lot less stress and I thought the world was a lot less evil. It was a pretty happy-go-lucky place, more than it is now in my mind, right? Call me conspiracy theorist or whatever. So I'm going to throw you one more quick bone that might help you, and it might even help you convince some flat earthers that the world's a globe. So the whole thing with the gas, I don't know the numbers. I might be wrong. I think they say space is a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17th torr. But like I said,
right.
Okay, I was just philosophizing, but I guess I got lucky on that one. So we have a gas pressure system on Earth that I understand. Now, I'm not sure. Do you believe this to be true, or do you know this to be true?
Yeah, I understand gas pressure, but go ahead. What was your question?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a really like rudimentary, elementary. I know you're a college teacher, so this is kind of elementary, but like this is just like a basic experiment from my understanding of when you open a soda can, you're releasing the gas pressure you're releasing one environment into another. And so without that metal seal, you wouldn't have the bubbles. But once you open it, the bubbles can start releasing into the other the different environment. Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever there's an asteroid coming from outer space into the Earth, and they say there's meteor showers all the time, right? And then I know, because I live right next to Vandenberg, that they always have rocket launches, and they're sending those satellites up in that Starlink so we can have that good Wi-Fi in the cable, and all the kids can watch their Netflix and chill, because that's very important. And I know without thank gosh, GOSH for Elon Musk and his Starlinks, otherwise the kids wouldn't have Netflix and chill. So whenever they send the satellites up into the near perfect vacuum of outer space, they could essentially be breaking that barrier, or theoretically opening up that can little by little and releasing some of the pressure. So I'm kind of throwing you a bone and saying like that could be the reason how you could have gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum, because there's constantly holes being put into this. I don't know if you would say theoretical or literal container that we're in. I don't know. Is it theoretical or literal? Like, can you actually measure and touch it, or is it just like a philosophy?
Yeah. So to answer your question, I would say that there are at least two ways to get pressure. The one that you and I agree on is that you can get gas pressure by putting gas in a container and making the container smaller, or if you open the container like your soda bottle and then it escapes. However, I would say there's also gas pressure can also happen from the weight of the air. And I like to use the analogy. There's two ways to make grape juice out of grapes. You can take a bunch of grapes and squeeze them in a container, and the grape juice comes out, right? But the other way to do that
or you can put a bunch of grapes on top, and the weight of more and more grapes, like you said in your video, will make the bottom grape squish. Yeah,
and I think that's what's happening with the air. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That was in my video. That's right. So you did see
Man.
Thanks.
I've never intimidated by Minute Maid, but okay. So basically what I'm saying is that the more rocket launches they put up into outer space, the more they're releasing that built up gas pressure. And so theoretically and maybe literally, according to what you teach or what you don't teach, maybe that's the release of the gas pressure, and this gas pressure just building up and building up, and the more holes that are either poked from these things coming from outer space into Earth, or vice versa, the rockets going up, it's releasing them. It's releasing that gas pressure, which could actually explain how you could have gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum of space without a solid container.
Yeah,
right?
I would say that the rockets aren't going through anything solid. They're just going through lighter and lighter, less and less dense parts of the atmosphere. I'm sorry. Keep going. Yeah, and so the atmospheric pressure is due to the weight of the air, and sending rockets up higher and higher isn't going to change that. So I don't think they're worried about that in that sense.
But no, I wasn't
Can I just interrupt you guys quick to say one thing? We got someone in the VC check-in. I don't have permission to do that. If somebody is available that can check them in, that'd be cool. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, by the way, Latter-day Saints, I'm sort of near Vandenberg too. I mean, not really. I live in Southern California near Orange County, but one day I'd love to go watch a launch. Have you ever seen a launch happen from where you are?
I haven't seen it right from Vandenberg, but I saw one a couple of years ago in the sky, and in the best way I could describe it, it had like a jellyfish kind of characteristic to it, and the best way I could describe it in my layman's terms, like I said, I didn't graduate from college or anything, would be when the police do ballistics tests, which the likely probability of them hitting on a hot gun that's actually been used in a hit is very unlikely. But in the unlikely chance they do, they like to fire a brand new bullet through what they call a dirty gun or a hot gun that may or may not have bodies on it. They like to fire that into a giant square of it's like a silicone gelatin, and that way they can pull the bullet out and get the ballistic riflings from the bullet and see if it was ever used in a murder. And so if you were to take that square of gelatin or whatever they fired the bullet into and make it almost like a glowing color, like of a jellyfish, and then turn out all the lights in the room, that would be the best way I could describe it. I'm not a religious fanatic, but I've actually heard some people say that they're trying to pierce the firmament. But I mean, what firmament if there's not an actual thing that we could physically touch and measure, theoretically or literally, you said, between the vacuum of space and the gas pressure system on Earth. And then I'm going to jump back to the other thing where you said the rockets going up wouldn't necessarily break through this theoretical or literal container that you say may or may not be there, but you didn't specify on asteroids or meteor showers or whatever they say falls from the sky to Earth. So theoretically or literally, could those things that are falling from the sky to Earth possibly be breaking through this and releasing some of the gas pressure? Please say yes.
I see what you're saying, but again, the globe idea is that there isn't anything that is containing it. It's the pressure is due only to the weight of the atmosphere. So asteroids and both asteroids from above and rockets from below aren't piercing any like solid thing. But by the way,
can I interrupt just for a minute?
Yeah.
No, I was asking him because he was kind of in the conversation. Is it okay if I interrupt for just one question?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah, by all means.
Thanks, bro. So
thank you.
You know, if we were to terraform Mars with Elon Musk, how would we contain the gas pressure that we're going to need? Because I believe that the gas pressure on Mars at this point is unsustainable for human life. How would we contain it?
If they were going to try and terraform Mars, they would have to just put lots more atmosphere there. They would, I mean, the gravity would contain it on Mars the same as it contains it here.
Well, no, I mean, like, how would we start out?
Just release it into the air. I mean, if they had some source, they had a whole.
Where are we going to get all that gas?
Well,
we're talking about like we terraform Mars, right? Like Matt Damon, we get there, we send like one dude, right, to make sure that it's possible, proof of concept, and then we get the funding, and then we start sending like 80 people, right? Like, how would we contain the gas for the first few generations?
Well, and that's why I don't think it's possible. I don't know if they would ever be able to terraform Mars. I think the best thing they should do is like seal up caves and pressurized caves in a container.
Right, like a container. Right. So is God as smart as man?
God is smarter than man.
Right, he's smarter than man, so he probably knows how to contain gas then, right? Better than us.
Yeah, and I think he designed it such that the weight of the gas is enough to contain it. That's how I think he did it.
So that would work on a fishbowl, right? If you had like a container, right, on all four sides and the bottom, right, or a fish tank, right? That would work. But how would he, keep the liquid and the fluid gas from staying on the ball?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I guess like why?
Well, have you ever tried? You guys always say that you guys have a model and we don't. Have you guys like ever produced a model where it's a vacuum container, and then there's 14.7 psi like right next to it, and then there's liquid water right within the Atmos? Peace, bro. Have a good night. Thanks. So you guys don't actually have a working model, do you?
You can't make a working model like that. No, we don't have one like that.
Right, but can you make like a pool of water in a bathtub and throw some rocks and dirt and call it mountains and land?
No.
No? You can't have like rocks and dirt protruding out of the water in your bathtub and say that this is kind of like how flat Earth would work.
Oh, I see. Like, if you want to make a model for, you could make one for flat Earth in your bathtub.
Right, but not for the globe Earth, because as soon as you put the ball in the vacuum and you introduce Atmos or gas, it's going to fill the entire vacuum until it reaches equilibrium, like every other time we've ever seen.
Yeah, the globe Earth idea is that we're in a vacuum of empty space, and it's kind of hard to find a vacuum of empty space with no gravity on Earth because we're within Earth, so we can't.
I think it's hard to find a vacuum anywhere because nature does what?
Nature abhors a vacuum.
That's right. Please continue.
Do you mind if I ask him another question?
By all means, please continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, dude. By all means, like I appreciate you guys just like letting me even come on. I saw that he was on here, and I was like waiting for my chance because I really like Matthew, and I don't like, you know, I say some pretty like insulting things in my songs and everything, but I've never heard Matthew really get insulting as far as like using derogatory terms to a flat earther's face or over Discord. I've heard him say some snide things in his little videos and stuff, but that's just Matthew's dry sense of humor. And if it wasn't for people like Matthew, you know, like you said, we'd all be talking about weird stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but Matthew, you know, I just want to say that, you know, you said you have a master's degree, so I mean, you're a professional, and I don't think you're getting paid. I mean, I theoretically I could be wrong, but I don't think you're getting paid to be on this Discord. And so I think you must enjoy it. Unless you're a masochist, you must enjoy it, right?
No, it's interesting. And honestly, half the time I'm doing something else that doesn't require much thought, like editing pictures or, you know.
Dude, you're a multitasker. I knew you were a multitasker. I knew it when I first heard you, dude.
I can relate to that because I'm usually
He's editing pictures for NASA.
Hey, Matt,
Right, yeah.
Well, we need to make the flat images appear to like they're, you know, stitched around photoshopped around a ball. So it takes a lot of work for us.
You gotta hit Command Z a lot, Matthew.
That was funny. You guys did.
Yeah, we have to copy and paste all those cloud patterns. It takes forever.
Matthew, would you mind if I threw you one more bone to maybe help your argument?
Thanks, I appreciate it. Sure, I'll take it.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, if I could go back to my mind before I knew the Earth was flat, no brains, no headaches. You know what I mean? So, like, every day I'm looking for somebody to convince me, and you know, you might be that tipping edge. You might convince me to be a glober theoretically, right? So, I'm not gonna say you will, but you know, Matthew, I have my fingers crossed, and I just took my shoe. Wait, I don't have any shoes on. Sorry, my toes are crossed right now, just hoping that you can make me a glober again, because no brains, no headaches, right? So, I'm gonna throw you one more little bone. So you guys say that the spinning of the Earth actually makes all the water stick to the Earth because of gravity, right? No, I'm not going to debate that with you because I'm no scientist, right? But so now I know this is a really dumb rudimentary experiment, but I can't think of anything else at the time. So, like, you know, the old flat Earth tennis ball where they stick it in water and they spin it around, right? And the water goes flying off. But I mean, that's a little tennis ball, and the Earth is way bigger than that. Like, imagine, Matthew, if you will just humor me for a second. Imagine if we were little ants on the hand of like the minute hand on a clock. We wouldn't be able to see the whole clock or even the numbers, especially if the clock was really big and we were really tiny ants, and especially if the clock was spherical shaped, right? So I'm just wondering, since you know math a lot better than I do, maybe you could help me out with this one, is at what point do the numbers change the laws of physics? Like, so the laws of physics, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong now, if you spin a wet tennis ball, the water goes flying off, right? But if you got that tennis ball up to a certain size, to almost as large as the Earth or as large as the globe Earth, the water wouldn't go flying off. It actually sticks, right? Because, you know, we're small and the Earth is so big, right? But there's got to be and since you know numbers, this is what I'm asking, there's got to be an exact number or a measurement of how big would that tennis ball be before it actually reversed the laws of, reverse the laws of scientific, reverse the scientific laws of water going flying off to water sticking. How big would that tennis ball have to be, or would it actually have to go from the size of a tennis ball to the exact size of the circumference of the Earth? Or is there a size like a little bit smaller than the Earth where the water would actually change its physical laws, the way it behaves? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the tennis ball is a good illustration. If you dip a tennis ball and just hold it there, there's actually, so the spinning tennis ball, there's two different things happening. One is kind of fluid dynamics, keeping the tennis ball wet just because the water likes to stick on the tennis ball. It's not going to immediately drop off and be bone dry. So that's one force, keeping water on the ball. And the second force would be as you spin the tennis ball, I always mix up centrifugal, the force of the spinning, and the equation for that depends on the radius of the ball, how big is the ball, and also how fast it's going. And so if you spin it fast enough, at some point the water starts to fly off. So, yeah.
That's without you actually, you kind of actually just more professionally reiterated my question as opposed to answering my question, but you did a very, very good job in doing that. You made it a lot more eloquent than I could have sounded. So let me reiterate the question again. Since you know numbers a lot better than me, and I'm really interested in learning, how much bigger than the tennis ball how much bigger would you have to get that theoretical, or in your case, technical or literal tennis ball till it got to the shape of the spherical globe before the water started reversing its laws of what it does? Like what would the exact numbers be? Or can you even give me a ballpark figure?
Yeah, I think it has to do more with the ratio, not the exact size, like how fast it's spinning versus how big it is. So, the tennis. Let me just give you an example.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Absolutely.
The tennis ball is like 1 or 2 inches in radius or something like that, and if it's spinning really fast, it's moving. Every couple seconds, it's moving, or less than a second to move 2 inches along and so it's not so much the size as the ratio of how fast it's spinning versus how big the radius is.
So I'm not trying to sound derogatory. I have much respect for women, but so in this case, size does matter, right?
Right, and so,
but only halfway, because it's not just the size that matters, but it's the motion of how fast it's going too. You're saying both of these factor in order to give me the answer I'm looking for, correct?
Yeah, both.
Let me help you with this one, Matthew. It's not how big the size of your pencil is; it's how well you spell your name.
Yes, I like it. I like that one. So Matthew, since you're a numbers man, I mean, you said you had a master's or PhD or something fancy like that, something that actually is really impressive, and it's almost intimidating to me from my lack of knowledge. So now, since you're a numbers man, now would I be venturing out on the edge of a cliff too far theoretically to ask you that would you be able to give me the numbers of the speed of the spin and the size both coming together? Like, as far as I could understand, like if you have a car that's moving at a certain speed, you can measure how much gasoline you're going to use by how much weight you have in the car, right? So those are two math problems that actually, they're different math problems, but they kind of go hand in hand together to formulate your final equation, which I don't know if you consider numbers theoretical or philosophical or technical, but as far as I know, they're technical. So if you could give me a technical number of when these two numbers meet to make the laws of water actually reverse what they do, I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know the exact numbers, but let me estimate by doing it this way. You actually weigh at the equator. There's the weight that you feel pulling you down towards the ground, and then there's also a tiny little bit of centripetal accelerate or centripetal force you're feeling that's actually making you slightly lighter. And
let me just interrupt. Let me interrupt you really quick. When you said the you feel, indicating that me and you, or just specifically me feel, I've never felt that, but it's okay. I don't mean to be technical with you. I'm sorry. Continue on.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, there is an experimental difference based on latitude about how much a person weighs, and a person would weigh slightly more at the pole versus at the equator they weigh slightly less. And so I think the ratio is something like 0.8% or something really small like that. Like if you weigh 100 pounds at the North Pole, you weigh 99.6 pounds at the equator. And so I think that means it would translate to having to be spinning about 200 times faster. So if the Earth were spinning,
I'm not going to let you get. I'm not going to let you get away with this, Matthew. The
what
centripetal force idea.
He was. I didn't do calculations.
Oh, let him finish. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I mean, it's all right. Bullshit, man.
Go.
It's all bullshit.
I'm sorry. Okay. I basically what I'm trying to find out, Matthew, is you said it would have to be going 200 times faster, right? So now,
that's my guess.
Would you?
I haven't done the calculations. That'd be a guess.
Well, when you could get the calculations on the speed, I would appreciate that. But if the speed correlated with the size, so would you guess that the globe Earth, is 200 times bigger than a tennis ball, or would it be a little bit bigger than that?
It's not 200 times bigger. It's not how much bigger it is than the tennis ball.
You got away with it because
it's the ratio. The ratio. No, it's the ratio.
You were swallowing his bullshit, with the centripetal idea, but you didn't understand it, and that's why I was saying I'm not going to let him do it, because the centripetal force doesn't exist. There's no such thing as centripetal force, Matthew.
Yeah, it's a pseudoforce.
There's no centrifugal force exists, but centripetal force doesn't exist. It's only exists in mathematics.
In whirlpools.
All right, so you guys continue. I just wanted, I just wanted, for the people that don't know that, I just wanted to come in and say, hey, Matthew's trying to, say that it
I was going to call Matthew out.
I was actually trying to give him enough rope to either tie the horse to the stable or
Saturday. Are you familiar with the centripetal force idea? Are you familiar with that?
I am. I'm not an expert, but that's why I just wanted the numbers, though. I wasn't really asking about the force. I wanted the numbers of how much bigger the tennis ball would have to be.
He was kind of being squirrely about it. That's the only reason I jumped in. You guys continue.
Oh, yeah. No, I completely understand. Yeah, I was just trying to allow him enough rope to do whatever he wanted to do with it, wherever it led, That's all I was trying to do.
What were you saying, Hank? And then everybody continue, whatever.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to see where this was going, too. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I'd have to look at it. But the other way to look at it would be if you take a tennis ball and you get it wet and then you spin it around, once every minute, the water's not going to fly off of it because you're going way too slow.
Okay, so that's why originally a couple questions ago I wanted to narrow down specifically what your expertise is. Therefore, I'm not asking you theoretical space-time questions where you're not necessarily qualified to answer these questions, and I respect that. I like your honesty. But another thing about your honesty that I would really appreciate, since you do make the claim, and I'm not claiming you don't, that you do have a master's in mathematics, that's why I'm asking you for the exact numbers, or even something. You said an estimate, but I haven't really heard you give me any estimate that's even close to even close to something that could be close to a reality of an estimate. What I'm asking you specifically is the tennis ball, example, right? I'm not going to get into what type of force it is or whatever. I'm specifically asking you is how much bigger would that tennis ball have to be before it made water do the exact opposite of what we see it demonstrably do when we spin it and it goes flying off. And you said it also depends on the speed. Now, I'm trying to narrow this down as you have a master's in mathematics, so I would like the numbers of not only how much bigger the tennis ball would have to be, but also how much faster it would have to be to make the laws of water actually reverse. That's why I wanted to get those two numbers to a point. And since you're a master's in math, I was hoping out of everybody I talked to on here, you'd be able to answer that question for me, please, if you could.
No, the laws will never reverse. It's just the balance between the force that keeps it on the tennis ball versus the force that makes it want to fly off the tennis ball, and that depends on the ratio of the speed to the radius. So it doesn't have to do with the size specifically, but the ratio of the.
Matthew,
I do have a question on that.
Matthew, the law. I'm sorry. Let me just finish real quick, and I'm done. Matthew, the laws absolutely do reverse. You said they don't reverse, but they absolutely do reverse.
And that's what my question's about. Yep.
Yeah, if the globe is spinning and it's holding water to it, it's doing the exact opposite of what we see demonstratively with a tennis ball. The laws of water are actually doing the exact opposite. So therefore, I wanted to know how much bigger that tennis ball would have to be, and also at the same time, how much faster it would have to go in order to make the laws of what we demonstrably see water do the complete opposite, which would be to stick to it. And since you are a master's in math. I didn't mean to insult you. I wanted those. If you could even get those numbers, even to you said an estimate. No, an estimate. When I go to get my tires on my little tricycle down at the bike shop, and they say, what tire do I need? I'm not going to estimate that I need a monster truck tire. I mean, even I would know maybe it would be a mountain bike size tire. But I mean, so could you get that estimate a little bit closer than what you previously specified?
Yeah, and here for the audience, real quick.
Calculations.
Right. Okay, and that's the thing for the audience. Real simply, we want to know where the threshold is between small enough not to have water stick to it, and then all of a sudden big enough to have water stick to it. Where else in nature, other than apparently with the globe, but other than the globe, where else in nature can we witness water sticking to a spinning ball?
I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what I was going to say.
If you get a basketball
Matthew,
wet and spin it,
please answer.
If you get a basketball wet and spin it slowly, it sticks to the ball.
No, it doesn't stick. It'll just slowly kind of trickle down. Try again.
The basketball doesn't become immediately dry. That's an example.
That's not my claim. My claim was not immediately dry. So again, the question? You're not answering the question. Typical, huh?
No, it's not typical. I try to answer the question all the time.
No, it's typical for Globers. And that's fine, no matter how nice you are about it, right? We smell the fish. So anyway, what's that threshold? How big does something have to be for water to stick to it?
It's and not how fast the size that matters. It's the ratio of the radius to the speed.
No, my friend. Once again, the question, you're not answering the question. How big does it have to be?
The size doesn't matter in that case. It's the ratio.
Yeah, see, you're not answering the question. It does matter. Size always matters. I think earlier we talked about how size matters.
Okay, so
in this case,
if you spin a tennis ball very slowly, it doesn't go flying off, and that shows that it's not because.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. So, in relative to, let's say, like a basketball, what is small enough for a basketball to start attracting water to it? Or the same as what it would be for water. So what? You know what I'm saying? If scale-wise, how fast does the basketball need to be going? And then what ratio-wise is small enough to start sticking to it?
Are you
sure? Are you sure? Because I've never seen a basketball spun so fast that shit started sticking to it, brother. Do you see what I'm saying? You cannot demonstrate what you claim is happening with the Earth anywhere on Earth. Thank you.
You got me.
Matthew, if I may quote something that you said in one of your videos, you actually, I'm not saying this verbatim, but correct me if I'm way off, but I believe you said that it's as an example of like we're like a tiny ant on a giant clock, so we're too small to see it. But somebody who has a master's in math and they're stepping away from this, they'd be able to actually give us the exact measurements, even though it's so big. I don't think there's anything so big that you couldn't even come close to narrow down the numbers. And now I'm going to give you this one, Matthew. I'm going to give you this one, and I hope you're a man of your word. You said you didn't have the numbers on you, but you'd be able to do the calculations and come back at a hopefully like a soon further date, not like a week, but like maybe a day or two. If you have the time, I know you're busy. If you have the time, maybe you could whip up the calculations and actually post them in the live stream somewhere, or come back and be like, boom, here's the numbers right here. I'd really appreciate the numbers. Like I said, Matthew, I'm trying to throw you a bone. I want to go back to being a Glober because no brains, no headaches. Make the world a better place for me. Please take me back to when I was younger, Matthew.
Okay, so yes, I'll do those calculations because since you guys have been asking this, I'm curious, like how fast would the Earth have to spin before water would start rising off?
Not just how fast, but also how big. Because remember, you were the one. These are your exact words. You said it's not just the size, but also the speed. So I need both of those numbers together. That way, there's no what some people call a slippery slope. Because I don't want a slippery slope. I want, and you, even if you can't get them right on the dot, I'd like as best as you could estimate them. Because you are a master's in mathematics. If I'm quoting you wrong, please let me know.
So to be clear, I have a master's in computer science. I have an undergrad degree in mathematics, but even like physics, anybody who takes one semester of physics in high school physics could answer this. But as far as I like your phrase, "no brains, no headaches." But as far as convincing you to come back to the globe side, I would just say,
Matthew, I'm trying to throw you a bone here, bud.
Yeah, here's how: spend a couple hours next Sunday night watching the lunar eclipse. That would be a good way.
Okay, but Matthew, watching me staring up at the sky and what happens in the sky has nothing to do with the question I asked you, and you know that.
No, I know. I was answering the more general question of a good way to.
I mean, I could also. I mean, Matthew, that's almost like me saying, like, "Oh, check out this new band or this new movie." I mean, it's wonderful for entertainment purposes, but I'm not really trying to be entertained. I'm really trying to narrow this down to an exact science, if you will.
Sure. I mean, the generic answer is education. The more education you have, the easier it'll be for you to understand the globe and come back to the globe side.
Like I said, though, I'm not an educated man, and that's where I'm asking you because of your education. Now, if your answer to my question is education, what I can do with the letters that you spelled out, education, I can get the alphanumeric value and try to get my answer from that, but I don't think that would be correct. So that's why I'm asking for the exact numbers or something as close as you can without having to do gematria or anything like that,
Gematria is false, but yes.
Oh, I'm not going to debate whether it's false or not. I mean, when they say rocket scientists, this equals this, and it's just a coincidence. It equals 33. Maybe it is. I'm not even going to debate that with you. But what I want to know is the numbers, Matthew. And not I don't want an answer of education because I don't have I grew up on food stamps, right? All the other kids were getting their good fancy medicines, and my mom, like I said, she used to have to crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster. That's how poor we were, right? So we grew up on government cheese. I didn't have an education, and that's why I'm humbly asking you for this. Now, if you would like to charge for your services, I'd be willing to pay. If you take EBT, I can pay you an EBT.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do those calculations and I'll post them in the live stream.
I'd even be actually willing to. I could pay you up to I could afford $40 if you could give me those answers, Matthew. I mean, I know I don't mean to insult you in any way, shape, or form. No disrespect. I know your time is worth a lot more than that, but. If you could maybe take this as a pro bono project and just consider me as somebody who's underprivileged and grew up in a third world, underdeveloped country, and you're actually helping me out by teaching me, because I don't know if you teach for the money or for the love of actually helping children learn, or maybe it's both. But if you could do that for me, I'd highly appreciate that. Like I said, I wanted to go back to the globe. Now, let me just finish off with this. I'm going to throw you this last bone. I know I said I was going to throw you a last bone, and I haven't yet, but here's the last bone now, Matthew. So your example was of the ants are so small on this hand of clock, we couldn't see nearly how big it is because we're so small, right? So check this out, Matthew.
It was more about feeling it. It was more about feeling whether an ant standing on our hand wouldn't feel it moving.
Well, that's funny because when I took math, I remember when I honestly I don't even know how to do long division. I count stuff out on my fingers. I'm horrible at math, but I'm really good at calculating alpha numerically for whatever reason. But that's beside the point. So you said though that it's so big and we're so small that from the tennis ball, it spins off, but something that big, the gravity makes it stick, right? So check this out, Matthew. Check this out. You're going to like this one. So imagine reversing that technology, right? And going, the flat earthers, their model is so small and their minds are so small that water on a globe sticks to it, right? But you have to actually reverse this and you become a giant ant on top of a tiny clock. And when you see a drop of water, it's curving. And do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to throw you a bone as best I can, and that might actually convince some people to become a glober. Not me necessarily, but it might help some people. And if you can get 100 of us flat Earth monkeys to all agree on something, you might have like a mutual understanding where we all start washing off our potatoes and learning how to eat them like civilized folks, like and not just like monkeys eating them with like rocks and dirt and everything. So that's
Saints. I appreciate your incredible insight into my.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry.
It's absolutely amazing. It is so good, Matthew. I hope you're laughing. I hope you're laughing. I'm over here laughing, and it's so funny. Come on.
Comes up with great analogies.
It's great analogies, man. So yeah, I don't want you to stop you, Saints. I just wanted to kind of encourage you some more. Actually,
I love you guys, man. I honestly, I appreciate every moment you guys give me, and I try to use it as best I can, as wisely as I can. And Matthew, likewise, you have a master's, and you said an undergrad in math. Now, like I said, I got kicked out of high school in 10th grade, but I mostly slept through my classes, and I smoked a lot of dope in high school, and I ditched a lot, and I had wild parties all the time, and I was kind of a crazy teenager, so I didn't pay attention in school. I hated school. I absolutely hated school. So all the education I have is from my own education of just, I've read quite a lot of books. I've been to for years in unsavory places where I had to go and get my own books and read them because literally there's nothing else to do. And so I studied a lot into the books, and I taught myself rudimentary Spanish. I taught myself how to type, many other things that really aren't even relevant to this. But considering that you do have that education that I so desperately needed as a kid, and I may have turned out a lot better, if you could find it in your heart to possibly come up with those numbers, and if you did need money, I could come up with $40. Or my chick Jackie, she got about 85 on the EBT, and street value is 50 cents to the dollar. I'm willing to make it 65 cents to the dollar. If you need it, extra groceries are always nice, or whatever, Matthew.
I appreciate your offer, but I'm curious enough to do the calculation myself.
Yeah.
Can I ask Matthew a question?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Jim, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks. Matthew, all of us who are now flat earthers were once globers. I think we can basically say that because our education told us we were globers along with the entertainment. So with that in mind, what would it take for you as a super glober to become a flat earther? Is there something that is out there that if you actually saw it with your eyes and with observation and empirical evidence, that would change you from a glober to a flat earther?
Sure, I like explanations and predictions. So if there were some kind of system that Flat Earth could come up with to describe why the world is the way that it is, and to predict, things in the sky, the sun and the moon, and that type of stuff in an accurate way, then that would be a big step.
Predict, post-dict.
A map would be another good thing if there were a map that worked.
So wait, Matthew. What if we can't find answers to these things in the sky? It's impossible to do what you just asked us. What if it's impossible to do that? Would that mean that you would continue to believe it's a ball, even though it's not a ball?
I would just need a better explanation. The globe has a decent explanation, and so basically I go with the best explanation. If the globe Globers have some explanation. I'll stick with that until the flat earthers come up with a better one.
I have got.
But that's just an explanation. I mean, I could just tell you a story. So if I just came up with a story of what the
Right,
sun
I'm
is and
looking
what
for the
it's
best
doing,
story.
would that be sufficient for you?
I'm looking for the best story because the best stories are true.
Yeah, he wants a fairy tale. Here's the problem, guys, is that it already depends on flat Earth. He doesn't have any answers. So everything already depends on not adjusting for curvature or already.
Hey, Matthew, can I ask you one more thing? And I don't mean to interrupt. Now, you said if somebody came up with the best story, you'd become a flat earther. Now, not everybody appreciates the term flat earther, and to some people it sounds kind of crazy. I've even seen people who have things like flat earth tattooed on them or whatever. And I'm not trying to. I wouldn't want you to be some crazy flat earther. But how about let's just rephrase that and just not believe in the globe model necessarily, because the Earth isn't completely flat like a cookie pan. I mean, there's valleys and hills and canyons. So the topography, on an average, it appears to be flat. You don't think it is, but so what would it take for you to not believe in the heliocentric model anymore and to openly admit it? Now, because if once you did that, you might have your job for a day or two, maybe a week at most, maybe even 2 weeks until they realize you were serious, and then you'd be out of money. Now, I don't know what you have as a backup plan for income or if you're financially set enough to do that, but would you be willing to say, you know what, I'm going to stand up for the truth and I'm willing to take a huge pay cut and even lose face in front of all my colleagues and all these people who wear these tweed suits and all these pretty college girls or whatever, maybe they're not pretty, but kids that, because it feels good when you're teaching young people and that bright look in their eye and you feel like you're actually making a difference in their life. Now, what if you in your heart eventually came to the realization through what you said, a good enough story, that the globe isn't real, Matthew? Now, would you be man enough to admit that to your colleagues and your students, knowing that it's a 99.999% chance you're going to not have your job anymore, which means you're going to lose your paycheck? And I might be wrong, but I don't think there's too much money to be gained in repping the flat earth or repping the non-globe model. I might be wrong, though. I might be wrong. I've heard of a guy named Flat Earth Millionaire. Could be a story. But I know that you'd probably make more money repping the globe, Matthew. Now, this is more of an integrity question. I heard you use the word God earlier, and I'm not going to get in the Bible, whatever God you pray to or believe in, that's fine, and I respect that. But what would you really come out and say that, Matthew, and risk losing? However, I don't know. You said you make less than $200,000 a year. I venture to say you make not well over, but at least $110,000 a year. But I know that's rude to discuss people's finances. I could actually go and look up how much money you make. Not counting gratuity and other things you might make on the side. But would you be willing to lose all that in order to stand up for what is the truth, Matthew, or what a good enough story to convince you of the truth would be? That's my question, basically. This is more of a morality question.
Yes, I am willing to take a financial hit to stay with my convictions, and I do have integrity. Now, as proof of that, I work at a Christian school, which pays less than if I were to work at some other secular school.
Matthew, that's not really proof of that at all whatsoever, because the Christian school that you work at, if I might be wrong, now correct me if I'm wrong, has some type of globe picture in their logo, some way, shape, or form. And if I'm wrong, please correct me on that.
Many logos are round. That doesn't necessarily have anything to do with a particular stance on the shape of the earth.
So you are a Bible believer then, correct?
Yes. So every college, every university, every Christian college subscribes to the globe model.
Okay, so Matthew, let me just ask you one thing. Are you familiar with one of Jesus' parables where he's of the rich man and Lazarus?
Yes.
So when Lazarus goes up to Abraham's bosom, and the rich man is down in, I might be saying this wrong, but Shalom, I might be saying this wrong. I'm no theologian, right? So he's down in a hot, dry place where he's so thirsty, and Lazarus is up there in Abraham's bosom, and he says, "Would you just dip your finger in water for me?" Now, would you think he's talking about like dipping his finger in a cloud, like a cotton candy machine, and twirling it around till he gets enough moisture in that cloud? But he specifically said water. Now, do you think he's just being metaphoric when he's saying dip your finger in water?
Probably so. The point of that parable is not to describe a physical space, but to describe spiritual truth.
So you realize that's the only parable Jesus ever I might be wrong, but the only parable where he actually gives a real name. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you say a parable like I saw Lucifer fall from the sky, like I saw Lucifer fall from the sky like a star, where he says, I saw Lucifer fall from the sky like figs falling from a tree. Wouldn't that double parable cancel itself out and make the first part literal? Now, I'm not saying that does just because he put an actual name in the parable, but, and then let me just hit you with this last one. Now, when Lazarus says that he would, even if he wanted to dip his finger in water, and even if he wanted to come back to warn this dude's family to live a better life, he couldn't because of the chasm that's fixed between where he is at and where the rich man is at. Now, is he talking about that chasm of this chasm that separates the vacuum of space from the gas pressure that you actually is like just an imaginary thing that's not really there? It is, but it's not there. But he couldn't cross it. Do you think he's speaking metaphorically?
Yes, I think that is, he's talking about the distance between Sheol and Abraham's bosom, and the chasm is this uncrossable barrier. I don't think it's meant as a science lesson on how the shape of heaven, what the shape of heaven is. I think it's spiritual, metaphorical.
Heaven, I was merely trying to get an answer on since you teach at a Christian school, your answer on what that chasm is, and could he possibly? Oh, it's a metaphor. Okay, so he couldn't possibly be referring to what crazy flat earthers call the firmament, right, or the dome.
He might be, but I don't think it has to be read that way. It's possible.
Okay, and then what about the water? Is that a metaphor too, or do you think they could be literally talking about the waters above, from Genesis chapter 1 verse 6, I believe? Where he said he separated the waters above from the waters below. Well, is that metaphorical waters? Because I don't think the waters below would be metaphorical, but would the waters above be metaphorical, thus nullifying the first metaphor and canceling it out?
If you want to read it as sort of a specific description of how those things, like a physical description of how those things work, then you might be able to come up with some way to get it to work that way. Sure. I just don't think that's the plain reading of it. I think it's a spiritual story. It's a parable.
It's a parable, but what would the parable be then? What would the metaphor be then? What is the metaphor of that? Or are you just saying it's just a spiritual thing? Like they put crosses on all these magnificent cathedrals that were once allegedly electric conductors because people go there to worship these crosses, and it's not just to falsify a false dichotomy in something or a design. Like you're saying, like that cross is that spiritual thing, or like that metaphorical chasm, or this metaphorical water he's dipping his finger in. What would it be a metaphor for then, Matthew?
It's for I don't know, some kind of truth. I think possibly the truth of the gospel, because the point that Jesus said is that, hey, even if somebody rises from the dead and goes and speaks to your brothers, they won't believe. And so that was the main point of that parable, is that here is someone, and someone did rise from the dead, Lazarus himself first, then Jesus later. And the point of that parable is that it didn't that didn't matter. Some people still choose not to believe.
I guess I'm just going to keep coming in with this question. What does the Bible have to do with Earth measuring flat?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't mean to get religious. Okay. I figured since Matthew teaches at a Christian Christian school, he might be able to answer some questions I have. I wasn't trying to get all religious or anything. No disrespect.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I understand, and that's why I kind of just listened for a little bit and let it happen. I'm going to be the guy that comes in and says, let's maybe not talk about the Bible. Other people are going to let it happen. Whatever, that's fine. You know, not everybody's going to be a stickler like I am. No. Flatter Day, dude. I love you, brother. You're great. You're fucking brilliant. That said,
thank you.
So let's just try to stick on the physical reality that is falsifiable and not children's stories, if we could. Talk about science. But thank you.
Absolutely. My bad, bro.
You're good, dude. You're good. Totally good.
No, it was good, man. It was real good, Saints. Matthew, thanks for hanging in there. Did you get through finals yet, Matthew?
Yesterday, I graded my last one.
That's why you're hanging out here. I knew it. It's like,
oh yeah, basically, if you take a Bible and you hold it out, horizontal to the ground, parallel to the ground, it would be parallel with the oceans, no matter where you are.
You know, I think every single book might agree with you on that one too. Look, we've had this flat Earth proof everywhere, guys.
Bible, I just thought I'd mention that it applies to the Bible.
We've had this flat Earth.
Every other book.
No, if you take Origin of the Species by Darwin, Origin of the Species advances.
Well, Matthew, when you grade these kids' grades, do you grade on a curve?
And it's not that there's a flat.
They swear allegiance to the globe and they repeat a globe prayer.
Matthew, that's the most truth I've ever heard you say, Matthew. Thank you for being truthful, Matthew. Thank you. I appreciate your truth.
And it's not that there's flat Earth proof everywhere. It's just that there's no globe Earth proof anywhere.
Oh,
great point.
Take that.
Absolutely.
Smoke that in your pipe, man. Smoke that one.
Put that in my pipe and I'll smoke it. Or wait, what?
Mine pipe, man. No brains, no headaches. What was that?
Yeah, dude, that was it. Flatter Day, bro. I don't know if that's your quote or not, but no brains, no headaches. Globers in 2022.
No, I like that quote too.
It's a T-shirt for Globers. A fucking T-shirt for Globers.
I was glad I was muted, man, because I was laughing so hard.
Oh yeah, neighbors are awake. Yep.
Yeah, I think over here crying. I'm like, oh my god, it's so funny. Hey, thank you.
If I could just make a comment, and then I'll be quiet.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate Matthew coming on, and it'd be great if he could come on again because I have 15 questions to ask him, but that's for another time. So it looks like, Matthew, the first time I've listened to you, and again, appreciate you coming on, that you're basically saying that water at rest bends, you're saying light bends, and you're also saying the more education you have, the more likely you are to be a glober. Am I right?
Yes, those are accurate.
That's correct.
So in other words, in other words, every PhD and master's person will be a glober because they're, quote, educated. Is that correct?
They're more likely to be. I don't know if every single one, but more likely is the way I'd say it.
Right. You got it.
Can we make the deduction possibly that they're more programmed, more indoctrinated, and also more brainwashed to become a glober? Can we possibly make that deduction?
That would be an alternate explanation. Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and hopefully you can come on again because I have questions that we'll leave for another time. But thank you.
Cool, man. I've told you, Matthew, that I think you're here to help us refine our arguments and build our model better, potentially.
Exactly. Okay.
So, not just that, Matthew, but we give you a lot of content for your YouTube channel.
No,
I'm done with that for now.
He's done with that
Please,
shit.
Keep going, Matthew. Come on, don't let it go. Don't let it go that easy, Matthew. Come on.
No, I mean, I made 2 flat Earth videos. I think that's enough.
Yeah. He might do a third down the road if something comes up.
That's true. I might do.
How about this? Do a third one, and I promise I'll never make another video of you. That's my word.
I want you
But
to
if
make
you
a
don't,
response to my question.
but if you don't, it's open season. How about that?
Okay,
It
fair enough.
sounds like a threat, man. Don't threat.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's
I'm going to
funny,
take
though.
off. I'm going to spend a few
All
minutes.
right,
looking at
Matthew.
this
Thanks.
equation
Hey,
and see-
congratulations on another school year, brother.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
And we'll see you out here again. I know. I have no doubt.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you for your time, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Likewise.
All right,
Thanks for
good
the
night.
questions. Yep. All right.
That was
bye.
fun.
We still want those calculations, Matthew.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm gonna work
please.
with them for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna
We're
be
gonna
checking
hold
them.
you to them. We're gonna hold you to them.
He'll get him. He'll get him. I'm
Yeah,
not worried.
No, I will. I will.
Yeah,
Just
he'll
I'm
copy
curious
a high
myself,
school
that's why.
physics textbook and we'll
No,
try it.
no. He'll do the numbers. I know.
Yeah, he'll find the bullshit.
Hey, and then Matthew, also, if you can change the reality that calculations are stark and drastic opposites of direct measurements, if you could change that before you come back, that'd be
That
lovely.
would be sweet, man.
Because then,
That would be so cool.
because then calculations would turn into globe evidence, right? Wouldn't that be great? But since they're not direct measurements, you see what I'm trying to say. If you can go ahead and do that, gosh, because you're an amazing guy already, right? Just got through another school year. You know, your students believe all the rhetoric that you spill, so it's nice. It's a good thing. So anyway, appreciate it.
Will do. All right. Later.
All right, Matthew.
I think you should have majored in philosophy instead of math. You're good. You're great at both, but you're a better philosopher.
No
You
doubt
might be
about
onto
it.
something there, Matthew. You might be onto something there.
Totally,
All right,
man. You'd be the
bye.
next Alan Watts, Matt. You can do it. He bounced. It was fun, boys and girls. Woo! I was laughing my ass off for the last hour, man. Just going, what the hell? This is great. Thanks. Way to go, Saints, man. I love your crazy, long-winded fucking try to get to the point. You know, the mathematics.
That was fucking with him. That was great.
Could you work out those numbers, man? I'll give you food, give you some food stamps, bro.
Yeah, no.
Hey man, listen. Food stamps equal food. I don't know what the problem is. Okay.
I'm fucking
Dude, I was
crying.
losing my
over it.
shit.
I'm
That was
like,
hilarious.
no, he did not just say
Jackie just got her EBT refilled. You know what I mean?
food stamps. Oh, that was. Cheers, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend, man. We'll kill it. We'll kick ass tomorrow too, man. So, but good weekend, yeah.
Yeah.
Glad I played drums today, man, in a band. That was cool.
Flat Earth, dude, I want to meet up with you sometime, like within the next month. Like, I'll even drive more than halfway. I'll meet you down by LA somewhere.
All right. I'm pretty open next week, man. I'm not. Hit me up, man. Email, I guess. Fuck, I don't know. I don't think I have you on my phone, man.
You said you had recording equipment at your house, right?
I got some, yeah. I mean, it's not, dude. I can record something. My wife asks me every once in a while, "Can you record this?" Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, like you record you playing guitar.
I mean, I could set something up, man. It would take a minute. I don't have anything permanently set up right now. I mean, just computer and a couple mics, but.
What if I brought some expensive equipment, and my lack of knowledge of knowing how I can acquire the equipment? It's just my lack of putting it together to actually make the music. But I would actually like to do a song with you where I don't know if your wife sings or not. Jackie says she sings, but she never will. I don't know any chicks who will do it, but I would like to have a female vocal as either like half or even the majority of the song, where I can't sing for shit. I try and my voice cracks and everything, but like I would like to possibly spit like a chorus where it goes into like the singing, or even goes just into you like rocking out on the guitar.
Nice.
And if
We
I don't
get
know.
Sonny. Get Sonny to rock on the guitar, man. I'm a folk player, man. Kind of a folky.
Dude, I'm so sorry if Sonny, if you're listening, dude, I totally just confused the both of you two right now. I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
Dude,
Sonny's
no
the
disrespect.
Sonny's the rocking guitar player, man. I'm a luthier and a folk drummer.
Yeah,
that's about it, man. I keep it simple.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got you too confused. No disrespect whatsoever, bro.
No, man. No, but Sonny is like If you needed some guitar work done on a track, man, I would hit him up by far.
He knows music. He's a genius. Yeah, I mean, reading music to me is like hieroglyphics, dude. And that dude knows how to read music.
No, he don't read.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just knows rock, man.
I mean, he knows how to write. I should say he knows how to write it, like as far as like the notes and everything. It's
Sure,
like,
man.
like
He knows
doesn't
that.
make sense to me.
Cool, man. That was some epic Matthew time. Thank you. It's been a minute. I was wondering where he was at, but I realized he was going through finals, leading up. And that's why he's been absent for the last, I don't know, month or so, kind of.
Yeah.
But for him to show up tonight, I figured he was already through. As soon as he got through with his finals, he's like, oh, cool, I can hang out with those fucking cool flat earthers tonight, man. He's here to help us, man. Help us refine our answers to their bullshit fucking globe. And he's here. He's on our side, man. So enjoy him while we got him.
Yeah.
Because at some point, man, we won't be able to talk to a math professor.
He's very respectful too.
But he knows. I've met him twice in person, man. I don't know if you know that, but
no shit. No, I did not know that, dude.
That's how he got here, man. Was because I was on a live stream on a beach at a flat Earth meetup, and he showed up and wanted to talk.
I remember you mentioning that, dude. Yeah.
And it was like, I'm right here, man. I got a whole shitload of flat earthers. You want to talk to them? And I put them on a fucking hangout. And they were on there for like 2 hours talking to him. Yeah, it was cool. Anyway.
Now, how long ago was that when you first met him?
2020.
Okay, so not long after that is when he made his flat Earth videos on YouTube, disproving the flat Earth, according to him.
Well,
his philosophy.
At least a couple of different points that he brought up that he brings them up in here all the time. It's nothing different than what he does here.
Oh no! I was just trying to correlate the time from when you first met him to when you made the video, and I realized
it was right after the COVID lockdown, man. The beaches opened up, and there was this flat Earth meetup down.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe like 20 of us showed up down there, but we had like a little display, and I was live streaming on YouTube. I had a panel.
Was NASA Nick there and all his regalia?
NASA Nick showed up. Renee was
so
there.
Funny. Yeah, dude, Renee's classic too, dude, with his long white lab coat.
No, Renee's I mean, he's just an earthbound human being, man. That's on the flat.
Doesn't he wear that long lab coat sometimes?
I don't remember Renee in a lab coat, but you might be thinking of somebody else.
Is Renee he almost looks like almost of a Filipino descent?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's got the
kind of a little bit long black hair.
He's super muscular, man. Yeah.
No, I've seen him twice when I met him. He was wearing that long lab coat, and he actually let me wear it when I first met him at Griffith Observatory.
Yeah. He might have been wearing one up there, yeah.
In fact, I think it was a year ago today because it was my chick's birthday on May 8th last year, and she was upset because she couldn't get ready quick enough to go. Anyway.
It takes balls to go up to an observatory and put up a flat Earth table. And go, hey man, it takes some fucking serious balls, man. But he's pretty muscular, man. So he could pull it off, man. It's pretty cool, man. He's a fucking animal, dude. It's a fucking flat Earth animal, dude. I've never seen him more. Just like he's not like Nathan Thompson aggressive.
No.
In some ways,
although I actually have a video of both of them together yelling on the megaphone, but they're completely different in their approaches.
Yeah, they're totally different. Renee's more like, "Hey, man, the Earth is flat. Check it out. We've got the proof. Come on over here. Check it for yourself. Don't be afraid, man. You're not on a spinning ball, man. Wake up." He's always yelling like really cool stuff at people, man. He's like.
He either had an actual horn or a seashell that he was blowing through.
I tell you, you're not on the spinning ball right now. I tell you.
You remember he had that giant seashell that he was blowing into it and it made like a yeah.
Dude, Jude, you've never been over to Renee's house, have you?
Nah, bro.
Dude, he's had like maybe 7 or 8 flat Earth meetups at his house, dude.
Sure.
It's right on the beach, dude. It's on the sand.
Is it near Venice?
It's epic, man. It's a cool place. It's fucking epic.
Is it near Venice Beach?
No, it's near Sunset Beach.
I'm not exactly sure.
Seal Beach.
That's like further down south.
Bolsa Chica, Huntington Beach.
Oh, okay, Orange County. Okay.
Yeah, it's in OC. Yeah.
Okay, that's still not that much further.
It's not far at all, man.
Hey, if you're listening and you want to invite me, I wouldn't say no.
I'll tell you what, man. I've helped him put together like 5 meetups at his house, and he usually does it like on a cool like a summer solstice or something like that, where equinox.
Yeah.
And we sit out there and we watch the sun go down over the ocean, and we all realize how flat and stationary we are, and say, hey man, did you guys feel anything moving? I do feel like you're spinning and falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Right.
No. Okay, cool, man. Just checking. Oh shit. So yeah, that was we'll hook up. We'll do something this summer, man. We'll put together a meetup, and I'll talk to Renee, man. Or maybe we'll do June 21st or something. First day of summer, baby. First day of summer.
No, if I were now, I have a friend who lives up on the 154, which is about a little under, give or take, about 20 minutes. If you hit traffic right, maybe 17 minutes from where Black Swan is at, and he has 26 acres of property. And I don't want to say it's because of me, but my persistence over the years, him and all his family and his wife, they're all flat earthers now. You know, I got him the T-shirt and the hat, drinks in the back, whatever. He said anytime he'd be willing to have people come and even stay the night, or as long as they want, we'd barbecue, whatever, for a flat Earth meetup. And he's got a bunch of quads and dirt bikes and everything, and there's hills to jump. Anyway, besides all that, it's literally 20-minute drive to where the Black Swan is. If I were to organize something like that, how do you think, like, maybe you, because I know you would be able to bring a lot more flat earthers than me. I've only met a couple flat earthers actually in real life, like actually physically met them. Would it be something that you would consider possibly doing if I set it all up? Like you'd have to, convince them to come. But like if I could say, like, look, we could set up a booth actually on the sand with Black Swan. I could bring I don't have a P900, P1000, but I could bring my D850 with the 70 to 300 lens. Maybe somebody could bring their P900 or something. I mean, you don't even really need that. You can actually see it right there, but also provide a place where we could go. You guys could stay the night if you wanted to, or if not, Santa Barbara's a really beautiful place. If we could have a meetup up there, dude, I would provide all the snacks and the drinks and everything. We got the EBT card, and day of, like, we could even ride the quads or whatever. I don't know.
So,
do you think that would be something?
Let me ask you, man. Can we camp on your friend's properties, 20 acres, whatever?
Bro, not only could you camp if you wanted to, but he's also got a bunch of really nice like trailers on the property with like actual functioning bathrooms, and he has a house that he'd actually let you sleep in too, with a spare bedroom.
All right, now, we can put something together.
Yeah,
that sounds great, man. Yeah, listen, man, there's a flat Earth a meetup group on meetups. And there used to be 350 of us in there, man. I mean, they're still in there. I don't know if anybody ever even uses that shit anymore, but we could get put together like a video, promote it, get some people out there. We could talk to, we can get some of the bigger channels to promote it a little bit. That would be cool.
I don't
No
know.
problem.
I don't know if
I,
this would
I
make
can
any
help,
difference.
help with all that. If it would be like a camp out weekend, we'll go down. We'll do it. We'll call it the Black Swan.
You know, I don't know if this would make any difference, but I could almost 99.9% guarantee that I could get Bo 69, the one who actually was the originator of that photograph of the Black Swan. I could get him there, and I could get Pablo's dog. And if Travis from the Plain Truth is still down, he's singing Camarillo with his mom right now. But if he's still here, I could bring all those people.
God rocking. You got a phone call, man. Answer your phone and mute up. What the hell is that? God rocking. Hot mic. You're all right. You're all right. Hey, that sounds really good, Saints. Be kind of fun. I'd love to do some camping with some flat earthers. That sounds really cool.
I don't know if you've ever met Bo before.
I've done a lot of camping. I got some pretty good gear, man. I'm pretty happy.
Have you met Bo or Travis?
I've met Travis, definitely. Yeah, he was out in Hollywood one year, man, back in 2018. He came out. Yeah.
Have you met Bo or the guy who calls himself Pablo's dog?
No, man, I never met him. I mean, if I did, man, I didn't. Maybe I'm not connecting that he made the video, but no, I don't think I met him.
Yeah, he's really modest. He's not like he doesn't like, because I asked him, would you be willing to let me interview for a video on my channel, and he didn't want to do that. So he doesn't want his face on there, but I could almost guarantee he'd show up for a meetup, to fraternize with the other flat earthers and everything.
I got a flat earth camp up. The Black Swan camp.
Yeah.
Because we can all go down and see exactly where they shot the Black Swan. That'd be kind of cool.
It's a really beautiful beach, man. It's really beautiful.
That's right, dude. Most beaches in California are pretty sweet, man. Most of them.
Yeah. This beach is very private, where it's like there's not like, when you think of a beach down there, you think of like a bunch of people running around playing volleyball, but it's not like that at all. It's a very private beach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
you have to actually walk down you have to walk down a whole set of steps to get down there.
You've been there, right? A couple times.
Oh, bro, I actually spray painted on the wall before I was a flat earther. Will you marry me to Jackie back in 2016? Like I've been going to that beach since I was about 3 years old.
Damn, that's amazing. All right.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Black Swan camp out, man. Sounds good.
We could call it the BSSB or the BSB or the SBS Black Swan Santa Barbara Black Swan. I could make some cool artwork, like designs for it or whatever.
So back in the very, very first Flat Earth conference was called FEMA. Flat Earth Art and Music.
That's cool. That's the name of my rap group. Even though I'm a solo rapper, that's the name of my rap group. Is actually called the FEMA Camp Crew, and it stands for Flat Earth Maniac Assassins.
I like music and arts better, but I'm an old.
I do too. Yeah,
I'm just an old hippie dude, man. So it's cool. Fucking. You're a fucking maniac. I love it. All right, so I'm smiling. The rest of you Mongos in here, man. You guys can jump in anytime, man.
If you were in Australia, you'd be frowning. Remember,
you're gonna be frowning upside down.
Yeah, if you're smiling here, you'd be frowning in Australia.
It sounds like a fun little thing, man. We could call it, the Black Swan camp out or whatever, man. You think of a cool thing to call it.
We're talking about. Come on, dude. I thought that Black Swan's been debunked.
According to Google, it's been debunked.
Well, I mean, there's no horizon in the Black Swan image, so.
Come on, PP.
Cool, man. We're going to go prove that again. That's all with the campsite. We're all going to camp out and just make sure that you're right.
I'm just making sure if you deny the truth in this channel, you'll be removed.
Exactly. And Saints and I are going to go camping out there at the old Black Swan site and do some observations for ourselves, man. We'll report back. I promise.
Are y'all going to sea level?
We're gonna go up down to sea level.
Yeah, see, I was thinking about why couldn't you go to sea level and just do it over land with like a little flag or whatever?
Sure, man.
Just stick the flag in the sand, flat Earth, dude. If you zoom in and you can see the flag too far, if it's too far away, dude, and you can see that thing, dude, and it's not a globe, dude, put it on YouTube, dog.
Cool, man.
I'll give you a like and I'll shoot you a subscribe for that shit, dude. Because look, no one's done it at sea level over Earth.
So
I've not seen one YouTube video.
So what do you want me to go like along the coast instead of out?
I want you to go to the coast and I want you to find a straight pathway of coastline. You don't want a curvy coastline, because if it's curvy, then you're going to have some spots where you're looking over water and not all land. So what your goal is you want it to be all over land when you're doing your observation. That's what I would recommend.
So we need a really nice sandy, flat, sandy beach for like 100 miles would be cool, man. Right?
Like I said, you're good. Sea level's level, right? So you're good.
Yeah.
When you say 100 miles, are you talking about 100 miles from where you're standing to the water's edge?
No, man. We're talking about like, let's say, like there. I know there's some coasts somewhere that are like 50, 60 miles of just sandy beach.
Oh, from right to left.
All you need is 0.7 miles, bro.
Right. So if we shot over like a sandy beach for 40, 50 miles, 10 miles, whatever.
You only need 0.7 miles, bro.
7 miles, 10.
0.7. 0.7 miles.
Like
that's all you need.
0.7. That's it.
If your observer height is 3 inches above the ground, right?
Okay.
You're going. If you can see 0.7 miles, that's too far. That would prove the globe is not. The claim is not truthful.
I like your thinking. We go smaller rather than bigger. Okay. 0.7. So not, just 3/4 of a mile, basically.
3 inches above the ground. If you take your phone and you turn it sideways and put it on the ground, if you can see 0.7 miles, the globe's dead.
Have you tried this or no?
No, I've been telling about. Listen, I've been in Flat Earth since 2015. I've been telling people how to do this, but I get called a troll. I get name called. I get bullied, and no one does the observation. I'm literally schizophrenic, disabled, can't drive. How the fuck am I going to make it to the coast?
I'm going to go do it. So your day's come.
So put it on YouTube and subscribe.
I will, but I got to go do it, and I'll put it on my.
Jesus Christ!
Fuck's sake, man! I'll put it on there.
Sometime this fucking year.
2022, man.
That's it, dude.
The 222, man.
Now, did you know this is the 7th anniversary of Discord, Flat Earth, dude? This year, 7th anniversary.
Can't believe you've been out here that long.
I've been on since May 2015. I was here since the beginning.
Dude, you are a fucking.
No shit, bro.
That's
I've been laying my fat ass in bed on Discord 14 hours a day teaching kids about Flat Earth.
Dude, you're VC verified? That's it? Get
of course,
the fuck.
Bro.
Wow.
I asked Helio for silver, but he was like, "Oh, you got to prove yourself." I'm like, "Piss off."
7 years? 7 years?
Yeah, I've been on Discord since the beginning. I was on MK Ultra, bro.
He talks about drinking his pee though, so he gets banned. That's the problem.
Yeah, it happens. Hey, did you ever go on the free chan or?
I don't know what that is, buddy. I'm sorry.
You don't know what free chan was? Okay,
no.
never mind.
I was on Twitch. Arian got me into Flat Earth back in the day. I don't know if you know who Arian is.
What about Poncho Pete, man? You ever go on Poncho Pete?
I don't know those people, dude. I only know people from like this community.
Fountains of Youth. Fountains
like
of Youth.
Hank and Helio and all those people.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
What's up?
I'm just curious. What I see that your name says Fountains of Youth. No, you don't have to tell me this, but I'm just wondering what are in those jars specifically that you have as your icon logo.
They're magic mushroom truffles.
Oh, okay. That's all I was wondering.
Magic mushroom truffles, man. Come on, Saints.
Very easy to grow at home for all your psychedelic needs.
Yeah, yeah, no. I was just wondering. There's a lot of Mexican markets down there that have jars like that, and there's not mushrooms in them. I was just wondering what those were. I can't really tell from the picture.
No problem, buddy.
Yeah. My name's Drew, by the way.
That's nice. I can't tell you my name on live stream.
Okay, that's fine.
Dude, my name is John Smith.
How was the whole flat Earth fucking shit 7 years ago?
2015, man. Can you do math? You got it?
I think it was a little more flat.
I said how was it?
Oh,
like,
dude, how was it? Oh, shit, it was incredible, man. It was like every day there was like 17 new videos to watch. It was like, holy shit, man. It was just blowing up like fucking crazy.
2015 was like conspiracy black hole. Like everybody was talking about everything.
It was just like, oh my goodness, this is NASA's gotten busted here, they're getting busted there. People are like, check this out, there's no curve. Where's the curvature? Where is the curvature?
What do you guys think it made it pop off in 2015 like that?
It was definitely a release.
It was when Discord came out, Numpy.
100 monkeys,
Come on, man.
100 monkeys, man.
Oh, I didn't know
this
that.
This is the 7th year anniversary. We just went over this.
Discord, 7 years, man.
7 years, buddy.
Blew up, man. YouTube blew up.
7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 years.
Blew up. It just blew up, man. People were just debunking it and arguing about it, and Neil deGrasse Tyson had to make videos about it, and it was just like,
it didn't blow up. It actually imploded or deflated. Actually,
had to interview people. It was just like fucking. It was on fucking CBS this morning. Like, oh fuck me, man.
Well, see, it started in the 90s, dude. All the skateboarders using the fisheye lens, dude. That's when it all started. Those moron skaters, dude.
Fucking Tony Hawk. Shit. Are you kidding me?
They actually have a skateboard movie that came out, I think, last year, and it's called Flat Earth.
Yeah, just because Tony Hawk did the first 900 doesn't mean the Earth is spinning.
There you go. I like that.
I met all the original Bones Brigade in the 80s when my mom used to work on Gutierrez Street in Santa Barbara for Pal Peralta.
That's cool, bro. That's cool.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm just saying that.
It's a great history, man. We got a great skateboarding history in California, and
I did a kickflip once in my day.
What's that?
So full.
Fountains of Youth. What'd you say, man?
You said I did a kickflip in my day.
Kickflips, yeah, man. We could do that.
I made a video where I'm on a skateboard and I'm eating a banana.
Rookie, man. I thought I heard Rookie. Hold on. Did I hear Rookie? Nope.
Yep, that was me.
Okay. Dude, what'd you say, man? What'd you say?
I said, what's up?
What's up, baby? What's up? Hey, Rookie, man. We're going to do a Flat Earth camp out somewhere near Santa Barbara, about 20 miles from the Black Swan. Sometime maybe this summer, man. And
because I'm camping already next month. About this time next month.
Maybe we're talking this summer, man. It might be late summer.
I was gonna say, don't tell me you set it up for next month. I'll be pissed.
It would be not that far of a drive for you, man. That's all I'm saying.
No, Santa Barbara's not bad.
Yeah,
I can do that. 3 or 4 hour drive ain't too bad.
Yeah. All right. And that's a cool place. Santa Barbara's fucking tight.
I just need to know ahead of time so I can plan it, and then my wife can set up.
Yeah. We got months to figure this out. Saints and I are going to put this little out.
Literally, like if you wanted to do it even like in the next 2 days, anytime from the next 2 days until we pass away or until they lose their property or whatever, you could like they could be doing it like at a 48-hour notice. They'd be down. I know we couldn't organize that quick, but I'm just saying like literally you say when and just say when and dude, they'd be so happy to have you, dude.
Well, let's take a little more time. Let's do it out this summer. If it's near the coast,
if people want to come, then we want everybody to have a chance to make it.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon or as late as you guys want,
Dude, I can get it put on the biggest Flat Earth channels there are, man. period. I can get David Weiss to do a video about it or something. I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I can get us the fucking flat earthers there for sure. I just have to
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I know these.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
Yeah, I can put it together. I can help. I need help too, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with it being down there, I won't be able to help much, but I'll show up for sure.
Well, I'll make a video and I'll promote it and I'll tell it where it is and when it is, and I'll get every fucking Flat Earth channel to talk about it. Period.
That'd be dope, dude. Like I said, I could 99% chance have both 69 there.
And we're blacks. It's called the Black Swan Campout, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna go down there and put the camera down and check it out for sure.
That'd be so cool, dude.
That'd be fun, man.
Yeah.
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 Less than 5 miles away from where the Black Swan is, Oprah Winfrey, Ellen DeGeneres, Rob Lowe, and what was the dude who defected from the Queen of England's youngest son, Harry, and his girlfriend? They all live within less than 5 miles from the Black Swan.
Damn.
Not that we'd get a chance to flat smack them. I'm just saying, if you like to brag about being with Sawzall.
Hey, I heard you were flat smacking some celebrities, man. Right?
Oh, dude, I got lucky and I ran into the dude from Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Jason Strahan.
Okay.
Yeah, I was driving downtown Ventura. I saw him and I was like, holy shit. So I parked my car illegally right there in front of Ventura Theater, ran out, dude, grabbed my phone. My phone was like at 10%. I ran out. I started videotaping right away, right? So as soon as I get close to him, the video, since it was running out of batteries, the videotape stopped videotaping. So I talked to him for about 2 or 3 minutes about flat Earth, and then he was like, "Get away from me!" Like creeped out. And then I realized I hadn't videotaped, so I'm like, "Dude, I'm going back." And I ran back at him, and I was like, "Hey, bro, did it?" And he's like, "Oh, please get away from me." But I let him know the Earth is flat. He asked to kindly step away from him, but I went up to him. I let him know. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, man. I've never had the opportunity to flat smack a celebrity. I've met a few in my life, hung out with a few here and there, but
yeah.
I've never had an opportunity to flat smack a celeb, man, or just see what they think about flat Earth, whatever.
Yeah.
It would be
I flat smacked up Peggy Hall. She's not a celebrity, but I don't know if you ever heard of Peggy Hall.
Well, yeah, she's a pretty good truther, bit shooter, whatever.
Yeah, I flat smacked her. I went to her whatever you call it, protest in front of the Orange County City Hall or whatever. And there was hundreds of these older Orange County women. And when she was finally done, I got to talk to her and I flat smacked her. I was pretty happy about that.
Shout out to Peggy, man, doing some solid work out there to protect your fucking human body rights, whatever,
exactly,
man.
Bro.
Balls out, man. She ain't putting up with their cuck shit. She's out there fighting them. That's good, man. Good for her.
Yeah.
I'll support her. But yeah, it'd be fun to flat smack her. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. I explained to her about 1491. She's like, "Oh, what's that?" And I told her, she's like, "Oh, well, whatever." But the person who spoke before her, I don't want to say anything. I actually videotaped the whole thing, and I realized the amount of editing I'd have to do to bleep out the word that they kept saying is like not even worth having it on there. Yeah. Plus, I don't want to take away from what Peggy did, but the dude before her was like almost like a poster child for like the Q January 6th type of thing. Like he pretty much had his hand in his jacket, and he was like pro-Trump, and like, so I was just like, and I asked her about it too, and she looks at me, she goes, "You never heard me say anything about pro-Trump, did you?" And I go, "No, you're right." Because I low-key called her on it, you know what I mean? But she set me in my place, and then I flat smacked her.
What's the 1491? What's that?
1492.
So
sorry,
like
1492.
Yeah, like when you're a kid, they say 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Is that the Moses thing? Is that, or is this something else?
No, it's not.
No, actually, I actually found out about the Moses thing after I got 1491 tattooed on me. Somebody told me that in the old Bible in 1492 BC is when Moses supposedly split the Red Sea. I found out after the fact. I just got it 1491 for the year before Columbus came here and raped and tortured all the Indians.
Amen, brother.
What were you going to say about 1492? I'm curious.
Go ahead, Numpty. Go ahead, Numpty.
No, I'm asking the question.
Go ahead. I didn't hear it. We didn't hear it. Go ahead. Say it again.
I'm sorry. What were you going to say about the 1492?
The AD or BC?
The AD, I guess. When you originally bring it up.
Oh well, when I went to elementary school in the 80s, the first thing we were indoctrinated with was that Columbus allegedly, was the one who proved the Earth was a globe, because like the Queen of England, over there, they were going to fund his trip to the West Indies, and they said, "Well, you'll fall off the edge," and he goes, "I'll show you that I won't." And then they made a song goes, "In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue," and so he's the reason why we know it's a globe. So that's why I claim 1491, bro.
Is that what they actually fucking taught you in fucking school?
That's some goofy shit
fucking
right there.
ridiculous.
Fucking shit in school. Believe me.
Yeah.
That is a crock of shit, man.
That's a fucking crock of shit.
He did not fucking prove a globe. What the fuck? What kind of fucking paint chips are these fuckers sniffing?
But dude, that's how easy people are fucking sold some bullshit, man. I mean, fucking hey, man.
Like that's kind of a false dichotomy.
And why does everybody
Either
give me such a hard time for talking down about?
Isn't that a false dichotomy? Either I sail over there and I fall off the edge, and if I don't fall off the edge, we're on a globe now. Like, wait a minute, what? Why are those the two options? That sounds kind of ridiculous.
You know what's crazy is the kids that I talk to nowadays who are going to elementary school say they don't even teach that about Columbus anymore.
Dude, they don't even teach a shit about history. I don't even think I took history in high school.
Yeah. Right. In fact, I even heard they ripped down Columbus's statue in some places, after they had the Black Magic Lives Matter thing,
So, Saints, man, let me ask you. Okay. So you did the 1491 as a tribute to American Indians. Is that what
yeah.
I mean, the American Indian story is an interesting story. I've delved into it. I looked into it. I watched videos. I go see Russell Means speak. There was a lot of revolution with the American Indians in America, man, called the American Indian Movement.
Yeah.
Right? And they took over. They took over Alcatraz and said, "Fuck you. We want our fucking rights. Fuck off." These guys had balls, man. They were like the forerunners of truthers and saying, "Man, we're getting wrecked over here. Somebody pay attention, please, man." And
allegedly in the Yale fraternity of the Skull and Bones, allegedly they have Geronimo's skull there.
Right.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I get it. Mm-hmm. But how much is this? True. But I do know that this land that we live in, America, and these American Indians, if they did live off the land, they had a pretty easy time doing it because there was abundance of fish and wildlife, and you could grow your own food. I mean, it was.
Well, I still think there is an abundance if they stop spraying for like 1 week and stop doing all these other things, like disallowing us to do it. I think we could probably get it back to how it was, and possibly even, honestly, I'd venture to say even in like a 10 to 12 year period, left to our own devices and not theirs. Possibly maybe 20.
Yeah, South America, the whole fucking thing was one of the most fertile places on Earth. Both South and North America. You're completely right about that.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like fucking like they had so many different types of corn and shit. Just the corn alone, they would have so many varieties. Just that alone, let alone anything else, man. Just the corn.
And just literally, dude, you could go down to the river and just stick your fucking hand in there and grab a fish. I mean, it was that. I mean, I've read stories about guys. Yeah, that's all the Indians did, and the Catholics came to town, man, and said, "No, you can't just go down that river and get yourself some food and lay around all day long. How dare you? And go surfing, you cuck! How dare!" So they had to enslave the Indians and the fucking missionaries here in California because it was too easy to just hey, you hungry? I'm gonna go get us a fish. I'll be right back, and just walk down to the river and fucking grab one. There were so many fish, dude. It was stupid.
It's Flat Earth. You just made me realize something. When you said the Catholics, I realized that the monks used to shave the top of their heads and have hair around the sides, which is the exact inversion of what supposedly the Indians had done to them or did with the scalping. That's a very interesting thing. Excuse me.
All right, man. Well, I'm glad I triggered something there. That's cool, man. You're so grounded.
You always do, bro.
You're way more.
I try to be, bro.
Me too, man. You can ground in different ways, man. You can play instruments. The rubber soles on the bottom of the feet, man, is an interesting thing, man. You were talking about that earlier today, and I caught just a second of it, and
I really believe it's one of the most destructive, deadly devices that mankind has ever created for mankind is the rubber sole shoe.
It could be as strong as fluoride, dude. Think about that.
Wait, say that again.
The rubber soles on your feet could be just as detrimental as fluoride.
Dude, I think more so, but I'm no scientist. But yeah, most definitely, yeah.
It might be more so. I don't know, but fluoride.
I think it is.
Dude, I love those fluoride memes where it's like what people actually wear to in fluoride treatment plants, and they're in like a fucking hazmat suit and like a radioactive shield and protector. It's like, Jesus Christ. That shit's in our water.
Yeah, it's good for you. It helps your teeth, and it's good for your teeth, and it's gonna make your teeth stronger because a calcification of your teeth and the enamel with the fuck off. Shut up.
Everybody needs their pineal gland calcified, bro.
Everything should be calcified, man. According to these cocks, man. Fuck them.
Calcified and dipped in rubber, right?
You're walking on rubber. Anyway, Rubber Soul, man, is a Beatles album. I don't know if you knew or ever heard of the Beatles. Maybe.
I love the Beatles, dude.
The Rubber Soul, man. Dude, what is a rubber soul? Rubber. So your soul is rubber. What if your soul is made of rubber, Saints? Take it.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, my dog was barking.
What if your soul was made of rubber? How does that work out?
Your soul was made of oh, that was a good one. You made me actually think right there. Yeah. If your soul was made of rubber. I like that double entendre, bro.
What if it? Yep. It's a double. It's a double doozer.
Double entendre. Right? Dude, I went hiking with a friend today up in this like hiking trail where it's a very like domesticated hiking trail where a lot of like people training for like the police or like young college kids go running, and they have like mountain bike trails and stuff like that. And I was telling this Native American woman, she didn't even know what sage, like the sage grew right there, and I was explaining to her how to pick it and dry it and roll it and everything like that, and to not pick too much so you can let it regenerate and grow. And every single person, we must have seen like 60 or 70 people on the 2-mile hike and like trek, and there's like snake hole warnings, like snakes everywhere, right? And it's hella rocky and everything, right? And I'm jogging barefoot, and people were just like they were looking at me like I was like a leper or something, bro. God,
dude. Did you have shorts on and bare feet?
Oh. I just had my like my like sweatpants and barefoot. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, I was jogging and like walking some of the way and jogging some of the way. And I was really appreciating some of those man-made rocks they threw on the trail because they actually toughened my feet more. Every time I step on different terrain, I thank God because I'm getting my feet ready for the New World Order, bro. And there's no better way than stepping on rough terrain.
Yeah, man. So when you go through these like super, like you're basically stepping from rock to rock. You know what I mean when you're hiking?
Yeah.
It's rock to rock. You're not stepping on any fucking dirt for like, maybe a quarter mile or something shit, right?
Well, these were like rocks. These were like rocks that were like between the size of like a marble and maybe like the size of like like the giant marble and then like smaller marbles and all shapes and different sizes, sharp, whatever, but it actually felt electrifying when I was done. I felt really great.
So yeah, they were more smaller rocks, but have you ever done like where you're stepping on like big rocks or like several feet in diameter? Constant.
Oh yeah.
And you've done this barefoot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool, man.
When I notice whenever I'm going barefoot, I have to. It's just like like a natural reaction where I'm constantly looking at the ground. Is where nobody else is really looking at the ground they're walking on, and I'm focused like 90% of the time on the ground I'm walking on.
You gotta watch where every single footstep is because it's slippery, it's sandy, it's.
Oh yeah, and there's snakes and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a bush, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of hiking where I have to just constantly focus down at my feet because I'm gonna step on the wrong thing, man. But to do it barefoot, man, is next level, man. I mean man.
Dude, the amount of natural electricity I feel through my body, I can't really describe the high. It's I don't know really how to describe it, but it's a wonderful feeling.
Dude, I can describe the same high when I'm hiking. I finally get to my destination and I'm like, "Whoa, man, that was fucking wicked cool." But you're grabbing a little bit more energy along the way doing it barefoot because if I didn't have hiking boots on, I'd be slipping all over the fuck all, man. I would have been tripping or
you may think that, but I after you it doesn't take long to train yourself to not do that. And then once you get the hang of it, you're like, dude, why did I even ever wear shoes? The only place I ever wear shoes is when I absolutely have to go to like appear in court in some government building where like they threaten to incarcerate me if I don't put shoes on. Other than that, I'm not putting shoes on,
Gotcha. Yeah, man. Yeah. I think that's great, man. I mean, I do believe in the grounding effect, but I think you can also get it by just being the guy that goes out and hikes that trail and connects with the energy that's being. Yeah.
The ground is literally like
Oh, Saints, you broke out, man. Oh, I lost him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you're back. You're back. Yeah,
Sorry about that. If I don't touch my phone like every 5 seconds or 5 minutes, it like blacks out. I keep cheating setting, but the ground is actually like an electrical charging pad.
Yeah.
Where you understand.
I know that for a fact because I can stick rods in the ground and take an actual fucking electronic measurement. Period.
Yeah, you're not going to build a house without a grounding rod, really. I mean, the only time you can really have an electrical functioning thing without being grounded is like in outer space, and like the vacuum of space, the ISS doesn't need to be grounded, but besides that, pretty much everything does. It
doesn't need to be grounded. It's an amazing technological achievement. It's the most expensive project in all of human history. Did you guys know that?
And they built it. They built it while it was going 17,900 miles per hour over like a 10-year period.
This motherfucker has cost over $1 trillion. I don't know. You guys have checked it out.
Even more than that, dude. Yeah.
It's over $1 trillion. I'm saying it's over $1 trillion.
Yeah, a disgusting amount of money.
Yo, did you hear there was one guy that was saying like they have a flat Earth explanation for like the satellites and shit, and basically there's, if you guys know what the quantum locking is, it's basically you like freeze some material or ionize it or something, and then it literally hovers there. Like it's lab testable. You can do it. It's called quantum locking.
Yeah.
Go around in a circle. And they're saying like,
absolutely.
What's to stop the fucking satellite from not just being something that's quantum locked in the ionosphere, spinning around in a circle? And then I was just like, yeah, what is to stop? That's even more plausible than their shitty explanation.
That's right.
Bro, you said something that I'm actually working on right now. I'm working on a theory that, because I've always, for a while, I was thinking like, who's funding all these things spraying in the sky? It's a lot of money, right? And there's no official budget that you can pull up a FOIA report and get the correct answer, but you could pull up some type of fake FOIA report and get like where the money is going for the ISS, right? So I'm thinking like, okay, so that's what they're spending a lot of their money on, right? But then I was like, why, when they can save $1, they're going to save $1. And I see all these hundreds of planes going in these exact same patterns day after day, right? Doing these things. And I make the combustors where like, if it flies over where I have my pipe sticking out of the ground with the resin and the black iron oxide and the copper grain and the terminated quartz crystals and yada, yada, it actually stops them. I've seen them, they have to keep going back and sending other planes to finish that spray. And it doesn't go where I have my thing, right? So they're on an exact track. And I was thinking, dude, what if they have some type of quantum, like almost like imagine like some type of like a track that's quantum locked. Like I don't know how they would get it into the firmament like below it, but what if it's quantum locking and it's going around certain loops up on the firmament, and that's how they're able to just, you know, they're saying they're spending all this money on fuel, and they're, you know, you see what I'm saying, though, you know, something along those lines.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. If you watch the whole quantum locking videos too, once you quantum lock it, you don't put much energy into it because it's like a frictionless system. All you have to do is push it once, and it keeps spinning around in the circle. Literally in those lab videos, he literally puts
as long as it stays a certain temperature with the what is it, liquid nitrogen or whatever.
Right, but what I'm thinking is, I mean, that's what they show us in the lab. They could have materials and shit from like that could just be like beyond, you know what I mean, like way beyond micro fucking nano materials and shit that are just way fucking beyond what we come up with.
Yeah, because most of those videos they're showing them wrapping in like a saran wrap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. So that's all I wanted to say about the satellite.
No, dude, I totally am with you on that. As far as like, I think they have things on tracks up there. You know, I know it sounds crazy, but right? It saved them a lot of money.
Hey, it's just the clock hands, man. Come on.
Yeah,
the little hands like, on a big clock hand.
They might even have figured out how to do it by copying like the stars and shit, right? They probably figured out like, oh shit, this is how it actually works. All right, let's see if we can replicate it with the machine. They put it up there and they're like, oh yeah, here, this is space. Look, we have videos of people on fucking harnesses to show you they're in that machine up there. When clearly anyone who's up there would have been fucking fried to death. Like within seconds. Not even, like, you will be fucking fried into a literal fried shit box fucking oblivion with the amount of energies and radiation.
Oh, they say they would simultaneously freeze and burn to death at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, they also claim water flows uphill. It's
just so funny. Yeah, they implode and explode at the same time. Your blood freezes and boils at the same time. So funny.
Yeah, basically, everything they try to do is they try to basically make things true and false at the same time, so they can confuse you.
Well, not just that. It's like hard to falsify something that you're saying two exact opposite things at the same time. How would you verify or falsify that, like, directly? I mean, it's like one of those choose as you go stories. Like whatever page you want to go down, it's gonna have a different ending.
Yeah, it's like this whole place that they've invented is the opposite of what reality is. I mean, rocks float. I never seen a rock, like, all I see is rocks drop. You know what I mean? But apparently, you just go somewhere and you just put something in the air and it just cascades around and falls around. You know what I mean? It's just like, and then gas doesn't need a fucking container in this area. Oh, and then when you go outside, you freeze and burn and implode and explode. Like this whole, everything they say about space is just anything they can get away with not being part of reality that you can imagine.
Magical place. This place is space. It's a magical place. This space. It's a magical place. This space. Anyway, yeah, they magically fucking make shit work out in space, man. Far out. That's cool. Can I ever go there? No.
You know what I love is when they say, like, for those old videos where, like, before the actual Apollo manned missions, they were saying that they were sending they send unmanned mission to the moon, and they said, even though against regulation, they snuck in an American flag and put it in there for patriotic reasons. Like little things like where they sneak something in there, or like the first guy who did a spacewalk, like they had to tell him, like, come back in, and he was like, nah, but I don't want to. Like he wanted to stay out there, and like they had to tell him, you have to come back in now. It's like so funny, dude. It's hilarious.
I think nothing will top the moon landings, though. Like that is a actual, like that's a fucking atrocious shithole of a fucking story they're trying to feed us. That shit is so bad. Like I never really watched those moon shits till I came to the flat Earth, and I actually came to the flat Earth through that fucking moon shit because I looked into that moon shit. I immediately knew that these films were fake. Like, bro, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, even for a little kid could probably look at those videos and tell it's fake. You have to, like, really suspend your disbelief to actually think they got to the moon in that piece of shit. Like, it's funny
that you say,
and they fit a fucking golf cart on it.
It's funny that you say even a little kid would think that, because they show when you win the MTV Music Awards, they give you the Moon Man Award. Remember the old MTV? They'd show the man on the moon. You know,
I was there, bro. I was there.
Yeah, because MTV is all about clowning you and showing you that you're a fucking joke and your society's a joke.
Do you know where the first MTV studios started out at?
It's like Maryland.
Please don't
Toronto,
tell me, like,
Toronto at the Freemasonic Lodge, and they actually had where they recorded artists in the worship hall, right? And so they left it exactly how it was when it was a Freemasonic Lodge. Like they left everything exactly how it was, and then they put the music equipment and stuff in there, and so it has the MTV logo at the cornerstone of the building, right above the Freemasonic logo. So they say technically MTV stands for Masonic Temple Vision.
I got to go check this out.
Look it up.
No, I believe that. I've seen way too much shit on MTV.
Yeah, I was there, dude. I was there when they launched MTV. I was there that day, man. They launched it. My girlfriend's friend had a cable box. Fucking said, "Hey, man, there's this thing called music television. We got to go check it out." And we went over to her house and spent the whole goddamn day over there watching the same 7 videos.
Yeah. You remember this? How they had the spaceman thing, like, you know? Yeah.
Spaceman on the man on the moon, man. That's
that's what they give it. That's why even B.O.B. says he goes what do you say? I know they give the moon man for the.
Oh, he dropped out, Saints. Damn.
Damn phone. Sorry about that, bro.
Damn phone. The damn phone.
These damn electronics.
Hey, man, thank you for the electronics, by the way, man. If it wasn't for these stupid ass apps and phones and bullshit, man, that we have to deal with, I wouldn't be able to talk to you Mongos, and that would suck, man. I'd be like, I can talk to Earthers on Sunday night at fucking 12:37 in the morning. What?
Right.
Fuck off. I can't. If you'd have told me that shit 10, 15 years ago, I'd be like, fuck off. No. This is not. We can share pictures. We can share links. What? Get the fuck off. Nah, we can't do that. Nah. But no, we're here. We're doing it. It's amazing. Thank you. I hope it lasts. It probably won't, but you know, it's good while it lasted, boys and girls, man. It's been a crazy, fun ride out here.
Right.
Exploring truth is always a good endeavor. You know, just enjoy it, embrace it, have fun. Thank you, Matthew, for showing up and showing us some math. Appreciate it.
Dude, you gotta love that dude. I mean, you don't have to love him, but I mean, like, he's so like respectful and like he reminds me of like the stereotype of a professor with like his little tweed coat and
yeah.
Oh man,
you can't hate him. You know, you have to love him. You can't hate him. That you know.
Yeah. That's why I felt like I was being respectful to him tonight. You know.
No doubt about it, man. And it was funny, man. He was laughing. I go, dude, were you laughing? He's like, yeah.
That's right, bro.
You know, it's like, dude, where does the actual measurement occur between, you know, not holding water and holding water on the ball? You know. But if you only spin the tennis ball once a day, man, you're good.
I hear a lot of flat earthers asking him so many different questions, and he's able to defer like, well, that's not my expertise, and So that's why I wanted to narrow down his expertise, right? And I'm like, I'm going to narrow this down. If this is a court of law, this is how we're going to run this shit. And, you know, and then, somebody will be like, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. I'm like, Your Honor, if you just allow me to get to the point, you'll see the point of what I'm trying to make. I was trying to give him enough rope to hang himself or to, you know, to make me think the earth is a globe so I can have no brains, no headaches, and I can go back to thinking everything's all good. You know what I mean?
Everybody loved that. That even got written in the chat. No brains, no headaches, man. We
all want to go back to being globers, bro, before we realize what a horrible place this is and how evil people are.
I do want to.
Well, it's not really a horrible place. It's like place. It's a nice place, but people's decisions make it horrible, basically. And then you realize everyone walking around is making bad decisions because everyone walking around is deceived as shit on everything. Even the most basic shit they're deceived as shit on.
Hey, Numpty, how about everybody putting on a face thing over the last couple of years, man? How about that,
dude? This is what, dude. Listen, buddy. I'm only fucking 23. I just turned 23 like a week ago. And let me tell you, bro. I was never into this type of fucking conspiracy shit or whatever. But I mean, I would have been 20 when this pandemic kicked off. I think
21.
Dude, that shit was so like I was only 20, dude, and I was looking at people who were like 30, 40, 50, like. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, what? Like, dude, I felt like I actually entered some sort of alternate reality. Like, shit, I had to, like, sedate myself with weed. I never really smoked weed before. Like, dude, it was, like, this shit was trippy, bro. I did not think that this shit was even, like, I don't know. It's a trip, bro. It's a trip.
I'm going to kind of narrow it down for you just a little bit, man. Is that kind of, like, not hyper focused, but kind of zero it in a little bit, is that when you saw everybody in your entire community driving around with a face covering, it became a visual experience that you've never experienced before. None of us ever have, man.
Unless it was October 31st, right?
The what? Saints?
Unless it was October 31st. Then we all experienced
October 31st, Halloween. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't have been in a situation.
You want Halloween to be every day? Let's have Halloween every day.
You see some weird shit, man, on Halloween. Yeah. I mean...
Halloween every day for 2 years straight. Halloween
for 2 years straight. Everybody, I mean, it became a visual thing. So The point is,
Yeah, I was about to say with the whole Halloween thing, it's like on Halloween, just show up without a mask and you'll be scary now.
see, you're grounded. Shit, you got it.
Yeah, but I've always felt like, and I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or shit, but I've always felt like I was always like not smarter than people, but just more interested in shit than people. And most people were just, they weren't actually into knowing what's going on. They're just going into like what's comfortable and what is everyone else doing. You know what I mean? And that's what I think it is. I don't think the flat earthers or our like group is necessarily more intelligent. I think we're just more honest and truthful, and we actually care about the truth. We don't care about social opinion and comfort and shit like that.
I like your point of view on that. Because that's it, man. We're not trying to like, we're not better, we're not worse than anybody. We might be a little different, I guess you could call it, but we're certainly thinkers, man. There's a bunch of thinkers.
Like, you have to be uncomfortable. You have to be able to endure uncomfortable thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, isn't that what science is all about, man? Is enduring uncomfortable shit. Saying, hey, man, what do you have to, verify this or that? And say, that's it, man. We're just asking questions, basically.
Also, in the Glober point of view, it's like they get the best of both worlds. They get infinite possibility as well as the ability to not take responsibility for their action because the scientists have already figured everything out, and you just believe the scientists, behave what the scientists tell you to do. Right. And we're gonna go to the stars and be infinite and merge with machines and be God. And it's like, and then if you just look at reality, and it's like, well, that's not how reality works. You're in a fantasy land, dude.
We're gonna go infinite possibilities. I'm gonna go to that camp. Infinite possibilities, man. Can I tie my shoe? I don't know. Maybe I can't. Maybe I can. What's the odds that I can tie my shoe?
All the benefits and powers of being a god with basically the responsibilities of a toddler. It's just unrealistic. Like you wouldn't. You know what I mean?
New perspective just showed up. Hold on. I gotta say hi to my bro. You all right there, New Perspective? Can you hear us? Are you there? Maybe not. Saints and Numpty, man. How the fuck you get the name Numpty, man?
I first came to Discord through
Numpty. Did they get those cucks? Those fucking Numpty cucks. They gave you Numpty. All right.
Yeah, QE and Nathan Oakley, I think. Students. Yeah. That's the first Discord I came on to. That's where I met most of the people, and then went to other Discords from there.
Cool, man. Well, welcome, and I'll try to get your name changed. What would you prefer to be called?
No, I think I can change it. Never.
I don't. Can you change it? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's just my name because that's just my account. Because QE kept on fucking calling me Numpty, so I was like, wow, I changed my name to Numpty Noah already. Like, fuck.
QE's called me Numpty, man. So I mean, he's called everybody Numpty in here at least once. I don't know. It's late night. It's early Sunday morning, man, for most of you, or Monday morning.
You guys remember that rap group in the '80s called Digital Underground?
No.
They had a song called The Humpty Dance. The Humpty Dance is, I was going to say, the Numpty Dance is your chance to do the numpt. Do me. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It's
well,
old
you're
school.
A musician. You're a lyricist, man. You should just write songs and then produce the rest of it, man.
That's another thing I think is fucking completely rigged. Is like entertainment, sports, and politics. It's all.
Oh my God, you're a genius. You've nailed it. We're done. No shit.
Speaking of rigged entertainment,
I don't even want to say their name. But yeah, there's an organization out there, man. Make sure the music industry is completely controlled, man, just like the rest of the media, man.
Yep.
And that's it,
Tavistock?
man.
You don't want to say Tavistock?
Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You're busted. Not me. Wasn't me. New perspective.
Numpty, I got here's an uncomfortable reminder of a thought that you didn't like. Justin Bieber is The Weeknd.
Shit.
I brought that up to him on the other story, and he's like, "No way, no way."
No
way. Here's the thing, though. Like, I was actually looking at a picture of Justin Bieber today, actually, and I was fucking literally thinking about that. Like, trying to, like, fucking
once you hear it, you can't not see it. It's hard not to see it.
I didn't really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't see it, but now I can't fucking see a picture of him without thinking about The Weeknd because of you. I mean, it's possible. It's possible if he's wearing a mask and I guess blackface. I think it's a little. I'm not saying they don't do shit like this with other celebrities and shit, but in this particular case, I think it might be a little far fetched. You could be right, but it's just I don't see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they dated the same girl twice. You know, like off and on, like switching back and forth.
Yeah, that could be a Masonic joke, actually. Yeah, you know, it might actually be. I actually subbed that channel. I didn't watch the videos yet because I got sent fucking way more videos by way more fuckers after that too.
They're playing into it. There's like makeup on his hand, and like you can see the line where there's no makeup, and then another time where he's like on the phone, and he's got like a totally white hand, like he didn't paint his hand. And there's all kinds of like little clues and stuff that they're playing.
That's fucking yeah, that's crazy. You know what? Seeing as how they taunt shit and make jokes, like they kind of give it away. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's called Doofer's Delight.
Yeah, they don't. I don't even think like I think they put the fucking the cables and shit in the ISS videos on purpose, honestly, because it's like there's fucking no way. You know what I mean? Like that shit is way too like that cable shit, especially like. I don't understand how that hasn't been fucking spread around the whole world and everyone hasn't seen that. Like, what the fuck? They're using cables and the ISS. Like, fuck.
It's like the Emperor wears no clothes. The Emperor comes out without clothes on so that
That's exactly what it is, bro.
You're supposed to think that he has clothes on. That's exactly it. It's showing who's in charge. Saying that we don't care. I mean, this is how bad. And it's giving the thinking man the option not to believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, but it's coming to
way more profitable. The globe is way more profitable for them than flat Earth. There's no money in flat Earth, you know.
Yeah, and also just say like it's just coming to a point now though. But with this whole Emperor has no clothes, because now it's like put this shit on your face and inject this into your body and chop your son's balls off, or the Emperor's fucking. It's like it's going real. It's really getting into the fucking weeds now. Fuckers claiming water going uphill, boys or girls, all kinds. It's
similar
like,
though.
Fucking
way they
a guy
presented
being a slug, a snake turned into a monkey and then turned into a human. It's like, what the fuck? How'd you guys come up with this dumb shit?
Again, they gave the thinking man the opportunity to opt out of the jab thing in a way. The way they did it was so blatant with like just like if you're basically they get out of the guilt in a way, because it's like if you believe this, then we don't feel sorry for you.
Yeah, that's how I even think like even those people who say are in charge and believe it, I think they get their information from the higher ups and they actually believe the information. They think like, oh yeah, we really got to fight the COVID. Oh yeah, I mean, some of them probably know it's a joke, but I feel like, because I've seen so many people personally who are tricked. You know what I mean? Just straight up, they've been tricked. You know, at least by the COVID itself, the whole COVID narrative itself, or whatever.
I hate to be hypocrite, but careful with continually saying that word over and over again, because I've been checked multiple times, and so like I've had to tone it down. And I'm the last person who wants to tell anybody that.
Call it the Jimmy
Coco. The Jimmy Coco.
And I don't mean to be hypocritical, because I throw the word around in some of my songs too. So I've even been asked to not play those certain songs. even on the Discord.
They're going to try to shut down. They're going to try to associate us with it and have an excuse to shut down.
Yeah, isn't it fucking ridiculous that basically freedom of speech went out the fucking window because of a fucking that shit also is another part of it. I don't know, this whole thing, I wasn't alive for the whole 9/11 thing. I wasn't alive for JFK or the moon landing, but this is like the event that I lived through, and honestly it makes me feel like I live amongst a bunch of retards if you can't see through this COVID bullshit. I mean, sorry, Vidco fucking
global
bullshit.
We'll call it global bullshit, and then we'll throw on just a real quick little teaser on top is Bruce Lee is a woman. Prove me wrong, motherfuckers. Prove me wrong. Shout out to Poncho P.
You know who's obviously a man? Is that fucking Michelle Obama. That shit is that's another duper's delight. I think they put that one out on purpose to fuck with us. Like make
Bro,
it
I
real
have her
awesome.
name tattooed on my arm, bro. What are you talking about?
You have Michael tattooed on your arm?
Yeah, you never heard that song where he goes, I got Michelle Obama's name on my arm while I was on the John, same exact spot where they shot my John, sending John, son of a bitch, it stung, son of a gun.
Nice.
I got her name on my arm, bro.
Hey, new perspective. You weren't here, man. Just about half hour, 45 minutes ago, man. Saints and I were talking about putting together a little camping trip up where the Black Swan was shot.
Okay.
And his buddy's got like 20 acres up near Santa Barbara.
Oh, nice.
We can go camping tomorrow or anytime after. And we got bathrooms, and we're gonna put together like a flat Earth meetup kind of camping.
Bro, he has trailers on. He's got trailers on his property, and we could even stay in the spare bedrooms. You know?
We got glamping. It's basically glamp. We're gonna go glamping. The Black Swan glamp.
His property looks almost like Mad Max. Like he's got so many like taken apart trucks and like fixed up like quads, and like his sons are like dirt biking, and like dude, they're so awesome. They're awesome people, dude.
And they're flat earthers, so we're gonna go flat earth camping this summer, man.
Sweet, awesome, sounds great.
Start walking around on hikes with my shoes off now.
Take your shoes off, Numdy.
When I was hiking earlier today, listening to you guys talking about it, and I had my shoes on, and I was like, fucking looking back for like, take this shit off, or like.
Well, try it out, man.
I couldn't find a matching pair of shoes right now, bro. If I spent 3 hours in my room, I couldn't find one. You know what I mean?
Dude, you are a energy connected human being to the earth. You're connected to the earth, man. That's all.
Dude, I love the earth so much, bro.
So easy.
And you know what's crazy is when I used to think it was a globe, when my generation grew up, people had like FTW tattooed on them. You know what I mean? And that literally meant like, F the world. Like people, that's all. Tupac says, I woke up screaming F the world, and and people, that's their mentality of the kids. F the world. Once I became a flat earther. Dude, my appreciation for the world. I love the world. I'm so in love with the world. I love the world. I'd have to say more than any other human being, because without the world, there would be no human beings. Like, this is our home, you know?
That's the difference between someone who thinks everything is important, someone who just knows about reality.
Well, these are the deeper subjects, man, we'd love to dive into and get deep and just get to the truth, man. That's all we really. What can help us, man? If we don't have shitty water, okay, that should help us. It's pretty awesome.
Kiddie pool, that'll help.
Hey, here's the thing with the water, bro. Check this out. Let me just say one thing about the water, bro. You can restructure you can change the molecular structure of even polluted water to make it symmetrical by putting a good vibration into it, by blessing it, telling you love it. I'm sure you've heard about the water experiment before, but you can also do it with shungite, bro.
Yeah, man, you can do more than you think you can. You can
way more, bro. So much more, man.
I mean, that water that's going down your throat, you can tell it it's good or bad, and you can give it energy or not, man. But to have your shoes off, man, gives you so much more energy, man. And then you're kind of a proponent of that, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, and just try it, man. What's it gonna hurt, man? Take your shoes off, walk around for a couple days, and
you know how you work like a 10-hour shift all day, and the first thing you want to do is take your boots off, and it just feels so good just to take your boots off, even not outside, just to take them off and sit in your chair and drink your beer. The first thing you want to do is take your goddamn boots off, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. First thing, man.
Because that dirty electricity is bouncing around inside your body, screaming to get out, dude. It really is.
Yeah. I can't remember the percentage exactly, but a lot of your heat exfoliates out of your feet and out of your head.
I've heard 90% out of your head. I don't know if that's true or not. I believe you can direct energy.
I know if I put a cap. I know if I put a cap on, man, I'm going to be much more comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it's cold, yeah, you want a beanie on for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I also know that if I take my shoes off, I'm going to be much cooler. I know that for a fact.
Do I need cork sole shoes? Or
the
wood
thing is, the only shoes you're gonna actually be able to get grounded in is actual leather, and it can't have any synthetics. It's if you can make leather like the Indians used to make the leather moccasins, you can still get grounded that way.
Like a moccasin, yeah.
But you look online, see if you can find any actual just pure leather-soled moccasins. Good luck. Let me know if you can. They all have something synthetic in them. Even if they're leather, they still have synthetic in them. It's ridiculous, dude. They want the kids to rock them J's.
You get synthetic shit in leather. Don't you just take it off like you know what I mean? Like they put on unnecessary steps and shit. Like leather should
be nanofibers, bro. Nanofibers.
Take the shit off the fucking skin, put it on the fucking rack, let the sun hit it. That's it. You don't need to put nothing out. You know what I mean? It's just like all these extra fucking shit that we don't
You do need to put it. You do need to put it in if you're trying to keep people from being grounded. Then you do need to put it in. It's necessary. You know?
Yeah.
I always think like this. Some people say like, oh, they're just trying to kill us all. Like, they're not trying to. If they wanted to kill us all, they could systematically wipe us out a lot more efficiently and a lot quicker. That's not the point of killing us all. They need us to build their infrastructure. The whole thing is reducing our lifespan, my personal belief, by a third to even a fourth. I really believe people could live to be 3 to 4 times older, even possibly older than that. I don't know, but I believe
dude, Saints, man. I mean, I'm in it 1,000 years old, man. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. New perspective. I talked about this. It makes no sense. You're only like super capable of doing shit for like 20 years. You know? You're like,
right?
You know what I mean? You're like, you can play fucking soccer or baseball. Or you can do whatever for like 20 years, but that's it, man. You're done.
Yeah.
1,000 years sounds more realistic.
And think about this: is when people look at things on a linear perspective through history, they can't piece together like how Pearl Harbor could have anything to do with like 9/11, could have anything to do with like the thing that happened in Minneapolis with taking the knee, could have anything to do with the black witchcraft, dark matter matters, or all these things. They're like
Coco.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, or like people, they're like, oh, how could Columbus coming here in 1492 have anything to do with exactly 400 years later in 1892, where the first electric light bulb was supposedly introduced by a man named Edison and or Tesla, where if you take an anagram with the name Edison, you have die sun, and then if you spell Tesla backwards, it's all set, because these people are sunset worshipers. They worship the dying of the sun, it's the setting of the sun, and they're the Illuminati. They illuminated it, right? And it's just a coincidence that like they built this glass castle for the Chicago World Fair, even when they didn't have glass manufacturing plants supposedly. Then 12 years later, they just blew it up and like made a parking lot or something. It's like, so what? You know, all these things are so intrinsically connected, but we can't see that because we don't. Not only do we not live that long, people don't make the connection because they don't realize that there are people on Earth that do live that long. They live to see the poisonous fruits of their evil labor, and we can't understand or comprehend that, but they do. You know, we're like, why would somebody do this something 7 years before? For their grandchildren? No, because I believe there's elites that live to be hundreds of years old because they know what to do it, and they don't want everybody to have that. You know, that's what I believe. Well, that's just my opinion.
It would be nice to fucking figure out how to live for longer, to be honest with you.
It's not hard. I really don't think it's hard, bro. I really don't.
Well, I heard there's
Numpty.
Go ahead.
Numpty, man. I've heard of people that can live off of air, man. Have you ever heard that?
Breatharians, bro.
I'd never heard of that. I heard there's
Aeritarians, man.
Yeah,
I've heard of these guys, man.
There's people who survive off of berries and bark alone, but I never heard about air before.
I heard about a guy.
They call themselves breatharians, bro. Breatharians. That's what they call themselves.
Yeah.
I would have to look into that. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds really crazy, man. That's really far out there, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm just as far out on that as anybody else, man. I'm like, whoa, man. That's a deep, surge there, man. That's deeper than
what they claim to live off of is basically like what plants live off of. Like they do drink water and teas and stuff like that, and boil stuff with like roots and stuff like that. But they claim to eat no food, but they need to be in the sunlight the majority, if not the whole day. They absolutely have to be grounded, and they have to submerge themselves in like ocean type water or like natural spring, like all the things that the elements of the earth need. Basically, that's what they're living off of. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's almost logical compared to like all the crazy stuff I've learned in the past few years that I would have never believed.
Rabbit hole, man. When I first heard it, man, I was like, what? I was talking to Jibby Jedi, I'm pretty sure that day, man. I was like, what? Aeritarian? What the no. And
breatharian.
What is it?
It's called breatharian. Breath like the word breathe and then Aryan. Yeah,
I was like Aeritarian or whatever. Yeah, it's similar. Same concept, different pronunciation of the potential definition. But it's fascinating, man, to think that somebody could live off of just breathing, man. Oh my God. What have they been feeding us? Maybe that's why we're dying so young. That's my point, man. It's kind of tied it back, a little bit to why don't we live to 1,000 years? Why? And I had this conversation in 1992, man, with the college student at the time, and so my brother-in-law was advocating that we could live 1,000 years, and she was like, no, we can't do it. I was like, that's interesting.
I believe not only could we do it, I believe there actually are, if you want to call them people on Earth that possibly have been alive that long now, maybe even longer. Some people like to call them reptilians or, dare I say Roth, and then, I'm not going to say the other word, but like people like that who could be, we don't know. We've been fed such misinformation, dude. It's it's like it's a giant play, bro, and a bunch of thespians. You know what I mean? A bunch of Homo sapiens and thespians, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean. We got, it could be people living thousands of years. Think about it, man. I mean, it makes sense because they've been working on this plan for a while, man. Somehow they've created their, utopia world in their heads, and whatever they've done to try to fulfill that utopian place.
What I'm thinking too is maybe they don't live 100 years, but there's non-humans that live longer. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying necessarily a corporeal body, but maybe a corporeal body. It could even just be like a
what body?
Corporeal means like corporeal.
Say the first letter of the word, though.
Corporeal, like a body, like a physical body, like your meat suit, bro. Your meat suit is corporeal.
Yeah, I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, no, it's look it up. It's a real word. It describes any.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah.
Yeah. Corporeal just means
I love learning new words.
Yeah, like a physical body, basically.
Okay.
Whereas a non-corporeal, like something that's living that's non-corporeal could be like a ghost or a spirit or like an angel or a demon. They'd be non-corporeal because they don't have like a physical body,
like
right?
a vessel, right?
Yeah, they don't have a physical vessel, so they're non-corporeal.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like not necessarily that humans live 1,000 years, but there could even be, even just like a fucking elf. You know what I mean? From like Lord of the Rings, how like the elves just lived longer. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that humans can't, but maybe we can't. But there's something else that can. I'm just throwing shit out there.
Have you ever thought about how you mentioned I'm gonna look that word up because I've never heard of it. I love learning new words about how that. So you're saying that's a living person, not necessarily a person, but like a living being inside of a vessel that ages of flesh and blood, right? And we're bound by these supposed like laws of nature, whatever we're bound to. But the way I look at things is,
I'll spell it for you: Corporeal, and the meaning is
CORP.
Yes, OREAL, corporeal, relating to a person's.
I didn't. I've heard that. I did not understand what you. I misunderstood how you said it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, corpse, right? Corpse is just the body.
Yeah, like your meat.
Yeah, almost like corporeal.
What a corporeal body is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like a corporeal.
Yeah, so like a ghost is non-corporeal.
What's a corporeal?
A ghost doesn't have a meat suit, basically, right? Whereas a cat is corporeal. A cat has a meat suit. It's in there.
Yeah, I was just saying the word, pronouncing it differently, like how it actually like looks like it sounds.
Yeah, I'm from like the West Coast of America. I don't know if that makes
the West Coast of America. Where are you from?
I'm in Hawaii, actually, so I'm farther than the West Coast. But technically, I'm not technically, but like, basically West Coast.
Okay. I didn't know they considered Hawaii West Coast, but that's cool. All right.
I mean,
I heard they got.
I could just say I'm an islander, I guess. I don't know.
Don't call yourself an island boy. Please don't call yourself an island boy.
They were here actually in Hawaii, apparently. Like,
hey, Numpty, did you go to school in Canada or something? Were you in Canada before all this happened and then came back? Is that what I remember about you?
I was in university in British Columbia after I turned 18. I got my degree.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
and so you kind of like you like bugged out when this whole thing happened. They were getting crazy up there.
Yes, yeah. When they fucking said that you can't use public transportation without a vaccine, I just simply left in 7 days. Dude, I don't think anyone fucking understands how fast I got I literally threw my mattress on the side of the road. I threw bookshelves on the side. Like, I got rid of everything. I didn't even I only sold one couch. I got the fuck out of there because I was like, listen, I didn't know it was going to lighten up after, you know what I mean? But it was just like, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. public transportation, really? That's fucking ridiculous.
Did it
And
lighten
I'm
up
only
there?
fucking 20, and I feel like I'm more mature than old fucks. You know what I mean?
Has it lightened up there? I mean, they're gonna start cracking down again. You know, don't be fooled.
I don't know. I'm never fucking going back to that
I thought
country.
Canada kind of stayed pretty much crazy lockdown.
Dude, this is the thing too. Is like all the people I knew from up there. Most of them are like extreme believers in this shit. Like even my girlfriend at the time basically broke up with me over this whole fucking COVID shit. You know, and that was like my only girlfriend I ever had.
In disguise. You don't want to stay with her.
Do you guys ever think of the real, like I mean, every time the military does an operation, right, or what they call a deployment, which is not a friendly term by any means, but they make it seem like, oh, we're deploying this to help you. It's not a friendly term, but I mean, you could use it as a friendly term, I guess, if you're sadistic. So have you ever guys thought of because whenever they do something, they kill a million birds with one stone, but there's one main goal that they have in mind. Now, have you guys ever really thought of the number one goal that they accomplished with all this? The number one goal, and it wasn't for the V word.
Can I guess? Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I would say it's either basically changing people's habits because they've drastically changed people's habits, or I'd say the inflation / money printing and now subsequent extreme economic collapse that is coming to us. Those would be my two guesses, but go ahead.
So yeah, those are two very valid reasons, and definitely but the number one reason was to put the infrastructure into place, and they couldn't have done it any other way. The infrastructure is now almost all in place. When this thing first started happening, everybody was like in their house. I'm the opposite. I'm going into stores with no mask, no shoes, no nervous. You know what I mean? Like people would come up to me and I would act like I didn't even hear them, or I'd act like I'm on the phone with my wife. I'm like, how dare you try to tell me anything? I'm on the phone with my wife. She's in the hospital. Like I'll just flat out ignore people. Whatever. Like you're not telling me shit. Period. Right? I'm the only one out at I was walking in the beach during the summer. I'm the only one in every direction because to me, I don't believe in Halloween or fairy tales, right? But anyways, late at night, I'm out creeping 3-4 in the morning. I'm a night owl, and there was hundreds of these new white vans. And guess where they went? They went to the hospitals, the churches, the schools, the colleges, and all the new condominiums and all the new places that haven't you guys noticed in the past 2 years there's been more infrastructure digging into roads and buildings than any time you've ever seen in your lifetime? Now really think about that. I mean, it's off the hook ridiculous with the infrastructure.
Yeah, and here's the thing is I after I graduated uni, I graduated basically directly into the pandemic, so I couldn't get any normal jobs. So I walked across the street to the site and started working construction. And let me tell you,
right?
None of these, they hired me on the spot, and none of these motherfuckers cared about the COVID rules. Nobody was enforcing COVID rules.
Absolutely not.
Was doing any of that. So that was my first clue that there was bullshit because I was working with a bunch of dudes, right? I never talked about a flat earth or anything, but all of them fucking knew it was bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? And these are like construction workers, right? They're not fucking lawyers or professors or doctors, and they knew it. And then I was like, thinking about it, I was like, yeah, wait a minute. If none of us are doing any of this shit, and none of us are getting sick, and I don't know anyone who got sick, what the fuck's going on? You know? And that was like my first red flag. You know what I mean? I've already heard of like the 9/11 shit, and I watched the loose change, so I knew about some conspiracy theories. But I'm young. I didn't fucking take shit that seriously. But this COVID shit kind of like woke me up.
Careful with continually saying that with as far as referring it in a sense to, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I don't mean to be a hypocrite. Like I said, it's in some of my songs, but I've been checked by some of the elders on this channel, so
I'm just saying, just try to be a little mindful of it. You know what I mean?
Sorry about that.
Just abbreviate. Yeah, no, bro. I hate telling people what to do or say, bro. Like, it kind of disgusts me. I feel like, who am I as a man to tell any other grown man what to do? You know what I mean? But like, just out of respect for the elders who put this channel together, I know they'd appreciate it. Just a little more, like, just a little subtle about it. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? So, anyways, it was the infrastructure, bro. There's no other way they could have put the infrastructure in. They had to put the infrastructure in. The amount of infrastructure they needed for the zero latency was so vastly enormous that before all this C thing happened, Trump came out with this thing called the second chance program, right? Where all of a sudden you don't have to put you're a felon out of prison, and you're getting a job 3 times as much as a person who had a degree was getting, right? And you don't have to put you're a felon. Not just that, he's kicking back CEOs of all these corporations who own these construction companies major funds if they hire felons, bro. If they hire felons, they're getting money, right? We're talking about like affirmative action to the umpteenth power, bro, right? So imagine all that, right? And then they're not regulating on any of these construction workers. And as far as like when the lockdowns happened, that didn't apply to any of the construction workers. In fact, they tripled down on the time. You go down at night, you see massive construction things going on with massive lights and like putting up massive power poles, digging into the ground. They need all these cables in the ground, right? Redoing all the infrastructure in all these buildings, right? Because you have to have this zero latency, right? Another reason why they're having the FIRESs in all these different places prior to this, because you cannot put in this infrastructure in these places because the terrain is too rugged, right? So you do what you call a fire sale, right? Or a Walmart land grab where like you set up Walmart in these towns, and then within 6 months all the mom and pop stores go out of business, right? And then 6 months later, everybody gets their last check at Walmart unexpectedly because Walmart's shutting down because they're having plumbing problems, right? Well, you're like, how does that even make any sense? Now this town is a ghost town. Now this is Gary, Indiana, right? And they can afford to do that because they got billions of dollars where they can afford to set up these Walmarts and then just shut them down. And you're like, they just wasted 15 million on that. No, it was because in 10, 12 years, they're going to go buy the whole town on pennies to the dollar, right? So they basically are forcing everybody into what is Agenda 2030, the Wildlands Project, under the guise of global warming, saying that we do not know how to be responsible and we are polluting the planet. Therefore, we are going to cut you guys off from 72% of the land that was once you were able to go, like national parks, anything that's federal land. We will not be able to go to it simply for the reason that it is too treacherous of a terrain to get the infrastructure in for the zero latency. The key to everything is a zero latency, because without zero latency, you cannot have the chip. It does not work. You have to have zero latency everywhere for it to be a smooth, oiled operation. With a zero latency, they say something is only as strong as its weakest link. The zero latency, the chip is only going to be as strong as its weakest link, and you have to have zero latency everywhere all the time. Hence the reason why in a lot of places it hasn't rained in so freaking long, because the rain is the number one or number 2 enemy of the microwave frequencies, the millimeter waves. The rain kills that stuff. It stops it dead in its tracks, right? So, we don't need rain when we could have the GMO, right? But the whole thing is the infrastructure for the zero latency for the chip, bro. And you have to cut out about 72% of the United States because it's a lot of rugged terrain. So you start stacking and packing people, and it works out perfectly because you put people in these high-rise places with all the infrastructure already built in, and they're like 7-8 stories up, so they're not getting grounded whatsoever. So it all falls perfectly into place, or lack thereof, for your health. And it's all the key thing is zero latency, bro. They couldn't have done it. There's no other way they could have put that much infrastructure in that much amount of time like that. There's no other way they could have done it. And it was for a lot of other reasons too, but that was the main thing right there, bro. And because it's all going to lead to the chip. And in order to have the chip, you got to have the zero latency. There's no other way you could do it. Welcome to Agenda 2030. 72% of the United States will be off limits because we do not know how to take care of the land. And you know what? They're buying it. Hook, line, and sinker, homie.
Yeah, that's the part that scares me the most, dude. Is like, dude, honestly, like, I had to fucking learn all this shit in basically 1 year, maybe 2. You know what I mean? But my reality went from fucking normal to like, wow, the world's basically fucking over. Like, society's collapsing, and these motherfuckers are trying to fucking chip us.
Bro,
And
look at it like this, bro. Look at it like this. You are so fortunate to be this young and know this stuff. I would give anything to be your age and know this, bro.
Trust me. I like, ever since I was young, I don't know, like, I read, I don't know if this is like the right thing to say about like faith and whatever, but I read like the Bible and shit, and I heard about like, there's a story that Solomon basically went to God and he's like, God, can you give me like wisdom or whatever? And then God gave him wisdom, and everything else fell into place once he got wisdom. So the only time I ever actually asked God for anything in my life was I asked for wisdom when I was a little kid. I always asked him for that. And I feel like I didn't get it. Like, it was a delayed effect until this pandemic came on. And then I kind of got like a whole ass on fucking, like downloader, you know what people call it, download or whatever, or like the scales drop from your eyes or whatever. I feel like it just went from 0 to 100, like right at the fucking beginning, like perfect timing, so I wouldn't get my fucking shit injected in me,
It's the road to Damascus, bro. You're on your way to slaughter the Christians, and the scales fall off your eyes, bro. And they changed your name, bro. You know what I mean? They dropped the S and they put a P.
Yeah, it's and it's just, the more I fucking look, the more undeniable it is. But it's like, it's what I asked for, but at the same time, for 2 whole years, I've been like basically depressed. You know what I mean? Just realizing that, like, wow, like, these motherfuckers have been doing this shit, and basically they're unopposed. They're gonna get away with it. And me as an individual, not to kind of like, put myself down or anything, or anyone in here who thinks, I don't know, it just feels like you're too small to even, like, it's gonna happen, and like, you kind of just have to figure out how you're gonna get out of the way, because it's gonna happen either way.
Bro, you should be thanking your creator you're alive for a time like this, bro. There's no other time in the world I'd rather be alive than I'm gonna get to see Armageddon. I'm possibly gonna see Armageddon. Dude, if I'm possibly gonna get to witness Armageddon, bro, I consider myself blessed, bro. Are you kidding me? I might actually see Revelation play out, bro. Sign me up. You know what I mean? I'm pumped up for this, bro. This is gonna be awesome, bro.
You probably did sign up.
You know what I mean? Somewhere, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not living in them times where, like, the Bible was just a story. Like, dude, I want to see this come into action, because I don't watch movies. I don't play video games, dude. This is like my real life. Like, I'm ready for the New World Order, bro. Is as much as I can be. I mean, I'm
Dude,
grateful that I'm
Armageddon
alive.
came out in 1998. What are you talking about?
You know what I mean, though? Wait,
hello?
Are you talking about the movie? Are you talking about the movie Armageddon?
Yeah, I think he was talking about the movie.
Armageddon was gnarly, dude. I was alive for Armageddon too.
I was referring to the part in the Bible where it speaks about Armageddon.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay. I got you. Sometimes I talk to people in here and like they're not very versed on the Bible, and then some of them are like way wild and crazy about the Bible, whatever. Like, dude, I think whatever you believe in is your faith. Dude, live it and rep that stuff. Don't ever be ashamed of it. As long as you're not like repping the Luciferian, like if that's what you're into, you do you. I'm gonna do me. As far as for me in my house, I'm gonna have to put a red circle around that with a red slash through it. But you do you. But whatever your faith you believe in, dude, don't be ashamed of it. Rep that shit to the fullest, bro.
I agree, buddy. But also, like, for the audience, you have to be considerate too. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of like on topic, what are your thoughts about when it says that the Earth has 4 corners?
As far as the 4 corners of the Earth,
because we know that the globe claim is that it's a sphere, and obviously a sphere doesn't have any corners, right?
Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on that, bro. I mean, I've seen alleged flat Earth maps where there are like 4 pillars, and then I've seen the one where like Antarctica is like the outside of a piece of crust, and like bro, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, that even the word corner could have been so manipulated and changed that maybe we're not interpreting it right, or maybe we are. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that. I do know in the Book of Enoch, it talks about the places in the firmament where there's portals where the winds come out of from the 4 different directions. You know. It also could be talking about the sky map, where you know how the map of the sky is a swastika. Some the what is it, the Little Dipper with the Ursa Minor in the middle, or am I saying it wrong? Ursa Major in the middle, summer, winter, spring, and fall.
Ursa Minor, Little Dipper in the middle. You're right.
Okay, yeah. So the swastika has 4 corners.
I know I know, but listen, hold on. Globers will take it to the sky in a heartbeat. Dude. Hold on. So let's get back to the Earth for a second. Okay, so corners of the Earth, right? So water, we know, will always seek its level. The surface will, right? No matter how you tilt it, how you twist it, the surface likes to find level, right? So if you put sand, instead of putting water into a glass, right? What if you put sand into that glass? Does it take the shape of its container?
I see what you're saying.
So
it actually
we know that the Earth is a container for the water, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the container for the Earth?
No, hold on, stop. When you pour the sand into a jar, it does not take the shape of the container. It takes the shape of the sand inside the container.
Wait, huh?
What contains
the granules of sand? So each individual. No. Stop. Shut up. No. Each individual piece of sand did not change its shape. Still the same shape, pieces of sand. You just put them in a jar. Did not conform to the shape of the jar. They're still the same shape pieces of sand. They're individual objects.
Earth is not a singular piece of sand. That's the problem in your logic. I see where you're going, but that's the problem.
Well, I'm just saying you're trying to compare it to water, it sounds like, and you can't do that, is what I'm saying.
All right,
we know that Earth, dry land is totally different than water. Yes, we do know
Ryan,
that.
Shut your mouth and don't respond. What contains the Earth? Back on track. No more digression.
What was your question? Oh, he's muted. So.
Who, me?
No. I guess he got muted for outlashing or something.
Oh.
Did he even have a question?
I didn't hear his question. I think, he was really like aggressive, for lack of a better term, but I just didn't hear his question. I asked him to repeat it, but then he got muted. So
he said, "What's the Earth's container?"
I mean, it's a good question, because we know when we put Earth into a pot and we grow a tomato plant, the soil takes the shape of the pot, right?
What's the container?
So it seems to me that dry land, depending on how dry it is, likes to conform to its container more or less easily.
Okay, like almost like an hourglass with sand. How it goes down, and it appears almost to take on like a liquid formation. Not quite like liquid, but very similar. Like it levels off. Okay, so I see where you're getting at.
Yeah. Well, no, you're 100% correct. And see, this is the flaw in NASA's logic, is because by definition, Earth doesn't retain its shape under a moderate amount of pressure, and because of that, it cannot be defined as a solid.
Okay,
so if Earth is now not a solid, what is it, Latter-day Saints? That's the question.
Okay, but what's the point of this question? Are we
because NASA claims Earth
no
is a fucking globe. That's the point.
Earlier.
Yeah,
you were pulling this bullshit like 5 hours ago, or like not 5 hours ago, but like 3 hours ago. Like I was walking on my way home from work. I was listening to you talk about the same bullshit with Miggy. This is bullshit, dude. Why are you bringing this up again?
Yeah, I would just like to know the point. Like, there's.
Why do you think the truth is
I've also heard you
bullshit?
talk about this before. And this wasn't.
Earth
There's
either
no
takes
point
the
in this
shape.
I'll
argument.
let you know now.
A man
I'll
can.
let you know now.
Okay,
There is no
Orion.
point. There is no point. He's
Okay,
just talking
Orion.
bullshit. There is
So
no
either
point.
Earth takes the shape of its container or it doesn't. So if we get someone in Australia fill a pot up with Earth, I'm in America. We fill a pot up with Earth in America. Someone in UK fills a pot up with Earth, right? Are all the pots, or is the Earth in all the pots going to conform to the shape of that container? Yes or no?
Are you an agent?
Can I ask you a question?
There's no point to this. There's just simply no point you're making, dude. Like, I'm about to go to sleep now, but I don't feel like I should just let you ramble on, you know.
Ryan, let me ask him one question real quick, if you don't mind. Okay, so bro, you're asking me something that is strictly would be my conjecture and my opinion, and I don't want to give my opinion on that because I've never really thought about it the way you have, and I don't think you're wrong in what you're saying. But are you asking a rhetorical question to get us to think, or are you going to say what your opinion is on it?
No, everything's fine. I'm just saying that the Earth is not a globe. It's dirt. It's dry land. It takes the shape of its container. It's not a solid. If it's not in one of the states of matter that NASA claims, then it must be a fifth state of matter that they don't know about. And why did they make it a planet if they don't know what state of matter the Earth is in?
So basically, it was kind of like a rhetorical statement that you were making. I'm not knocking what you're saying. Okay, all right.
Well, wait? Hold on. Flat Earth Day Saints, can you even comprehend what he's saying? Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to the point where I can even comprehend what he's saying. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
I'm comprehending what he's saying. What I'm trying to figure out is, are you asking actually my opinion on it, or are you trying to lead us all into coming to our own conclusion, or are you just making a rhetorical statement on already known facts, or do you actually have an opinion that we may not know about and you would like to share?
I know. Well, I'm just making discussion about the Earth, which is the subject, and I don't want to lie to anybody. So I just make claims that are true. And if you disagree with the truth, that's your burden to prove.
Bro, it's not that you're lying or telling the truth to somebody, but it appears to me that you're either trying to bring us to come to a conclusion of our own, A, or B, you are making a rhetorical statement, kind of food for thought, or C, you are leading us all into what you are going to surprise us with, like, or possibly maybe enlighten us with what you believe the answer to be and share that with us. To me, it's only one of those three things that, I'm not knocking what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, what is it, A, B, or C?
That's okay. It's recorded. So for the second time, I'm just making conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not hating on you, bro, Yeah, I don't have an opinion on what you're saying. I'm not hating on what you're saying. I just thought possibly you were going to give your opinion on what you think it is. Like, if you think the Earth is dirt that's being conformed into something, I thought you were going to possibly say, like, what you think is holding that down. But I guess you started out with that you asked me my opinion on the four corners, and I didn't really have one. And I thought maybe you were possibly going to divulge what you thought it was, but maybe you're just trying to make us think outside the box, possibly.
Well, we can continue if you want. Are you sticking around? Are you leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. I just, I respect, like, OGs like Orion and others who I don't like to take the conversation to places where, like, they don't really want them to go, because this is their thing. Yeah, like, I respect.
So you want to talk? Just we can prove stuff with math, right?
Yeah, I mean. Allegedly, I don't know. We had a dude with a math PhD in math or master's degree in math who couldn't, but I mean, I'm sure it can be done.
You can do anything.
So what about is geometry and math related?
Flatty, I love you, Flatty. You're fucking awesome.
Hold on. What's one thing you can prove with math?
I'm saying, are math and geometry related?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, they
I
are.
suck at math, bro. I don't even know how to do long division, bro.
Thanks to Numpty. Math and geometry are now related. Thank you, Numpty. So, okay. So geometry, right? So it's either what the book says or it's what NASA's claiming. NASA's claiming sphere. We know a sphere doesn't have any corners. Obviously, it's not a sphere. So then we can use.
I mean, we're way past that, though,
two
bro.
concepts. Well, hold on. So we can use two concepts, which you've probably heard of. One would be deductive reasoning. The other concept would be process of elimination. So and this is why I brought this up earlier, is because if we now know that Earth takes the shape of its container, right, then that means that if it comes to four corners, the container would have to be four corners. So this is why it's important to understand the truth that is Earth takes the shape of its container. That's why that's important.
Okay, so what are you suggesting the four corners are made out of then, bro?
So using the same reasoning that I explained, I want to let Orion talk.
So you're pulling this from a religious book. This is not a religious server. And I mean,
we're just talking about the Flat Earth book.
You said four corners. We don't claim there's four corners. No one in here claims there's four corners unless you're claiming there's four corners. Do you have any proof of that?
No, I'm saying we're talking about Earth conforming to the shape of its container.
Yeah. This is getting into like to the really oddball speculation, like not even like good speculation, like bad.
What do you mean? How is this speculation? Does this not occur all across the wherever we live?
We can prove that.
Hold on. If you don't understand how this is speculation, that just proves my point further.
So you're telling me that when you put sand into a jar, it doesn't conform to the edges of the jar.
Yeah,
does the jar have four corners?
Listen, guys. When the guy lunatic comes in here, when the guy lunatic comes in here and he says that if he was in charge of this place, half of everyone here would be kicked out. Dude, I hate to say this, but you're one of the people that falls into that half. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, you're claiming the truth of speculation. Can you prove that?
All I can say is just listen more, dude. Like,
you're claiming the truth of speculation. Can you prove that?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna mute you, dude. You're kind of just ridiculous, like endlessly.
It's okay. You can limit like, free speech all you want. You'll just be evil like the rest.
Oh yeah. Say that to the libertarian. Hilarious.
It's okay. Just mute me. It's all
good. It's all better.
I love
know
you,
it's all
Ryan,
good,
bro.
but it's certainly better.
You're OG, dog. You know what I mean? He's got a ban on site thing on it.
Guys, come on, guys. If it's a container, it has to have four corners. Like, what the fuck? Who said it has four corners? Who said it was a container? We said that to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? But no one's claiming they know what that is. He comes in here acting like he knows, or we should know. Like, we don't. We cannot prove what it is shaped out of. We know that it measures flat. That's the point here, and he was trying to pull us away from that.
Yeah, it's kind of going in left field. You know what I mean?
Well, I think
Orion was even being lenient and giving him enough rope to either get to his point or hang himself. You know,
right?
Which is a lot more lenient than I've seen a lot of the mods. You know, and Orion's a pretty. You know, we're not going to debate things like the Bible and stuff. Is like, if that's what you believe in, rep it with all your heart, but you don't want to be repping something that you can't actually prove. I mean, that's great if that's what you believe in. I believe it, bro. I take it literally, but I'm not gonna debate with somebody about something that I can't prove. You know, I don't need to debate it. I declare it in my own heart. It's written on the tablet of my heart. I don't need to debate it with anybody factual. You know, it's my personal.
Just for future reference, that guy is a well-known troll that frequents most of these servers.
Yeah,
if you hear that voice, if you hear that voice again, I would probably mute it instantly.
We verified. We knew who he was when he came in. I don't know how he's being used at this time.
Okay.
He's on his like 80th account, I think.
Okay. I mean, trolls can't last very long before the trollness just has to come out in them. I mean, it's like bubbling in them, dude. They, you know.
He's the infamous urine drinker.
They're like a Jiffy Pop, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna start coming in. They're gonna start coming in, man. Like consistently. People have been just getting verified and then just leaving. They get VC verified and then leave right away. They don't come in here and talk or nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he just like presupposed the four corners thing once you admitted like, oh yeah, well it has to be a container. And he's like, well, so it has to have four corners. Like
we don't even need to keep talking about it. He was talking about it if you don't want to. I'm not saying not to. You know, I don't ever like to tell a grown man what not to say or anything, bro. Like, you know, I'm just saying you.
That might have been his longest run in here. That might have been his longest run in here. Could be a record.
I love this dude, Flatty, man. Flatty's a man of little words, but goddamn, I love your accent, homie.
Flatty too, yeah, it's cool shit.
Dude, what I like about Flatty is he doesn't say a bunch of superfluous shit. So everything he says, I try to listen to because it's not gonna be pointless. Like every word is specifically chosen for a purpose. You know, you don't have a lot of filler, but that's cool because you could have a lot of filler and not listen to you because you have a cool accent. But you know, what do they say? One of the 48 laws of power: make yourself scarce, and people will want you around more. I mean, I might have misquoted it. I'm trying to get a philosophy like them, like Matthew.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, dude.
Dude. Man, you're a genius, bro. Seriously. You say I'm a lyrical genius, bro. You're a lyrical genius and a wordsmith, homie. Hey, Flatty, I gotta ask you. You ever heard of a dude who goes by the name of Plain Decoded?
No, I haven't, man. Enlighten me.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I gave him a shout out on one of my songs because he has an accent like you. He's from like UK. You say you're from UK, right?
Yeah, Wales.
Like UK to me, like is like to me that's like US or like what? Like specifically like where what do you when you say UK, like is that a like specifically like what city or region is that in Europe?
It's just Britain. It's England, Scotland, Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland is the UK.
Okay. You know, you got to remember, I grew up looking at a globe, and Asia and all these places was just like one giant landmass, and I was like, you know, I try to find where my family's from in Lithuania, and it's just like there's a little spot, you know, right near Transylvania and all these crazy named places and stuff, you know.
Yeah,
I would love to live there. I'd love to go see my family back there, but you ever been to Lithuania?
No, man. Get Baguette's from near Transylvania, though. You might be.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in weeks, bro. But you know, like I said, I just got out yesterday, so he's probably been on here since you know. They put me away for good behavior. You know what can I say? Forget about it. You know what I mean? They put me away for helping charities and you know helping old women cross the street and you know just being an all around pillar of society. You know what I mean? I'm just playing, bro.
Can't believe they locked you up for not wearing shoes. Crazy,
bro. You know, in some there's some places in these penal systems here that where like you know they have their California. I haven't done time in any other state, but California, and from what I've heard from a lot of dudes in many other states, is California has the most racist inmate hierarchy infrastructure out of anywhere in the United States, bro. As far as like segregation, their race is like the whites aren't even allowed to eat after the blacks, right? And the Hispanics, they split them up with the northern Hispanics and the southern Hispanics. The southern Hispanics run with the whites, like we're allowed to like trade with them and play games with them and eat with them, sit on each other's bed and whatnot. But neither of the southern Hispanics or the whites are allowed to do this, like sit on a black person's bed, eat after a black person, play games with a black person. But the northern Hispanics program with the blacks the way the whites program this. I don't even want to get into it, dude. It's so ridiculously redundant and superfluous, bro. It makes my head spin, and I don't go along with any of what they do. So they're like, bro, you can't be just out here with no shoes. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna put those rubber weird things on my feet all the time, whatever. So you guys do what you got to do. But this is I basically claim like this is my religion. Grounding's my religion. I claim it as my religion, so I haven't taken an ass whipping for it yet. But most of the time I talk to gang members and stuff, and I break it down to what their political tattoos mean about the Zodiac calendar. And by the time I'm done in there, dude, there's a lot of dudes who are just like, whoa. Like, they don't know what to think. I don't like to use the word converted, but I've flat smacked a lot of dudes who are like, they righteously believe the earth is flat now, and I've tried to educate them as best I can to help if anything, help them make smarter decisions for their future, as far as like, because it directly affects everything, especially like if you're just like just ripping and roaring out there gangbanging or whatever. I would definitely hope it would definitely change the direction of your life in a better way. And if it doesn't, then I dust the dirt off my feet and I go to the next town and whatnot. But
did you ask them
a lot of comments?
Did you ask them how the Coriolis affects their bullets when they're doing a drive-by? If they thought about that.
I haven't, bro. I should have. Nah, I don't really get into the Coriolis effect too much, just because the only people I've really heard argue that are dudes who are like want to be like Marine, like I'm sure a legit Marine wouldn't even argue that, but like people who think they're like all like into the army and stuff like that will like argue that vehemently. Or some dude with like some stupid ass like thinks he got me with like, how do you not fall off? Like, well, why does the toilet flush in this direction in the southern hemisphere? I'm like, have you seen it? Have you seen it do that? Have you ever poured water in a certain direction and seen which way it goes? Like,
I'm down. I'm more down.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Cornelius.
Yeah.
Cornholio.
Yeah.
Cornholios.
I love the Cornholio effect, bro. The four Cornholios of the world. I hope these dogs don't start barking. I'm about to go inside right now. These little rascals. Dude, I think a rat died in the wall somewhere in the kitchen. It's starting to smell like dead mouse in here. You know that smell? You know that smell when a rat dies in the walls and it takes about a month or two for the smell to go away?
Jeez, are you here? I see you in the live stream VC. Are you listening? Jeez,
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Hey, sure, man.
What's up?
What's your stance on the topic here?
What's the topic here?
What's the topic? Come on.
Oh, topic here? The topic here? Oh, my bad. Yeah. No, I'm not. No, of course it's flat. Right, yeah.
So, flat Earth.
My bad. Audio cut off. What'd you say?
How did you first get into flat Earth? What brought you to the flat Earth realization?
Oh, well, like, I saw the moon and how the moon is like, we see the same side every day.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, bro.
No disrespect, bro. I'm sorry. I was thinking about a joke I heard last week.
Is that like your best proof, like for yourself? That's like what really helped you realize it was flat, is by looking at the moon.
It made me question, like, because it's something you can really see and prove. Made me have to look into it further.
What about, have you made any observations over water, for example?
Of course, at the beach, horizon is flat.
Oh, but did you put the Earth curve into question? Did you use the Earth curve calculator and observe something at a set distance and put that to the test by any chance?
No, I haven't done that yet. But
I recommend that highly.
How about this, bro? How about the most important question? Why would that many people go through that much trouble lying to us? I mean, if it would be easier to go to the moon than to fake the paperwork. I mean, are you some kind of conspiracy theorist or something?
Dude, that's the easiest question to answer.
Well, I'm asking him. I'm just wondering, like, why would they lie? How could that many people pull off that great of a lie? That alone would convince me that the Earth is a spinning ball. I don't know about you, but I'm just wondering how could they pull off a lie like that? Just playing devil's advocate with you, dog.
Santa Claus.
Dude, I honestly wonder, like, why did they lie though? Like, is it to make people not believe in God? Maybe.
Why would they lie though?
I think the motive for most lies are quite similar. Honestly, I mean, all lies are about control. Whether it be, even just a little white lie to your partner, for example, you want to control that situation, so you lie. It's just that's all lies are about is to gain control over one person or a group of people.
But there couldn't be any type of financial gain or anything. It's not like they could make like $56 million or more a day, or like, what is it, $10,000 a second. There's no way they could possibly do that. So why the lie?
Yeah, but I think that monetary motive is secondary to the primary motive being control.
Well, the answer is I guess money is a lot of money is control. Everything at the end.
I don't think people would make a lie that big for money, though, bro, or anything. I don't think people could pull off a lie like that. Like, do you really think, Jesu, that they could pull off a lie like that? Like, do you really believe that?
No, man, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Come on.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're not a conspiracy theorist, right?
No, they're weird.
I rest my case.
It seems like if you don't understand abusive relationships and gaslighting, then you don't understand why a government or someone in power would want to control someone else's perceptions. So as long as they can keep humanity from realizing that we can trust our own perceptions, our sense of proprioception, that we're not moving, sense of sight, that the horizon is flat, our sense of touch, that there's not a 6,000 mile per hour wind blowing in our face at all times, we can trust that. If you have an abusive relationship with someone, try to torque their perceptions and get them to see and get them not to trust their own perception.
Dude, I'm in the worst abusive relationship. Jackie abuses me left and right all damn day. You have no idea. I'm about to join a battered men's shelter somewhere anonymously any day.
Left and right, day and night. You gotta see it to believe it. It's quite a sight.
Dude, she whips my ass in a leather versus pleather debate. You know what I mean?
Dude, chill.
I'm sorry. No disrespect. I had a beer and I'm acting stupid. I'm sorry. Just having a good time. I'm sorry. Especially to the female who just joined the chat. Much love to you and no disrespect whatsoever. I don't think there's anything funny about abusive relationship. Even if it's the woman abusing the man, like it's in my case, still nothing funny about it. Wasn't trying to make light of any situation. No disrespect.
And it's a great analogy.
Yes, the relationship analogy because I've definitely been there too. I've experienced that firsthand. So
Indeed.
Lois is on
We
the
all
money.
have. We've all been being told what to do for the last 2 years.
You know what's crazy is my girlfriend has the opposite of problem with that. Anytime I tell her what to do, she don't listen to nothing I say. I can't tell her nothing, man. It sucks, dude. You know, I used to feel like I had the pants in a relationship. Now, dude, sometimes I'd be sleeping in the car at night, dude. I can't even get a cigarette from her right now. It's tough times.
hey, I'll give you a cigarette, bro.
Please do. You got you a menthol? That's all I smoke.
Yeah, I'll get a menthol. Yep. I just vape, but I'll get you. I'll buy you a whole pack, man. Sounds rough. I'm here for you.
I can get you. I can get you back 65 cents on the dollar with my Chick's EBT card, and that's my palabra, bro. That's my word. Am I good for my word, bro?
I already used my dead grandpa's EBT. I'm good on that.
Oh man, yeah, that's cool. I would think that before your grandpa passed away, though, they actually had the paper food stamps. Like I used to have to spend in the supermarket when I was little. Before they even had the EBT card. I bet you don't even remember those old paper food stamps. Huh? I'm taking it way back. Early 80s, maybe even possibly early 90s.
Paper food stamps are up in value right now. It's actually 75 cents on the dollar. So,
especially if they're still attached to the booklet, bro. You know what I mean? And they don't have cocaine residue on them. Classic.
So, like, lately there's been a lot of people coming in here unverified, and I'll go into the lobby and I'll like tag them and I'll be like, hey, go to the VC check-in. They usually just leave. Like, they'll be out of here so quick.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like they're scared. They don't want to talk. They just want to listen. They don't want to. They can't speak up because they'll get destroyed.
I think that what are the kids called nowadays? Hit it and quit it or something. They just want it real fast and that's it. You know, they don't want to put the time into taking the time and getting to know it. They just want to smash and grab real quick. You know.
The smash and grab is really popular right now. Yeah. Children.
What do the kids call that? Netflix in Cool or something like that? Net snaps in Chillac, or I can't remember what it's called, but it's something like that with popcorn and whatever and chill, whatever. Tenda.
Yeah, I think Tinder is where you get the invites to go to those.
Okay.
Is there someone here who knows about flat Earth?
Oh no, we're all flat earthers here. I don't think there's anyone in here that's not a flat earther right now. There was one. I saw one person that might just be verified. This guy Jeezy, he's just verified, so like maybe he might be on the fence or something.
No. I know. I'm sure it's flat.
Oh, how long have you been a flat earther for, bro?
I think like since the pandemic. I don't really remember.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm thinking about a joke I heard 2 days ago.
I just am looking for tips for when you're talking to a glober.
Tips
with regard to any particular argument?
Yes. Well, I have the answer to the argument, but that's the problem. It really doesn't matter. I have two
Welcome to
people
Flat
that are
Earth.
stuck on. I've seen spherical planets through my telescope. You can't tell me that all the other planets are a sphere and we're not a sphere.
Are we looking up the sky to try and figure out what we're standing on? No, we're not. It measures flat.
It doesn't matter. Here's what I need help with: is it doesn't matter what I say. I even showed one of them David Weiss has this video of it's like 6 pinkish things up in the quote sky, and they look like spheres. I mean, you'd have to have never ever seen a painting or something or anything two-dimensional to not understand how something could look like a sphere and not be a sphere.
Oh, was it the frame?
And he shows each one, like one's actually a cup, and one is actually a flat disc that's shaded on one side. You know, none of them are, one I think is a sphere out of 6.
I don't
it
think
just doesn't matter.
Why does it matter if they're spheres or not?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't really looking if even if they are spheres, that doesn't necessarily mean that what you're standing on is spherical. I mean, where's the connection there?
Well, if I had even getting that far with one of them, he was just like, you can't have everything Earth work in a certain way. Like a seed is kind of spherical, and then a flower comes out.
The classic example.
I guess he was thinking they were saying it was like an LP or something.
Well,
a long play.
The one of the ones that was the usual response to this one is if the pool table, if the pool balls are round, does that make the pool table round or spherical?
Right? That's a good one.
Yeah, or another one, Sam, try this. Just point out to them the fact that as of this moment, not to say it would always be this way necessarily, but as of this moment, the sun, moon, and stars and wandering stars or planets, you know, other luminaries with their own trajectories, the sun, moon, stars, and planets that we see in the sky all fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky. So just point that out to them, and then after you do that, ask them, why would you think that the things in the sky have anything to do with the ground? And, you know, typically if you can get somewhere with that question, then you can get somewhere with that question, but if you can't get anywhere with that question, typically you can't get anywhere with those people.
Okay, then I'm not going to get anywhere because I tried that.
You may try to have them demonstrate how water can stick to or convex to a spinning ball. That might work.
But wait, but back onto that specifically, right? That is a non sequitur. It does not follow to assume that the things in the sky are representative of what you are standing on, like Orion was saying. Also, now I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, it is non sequitur.
Yeah, you have to ask.
That was the point that made this one friend. I don't even know if we're still friends. I mean, we're still friends, but walk away. Like, you're so stupid. I can't talk to you about anything because
that's what.
You need to ask for the logical syllogism that actually makes that assertion concrete. Like,
he tried out of the goodness of his heart. He came back and he drew a cross on paper, cut it out, folded it up into a cube, and he was like, see, this is how the universe works. Everything that looks two-dimensional, everything that is three-dimensional, and you can unfold it into something two-dimensional. And I was like, dude, I'm not saying it's like a plate.
Piece of paper is not two-dimensional.
You should have also told him with that thing he cut out, he could actually make the symbol for what they hung Jesus on too and pray to it.
No. The best thing you could say to him when he does that with the paper again, says that to you, you should say to him, okay, that's lovely. Those are lovely words and all. But what you just said doesn't make the earth not flat and doesn't prove the earth is a ball.
Right, and the whole thing's in the sky round, so why isn't Earth round, right? And it's usually followed by, oh, well, what makes Earth so special, right? Well, that's an argument from incredulity to begin with, but also it's based on the presupposition that Earth is an object in a void or in a vacuum, like in a vast expanse, and that is yet to be proven.
Maybe take them away from the flat kind of talk because it puts them in like they go to
on that space is impossible.
Take him away from which line of thought?
Like thinking it's flat because they go to the Flat Earth Society's kind of picture of a flat disc, don't they? just go for the. It's not a ball, not a globe. Like go for the not a globe kind of defenses.
Right.
You know,
It's the whole. That's right. It's the whole cosmology. It's the whole heliocentric cosmology that's in question, not just Earth.
Do you know about the black swan photograph and the argument that goes with it?
No, but it's funny because I saw a black swan yesterday, so tell me.
So the reason why I call it the black swan is that if someone presents the theory or makes the claim, if someone presents the claim that all swans are white, all you need to do is find one black swan to falsify that claim. All right. And so basically that's why we call this still from a video that is because all you need really is one falsification of the radius, and the radius is false everywhere. And so it's a photograph where at 1 foot observer height we can see the horizon clearly more than 10.2 miles away because it's pointing out over the California coastline. And you can see 2 oil rigs, and we know how far away the oil rigs are. The furthest one is 10.2 miles, and the horizon is clearly beyond it. But at 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be no further than 1.22 miles away. So since we can see the horizon clearly beyond 10 miles, that means it's 10 times further at least than it should be for the Earth to have a radius, for it to be a ball and have a radius of 3,959 miles. And so you can show them this photograph, and hopefully they can understand the logic behind it. And it's a great way to wake people up. I'll try to find it. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could send that to me.
I just posted it at 6 past the hour.
Oh, thanks. I thought the fact that this one guy's dad was an engineer. And I just thought just the mere fact that we don't bend the bridges or the railroad tracks would be enough, but funnily enough, it's not. I think the Earth is so big, you don't need. That's why they don't look bent.
Yeah, the train tracks is a really great one because whenever I ask the Globers for evidence for the globe, I actually go and describe something that's effectively a train track. Like ultimately speaking, I'd raise my hands up in the air and say, "Oh, yep, it's a ball. It's a ball." If they just did one simple thing, constructed with a rail, like a regular rail for train tracks, but not even 2. I don't need 2. Just 1 is fine, and save a little bit of money. Why not? And just put it together like you would a regular set of train tracks, but I'm talking about just 1 rail, and just make it 10 miles long and show where the Earth deviates from it 10 miles down the line. So you could, put a pathway that's paved and ride your bicycle or your skateboard or your longboard and just spend a few minutes or a couple hours just riding along it from one end to the other. You can do it in less than a day so easily. It's just 10 miles, and actually observe the curvature of the Earth yourself by having a straight line deviate up into space next to you. So that would be sufficient for me, but no one's ever built that because the Earth is flat.
Like you would need a special globe Earth level that nobody has?
Well, actually, people have built basically what I just described. It's just not recognized for what it is, but they have in many different structures, not just train tracks, but manufactured landscapes, especially the larger ones they built in China. We have actual factory floors that are, damn near a mile long, if not further, and it's like, you can see from one side to the other. It's, there's a lot of large structures. It's just pretty much anything that we've built that's really, of a grand scale. It all demonstrates it. And there's no curvature put into any architecture plan.
Yeah, I would have thought that would get everyone, but it doesn't. So when do you wait? What's your experience, like your success rate? At what point in the acquaintanceship or in any given conversation do you bring it up?
How new are you to the subject, by the way?
Well, I've always known it was flat, but I never bothered trying to find reasons to explain why until last year. So no, I'm not a good one to argue with someone because I don't get the globe earth math, which I feel like you probably need to argue.
No, not really, but
the lack
yeah,
thereof.
the success rate is. I mean, basically, you're going to think that most people would be interested because it's only the most interesting thing you could ever find out, right? But that assumption we all make, and I'm surprised to this day that people I've tried to tell about it have just kept without wanting to know. And that's basically what you kind of have to ask first. Like, do you want to know? Would you want to know? Because if they don't want to know, and they can be honest about that, then then most people will say they want to know even if they don't want to know, and that's a good way to lead into it. If they say they want to know, then they have to hear you out, right?
What do you
Or they want to
ask? Do you want to know what? Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to know the shape of the Earth?
If the Earth isn't a spinning ball, would you want to know?
Right.
Because you're not arguing flat. You're just saying that there's impossibilities to the ball model, and then you do have to know the ball model to be able to point those out. You don't have to know all the math, but you do have to know the concepts and why it doesn't work. I just sent you a list of links, by the way, that stuff you can't find anymore, and that'll help with some of the basic stuff that might just give you like a lot of ammo. But yeah, it's kind of like one of those things.
To start with, do you know what hearsay is? Because I think just based on, I subtly brought up Tartaria with somebody yesterday without saying that's what it was. I realized everything he was saying to me was hearsay, but he doesn't even know it's hearsay. He just believes it's true because he heard it.
Yeah, some people are just going to be happier believing what the mainstream says, and you kind of have to accept that. And that everyone has their time. If they're inquisitive people, you kind of have to feel that out and test them. And then if they feel like you're not respecting them for not being inquisitive or not being interested in something, then they'll come to you.
Right.
Hey, can I ask you a question, ma'am?
I'm just so pissed off from the last 2 years of lies. I'm ready to put a huge sign on the side of my fence.
Good on you.
May I ask you a question, ma'am?
Yeah, Sam, I am. Yeah.
Your actual name is Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, at least Samantha. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. Have you? I see you've gone to Ladies' Night a few times, right?
No, I just haven't turned off I haven't checked out because I'm afraid that I won't be able to get back in.
I was just curious. You don't have to. This is none of my business, but is your last name actual free, or is that a description of how you feel?
That's a description of my goals.
Okay. So first name legit, your name is Sam, and then the next part would be the description of your goals. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering.
Well, you gotta make it weird, man. Come on.
I'm not trying to make it weird at all. I'm just curious.
Just joking.
That's just the way my mind works. That's all. I'm not trying to. There's nothing implied by it. I'm just
asking good questions that a lot of flat earthers don't ask. Like, I wish I'd asked what she was asking a while back.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Have you talked to any of the females, not just on Ladies' Night, but any of the female flat earthers on this server before?
No, I listened to the Ladies' Night part of it once. It's too late for me. It's at 11 my time, and I go to bed with the sun. Yeah.
Oh, are you on the other side of the world?
Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
That's why I can't really put anything up on my house because they're very private. But that's probably why I want to do it more than ever.
You mean put anything up at your house? Do you mean like saying that you like a sign saying like repping the flat Earth to the way people put
Like
up
saying
other
the
signs
Earth
like
is flat or something. Like people are very private. You would never put a Trump sign in your yard or anything.
oh in Switzerland?
Yeah.
Nice. They have, what do they have there? I think it's once a year. What is it called? The not the Bilderberg. Is it what's
Davos thing?
What's it called again?
The Davos meeting?
Yeah, that's annually or biannually.
I think it's biannually. And you know how I know? I used to live pretty close to Davos.
Mm-hmm.
And twice a year, everybody, us normal, like, major headaches while they were meeting because they're busy pumping out some kind of radiation or radio wave that like makes it hard to function. Bizarre.
Interesting. If I'm going to ask you one question, would you describe yourself? This is going to sound weird, but how would you describe yourself as a person? Off or on?
Depends on the person's point of view.
Well, if you were just not even the description of what these words mean, if you were just to pick a word, would you pick the word off or would you pick the word on?
On. And now can I look at some Rorschach tests?
Hey, I have a question. Why did you refer to American politics when you said that people are very private here in Switzerland? They would never you would never put like a Trump sign in your yard or anything. That just seems like a weird way of describing it. You know, are you like just staying in Switzerland currently, or like I'm just confused.
I'm a refugee from California. I came here when the war started because I knew that Switzerland has a good history of being safe in the war, but not really working out.
You said you're a refugee from where?
California.
California.
Oh, California.
You came here from California. What you mean when this latest war started?
Yeah, March 2020.
Wait. California, United States, California?
Yeah, can't you tell I'm American from my accent?
Yeah, she sounds like she's American, totally. But as far as putting a Trump sign up there, they wouldn't put a Trump sign up there because they're not.
No,
not
but
American.
I just don't know the names of their fake politicians. I only know the name of the public minister.
Okay,
Did you grow up in California?
California and Chicago, Connecticut.
So what part of California did you live in?
Los Angeles.
What part of Los Angeles? It's a pretty big place.
I lived in Santa Monica for 18 years and Altadena for 2 years.
18 years in Santa Monica?
Yes.
He's not trying to stop you.
It's a really beautiful city. It is a really beautiful city.
Yeah, but it's full of Nazis now.
Is it? What part of Santa Monica did you live in? If you don't mind me asking, I love that area.
First I lived near the high school when it was kind of more of a normal semi-hippie town, and then I lived north of the more like the very last street on the north side.
So when you say there's high school, there's multiple high schools in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica High School.
Okay.
But okay, so you went to. So were you thinking there was going to be like some kind of like action in California that you were avoiding by going to Switzerland? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I have a child, and there was action. They shut the school down that I was paying for, and they wanted me to keep paying.
Gotcha.
And it's a school that's the whole philosophy of the school is no media, and they were like, now get on the computer for class 6 hours a day. So I left.
Wow. Okay.
And they didn't have that in Switzerland.
No, the schools have been normal the whole time, except towards the end they started tightening the screws a little bit. Like, oh, the 17-year-olds need to wear masks. It got all the way down to the 12 or 11-year-olds had to wear masks, before everything was lifted.
You said you left California in March of 2020?
No, it took a while to extract myself. It was September 2020 that I left.
Oh, okay.
I may interject here. How do you make it legit to be able to stay in a different country? Like, how does that work?
I had an English husband.
I see.
That was the key. But now I'm wanted by the police here because for not wearing a mask, and then I got locked in a store for not wearing a mask, so I pulled out my Swiss Army knife and just held it down by my leg and said, I'm prepared to defend myself, and walked out and got beaten up, and then I pressed charges on the guy who beat me up. And
wait, who beat you up? A cop?
No, an employee of the store.
Beat you up?
Yeah, he was what is it in English? 6'3" tall. He had a Harley Davidson vest on. And he just took me by the arm and whipped me around. I'm not big, I'm tiny. And he just whipped me back into the store.
Whoa.
And I was all covered in bruises, and I couldn't move my arm for weeks.
And you're wanted up to you, and you're wanted for that?
Yep.
Wait, now you got arrested then, but that right then and there? Or?
No, I did get out actually with the power of my tiny Swiss Army knife, because that big guy left, leaving only a small gay guy who got scared of the knife, the tiny 2-inch knife down by my leg. So glad I don't need to be PC here. But it's my fault because I pressed charges against the guy who assaulted me. I didn't press charges. I went to the police. And so now they're after me for, oh, you don't have a Swiss exemption. You have an American exemption. That's no good here. And then the other employees are saying I waved the knife around and threatened them with a knife, which isn't true, but
Which
allowed
store
back
was
in
it
the
at?
store, so I can't see if they have video cameras or not.
Which store was that at?
It was the local organic store, of course. That's where all the worst Nazis are.
Oh my God! So it was like worse to go there when you were trying to avoid all the bullshit
because I
here.
made
And you ended up
$12,000 in California suing stores for not giving me service for not wearing a mask.
really good. Good for you.
Yeah.
What stores did you do? What's the biggest one?
Actually, they were all just small store. At first, I was like, I'm not going to do the small stores. And they're such jerks. I had to. It was like a small cafe, a small bakery. There's one chain.
What was the name of one of them? I mean, I'm really familiar with Santa Monica. I only live about 45 minutes from there. I've lived here my whole life.
Yeah, it was in, 3 were in Altadena and 1 was in downtown LA.
What was the name of the store?
Altadena, I think it's called Altadena Cafe. No, unincorporated, that cafe. That was the first one. Seed Bakery. Then Paris Baguette, downtown. They're Korean. Of course.
Wait, so you were able to sue them and win for the mask thing?
Yes, it's discrimination.
Wow.
You have to have an exemption. But I did have one.
Oh,
where did you get the exemption from?
For asthma?
Yes, exactly.
Where did you get it on? Get it online though? The exemption?
No, I actually right at the beginning I got it. because I had a friend who's an osteopath, but I don't know if I still could get one because doctors don't want to put themselves on the line now.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to get one.
So they're even harsher over there than wait. So now they're going to try to they put a warrant out for your arrest to try to get you out of the country because you don't have the right papers to be there.
They don't have a warrant out for my arrest, but I'm still waiting to find out. I had a hearing, which was one of the worst experiences of my life. Just meeting with a bunch of police bullies, and then then they decide whether to prosecute or not. So I'm kind of in limbo, waiting on that. But meanwhile, they are like, hey, your driver's license is expiring and we know it next week, like that kind of stuff. Like it's like a surveillance situation.
Oh, shit. How long have you been?
A year and almost a little more than a year and a half.
And as far as your son goes, is he able to go to school without a mask and all that, or did that end up being a backfire too?
No, it's a daughter and she doesn't want to leave. She loves school so much. It's kind of a bummer.
So you're planning on coming back?
Thinking Florida.
Can I ask you another question if you don't mind? You ask any of these flat earthers, I'm a crazy person and I say weird stuff. So don't take any offense to anything I say. I just have another question for you if you don't mind.
You're a what person?
No, you could ask me.
Your mic's pretty weird right now. It's hard to hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me better?
Said he's a crazy.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say I ask a lot of really weird, random questions. Any of these guys will say he's crazy. He doesn't, he just. But I just have another question for you. So 2 words. Not the meaning of the word, but which word would you choose? Would you choose the word Eastern, or would you choose the word daughter?
What are you? I feel like I'm taking a cosmopolitan personality test.
No offense by it.
Said before.
At the end, you're going to be like, you prefer black men under 6 feet tall.
No, nothing like that. I'm just curious. We don't have females come on very often, and in no way, shape, or form am I trying to be derogatory in any way, shape, or form. I have the utmost respect for females. I've been in a relationship for 7 years. I'm just curious what word you would choose, not because of the meaning, but simply just whatever comes to your mind first. Would you choose the word daughter or Eastern?
But that's a weird question because they have no relation to each other.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just curious. Which one would you pick? Just off the top of your head.
She's gonna pick daughter. She has a daughter. Why would she not pick daughter?
Yeah, and yesterday was Mother's Day. You can't separate them. They are both Germanic words.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring anything like mother or daughter. How about this one? Would you pick the word
relentless?
Would you pick the word job? Would you pick the word job or the word star?
Star.
Who likes job? Hey, this guy's really funny, actually, Sam. You should check out his channel. He's got a lot of funny songs and cool content.
Conrad? Is it?
No, it's Latter-day Saints. I'll post a link. I'll send you a link of his channel.
Okay.
But that's interesting. So now you have a hearing, but are you going to still try to get your case with the guy that abused you? Is that still
I'm trying to I have a friend who knows the owner of the store, and I'm trying. Well, he's encouraging me to try to do a mediation situation. It's a really bizarre country in this way. Like, first of all, nobody would attack you in America because we sue, we have guns, And it was actually the 9th time I had been assaulted, but only two of the last 2 were pretty bad. The first time I just couldn't believe it. Someone just came and punched me in the arm for not wearing a mask. I'm like, what?
Really? Wow. That's worse than here.
Yeah, it's way worse.
Crazy.
But then on the other hand, like nobody bothered me in the stores. These were all random, like I'm doing, usually older people, like doing their good deed as a citizen police, you know?
Has it let up there as like it has here?
There's nothing. There hasn't been anything here since February.
Okay.
But there's still paranoia about if you're not vaccinated among not very many people, but it's still there.
And they're okay with your kid going to school without the V?
Oh, yeah, totally. But there are people, she was really upset with me that everybody found out that she didn't have it and neither did I. And now it's going to affect like who will be near her, not really in her class, but
They're not making her get tested, are they?
Psychosis is my point.
Are they making her get tested?
No, there's never been any of that.
Oh, good. Don't let her get tested. I wouldn't even do the test because the test is scary on its own.
We're on shaky ground here. We can't have anything come across as medical advice or such.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I have the PDFs already.
Just speaking about standardized, you know, when the standardized school testing stuff. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Yes, right. Yeah, we don't do that either.
But back to flat Earth. What questions do you have? What other questions do you have? Like just who is this person, by the way, that you're trying to talk to about it?
Well, there's two of them. One I've completely given up on because he's totally awake, right? And then he switched to saying that I'm just an attention-getting crazy person trying to get attention by saying the Earth is flat. And his argument was, I can see spheres through my telescope. The other man, also totally awake, is a biodynamic farmer. That's like the ultimate in farming. It's beyond organic. So that he's harder to convince because he believes he's seen the curve of the Earth from the top of an Alp.
Okay. Have you tried to show any videos to these guys? Like, have you ever heard of 200 Proofs by Eric, the classic original?
The problem is, I mean, they do watch a lot of documentaries and stuff, but the problem is he got so, it's not really worth losing the friendship because I really love his wife.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. You should just back off.
Kind of like I tapped into some religious zealot type bone.
Yeah,
it was really weird.
It's amazing. It's amazing, and they think they're just they think it's science. It's the craziest trick ever. And there's a lot of answers that the globe model has that you wouldn't expect they would have. So you really have to kind of figure out all the answers that they have and figure out why they don't work. And then there's a lot of details to it.
All right. Can you give me an answer for this one then? Because I tend to blurt stuff out anyway. So I'm just not, I'm here partly, I realize now, I have to get this out of my system or I'm not going to have any friends. But my neighbor has this really cool compass, wooden box, and then you open it and it's, there's a string between the top of the box and the bottom of the box. It's a very small box. And the string is the dial of a sundial. And it's a compass that tells the time, you know, when you face north. And I stupidly, I mean, he's a Waldorf Steiner person. So it already does sort people out into more of an open mind, right?
Right.
And I was like, that's so weird. How do you think this is telling us the exact time while how fast are we spinning around? And he just like blinked for a little bit. I'm like, because it's so weird. This line isn't moving and it's just telling us the time. And silence. And then I should have left it like that for another day. And then I was like, yeah, because we're not moving.
Right. Right.
But he is a physicist, so he is going to come back with blah blah blah, hearsay. So what do you think he's going to come back with? So that
what did you say to him?
I said, why is this shadow on the sundial not moving? Like, how can we see what time it is on the sundial if we're spinning around?
Right. Well, I just watched a video last night that I'll send you, and then there's a whole series that goes with it. But in this video that I'll send you, they talk about how they used to set their clocks to the sundial, or used to gather around the sundial, and they could set their clocks, and then they noticed that the sundial was off in many different places, and it wasn't really as consistent as the time that they were setting after they started using like clocks. And there's a whole thing about that this video goes into.
Because actually the sundial was off by an hour.
There you go.
Really.
Or maybe another question, why is it called sundial and not earth dial? Hmm?
Yeah, sundials definitely don't work on a globe, but it's complicated to be able to explain to someone.
Well, how would you? Is the video going to explain it?
It will do a good job. There's a whole. Have you ever heard of Ewar Anand?
I have.
Have you watched the videos at all?
Yes.
There's a new series or a new set of them that have come out recently that. And one of them, he goes into that. I'll just send you that one directly, and then you know where to find the rest.
Okay.
Hey, Sam.
Yes?
Uh-oh.
How old's your daughter? Just out of curiosity. You said you took her out of the school because of what they're having her do.
She's 14.
Does she have a job?
I don't want to answer questions about my daughter. I do have something else to say.
Maybe don't go personal. We're going flat Earth with Sam right now.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So last time this is my second ever, whatever you call this, live chat. Hangout.
Live stream. Yeah.
And the first one was late last week when I joined. And I said, so sadly, I don't think maybe anyone, except I only recognize one, like 2 of the faces. But I was mentioning that I woke up and I realized that the spire on all the churches around here, that it must have the same root as respire and inspire. It must have to do with breath and possibly like breathing in the plasma to make free energy. And the response I got was not very pleasant, and I realized the next morning that it was a complete globe Earth response.
I know who responded to you.
Yeah, and he was like, how dare you trust your own, trust what's so obvious, spire, inspire, respire. Like, it's obvious, it's the same word, spirit.
Yeah.
And not trust what I found here on Google, which is spire means spike. I just realized it's the same thing that globe earthers do to flat earthers.
Yeah, he's very into etymology of words. And he's a stickler for it, so he can be quite, But
he was wrong. You can, whatever website he was using, if you just look on a different website, you get the obvious answer, which is it's the same word.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. I didn't weigh in on that one. Yeah.
You did or you didn't?
I did remember, but I didn't kind of want to weigh in on that because I don't think you can argue with him about things like that.
Okay, good to know. I like your name, Laddie. That's funny.
Nice one.
Okay, I have to go clean up the sourdough starter that broke on the floor. Thanks for your help. I'll check out the links.
Did she just click off?
No, I haven't. I'm waiting for someone else to say goodbye because I'm not going to be rude.
Oh. Oh, absolutely. Goodbye.
Take care. Come back and
Okay,
ask
thanks, you guys.
Ask as many
Bye.
questions.
Wait, let me ask one question. If I hang up the red phone where it says disconnect, am I still going to be able to see the links everyone just sent? Posted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Bye.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
No, you hang up. Oh.
Good morning, family.
Hey,
Did she hang up?
Yeah, she's gone.
Hey, get
Flatty.
You guys.
Flatty, you actually listened to her talking last time, you said?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay, how long did she talk for last time?
Not long, because she kind of came in like that, asking questions and stuff, very polite. And
so that was her first time, the last time ever, to be on Flat Earth Discord, correct?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you realize the questions I was asking her? Overall,
I didn't catch them all, so I don't know. I just...
Oh, I mean, I don't mean to be a naysayer and everything, but would you agree that people come in here strictly to waste of time or possibly say buzzwords that can, not benefit this channel in certain ways, right? And I'm not saying she did any of that, but bro, so the first question I asked her, because none of her story made any sense, right? The first question I asked her, I said, pick a word, off or on. Not the meaning of it, just the first word that pops in your head, right? And immediately she said on, right? Well, look at her name, bro. Look at what her name is. Sam Free, right?
Free on.
No. Freemason, bro.
All right.
And that's why I was asking her questions. I said, daughter or Easter, or I said job or star, right? Because the things that she said didn't add up for anything, bro. And I'm not, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but like I've seen so many people come on here who they put these things in the titles of their names, but their stories don't add up to anything. The things she said about suing this and like pulling her Swiss Army knife out I mean, like, I've been on a lot of Florida's laws, and I'm just a really inquisitive person, and like, dude, I could be totally wrong, and you guys could be like, dude, you're such a dick, like the things you were asking and everything, but like, I mean, bro, her name is Sam Free. And maybe it's a coincidence she picked the word on, right? But the questions I asked her about Santa Monica, I grew up 45 minutes from there, didn't make any sense. She sued 3 markets for $12,000. She pulled dude, bro, her story held absolutely no water whatsoever, bro. You see what I'm saying, though? And maybe I'm just being a jerk, bro, but I've seen... These people are clever with words, bro.
Because I've been paying very, very close attention to the things that the new people have been saying when they come in here lately. And honestly, I don't think there's like more than like 2 actual genuine people, if that have came in the past 2 weeks. There's been a shit ton of new people, but they're like following script. They're making up stories, and they're trying to infiltrate, dude. I'm not paranoid. I'm not a coincidence theorist. This shit's been happening in a pattern. It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird.
I mean, the name was the kicker for me right there. The name right there, bro. Like, they love putting the names in, dude, I deciphered names. I'm not saying like I'm right or wrong, but I mean, like, dude, the name right there, Sam Free on, and then like she left California for the Nazi. Like, dude, her story you know what I mean, bro? That story, dude. No, I don't think any of us believe her story, bro. I really don't.
I know they're listening too, and there's some things that I've been noticing too that I don't want to say because, like, I feel like I know what they're like planning to do, but like I don't know how to put it up.
Her story was consistent from last time, though. She mentioned moving from California to Switzerland, daughter. You know,
Chat, kind of a voice thinking here. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry, man.
Can we hop in the chill chat? I just want to run like something by you quick and see what you think.
Yeah, man.
By me or him?
You too. Can happen. I know you're legit, so.
Yeah. Is anybody else still on the live Discord right now?
There's plenty of people in here.
Okay. I'm driving, so I can't jump in the private thing. I didn't hear if he invited me or not. I don't know. If any of you guys think I was out of line by what I said or anything, let me know. You know.
I mean, you're doing your own investigation, so I would say do it a little bit more low key. I would say gather more information until you're more certain about the story.
Yeah.
I would say she didn't come across that way as you describe her to me anyway. So I heard her last time as well.
Okay.
When she was here, and I would say gather more information, then you make up your mind. It's a bit bitsy in here and there, and it's just not consistent, I would say. But as you said, it's not consistent as the first time as you heard it today. So I understand what you mean. So, but yeah, I think give it a little more time, then you'll probably figure it out better.
Yeah. Just okay. How about this then? Let's do the math. If she was telling the truth about the numbers, let's do the math, right? Her daughter was in high school in 2020, right? And she moved to Switzerland to have a better experience for her daughter's high school. And we're talking like 2 years later, and her daughter's 14 now. So her daughter was 12 and a half when she was in Santa Monica High School. I mean, I guess that's possible. I don't know, You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I've dealt with a lot of these people, and when I say these people, you could take that however you want. But like, bro, I just feel like when somebody comes in, they feel like what they can do. Can they waste somebody's time? Can they throw buzzwords around? Can they, like, whatever it is, bro? It's counterproductive, I believe, but in a way, it sharpens us too. You know what I mean? And if I'm wrong and she's listening, dude, humiliate me, please. I'm begging for her. Or if any flat earthers think that I was out of line, dude, put me in my place, because I deserve to be flat smacked, bro. I'm not above any of it, but I'm hip to these things, dude. And that's all I'm saying. And, I like to call bullshit, and who am I? I'm nobody, bro. So, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, bro.
I hear you, man. Just give it some more time, I would say. Otherwise, it makes it look like you're jumping ropes,
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I feel you.
I understand your I understand your thinking. Like it's cool. It's not that bad, but
Yeah,
you're pointing out some interesting details there. But like I said, we need more information. That was pretty vague of her background.
Dude. Yeah, to say the least, bro. I mean, let's say she was legit and she wanted to know about flat Earth and stuff like that. She answered your question about the gentleman's name where you were talking about. What's his name again? About the videos. I can't pronounce his name. Ligwer. He does the videos about the construction of buildings being electrical conductors. Yeah. She almost answered the yes to your question before you even said, like, pretty damn fast, bro. And I've watched many of his videos, and it would take me a second to get the name and be like, oh yeah, that was his video. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, that was the least of it, bro. I don't know. Even if she was, who am I to say anything, bro? Anyway, I rest my case. I don't know. I guess it was pretty believable that she pulled out the Swiss Army knife on that 6'3" guy. You know what I mean? And they held her in the store. That was pretty believable, I guess.
Pick the most bizarre thing to believe in.
Oh man.
I'm just messing with you, brother.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear exactly what you said. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I said you picked the most bizarre thing to believe in. Not getting attacked with their knife or whatever you said.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude. Oh my gosh. You know, where in Santa Monica did you live? Oh, the very north end of the street. Like what high school? You know, there's more than one high school in Santa Monica. And if your daughter was 12 and a half at the oldest when she was in Santa Monica High School when you took her out, she was one gifted smart student. But, you know, I'm just saying though.
I think I was in like 7th or 8th grade when I was 12.
Yeah, she said Santa Monica High School though.
Yeah, I know. I heard them.
Yeah, but you know what? It's perfectly normal for a parent to accidentally forget that their son or their daughter was in junior high instead of high school. I mean, I'm sure that's perfectly normal. You know. You know, when I first met my girlfriend, she couldn't even remember the names of her kids. You know, let alone their gender. So yeah, I guess that's pretty normal, right? Right.
Wait, hold on. Didn't she say she just lived next to the high school, or she said she sent her daughter there?
You know, so she said she said she left. What she called it first was California. And I was like, that's why I asked her twice, like, what do you call it? And then she referred to it as California. You know, I don't want to say the word, but it starts with the area she's describing, Santa Monica. I mean, I haven't lived in Santa Monica, but I've lived my whole life about 45 minutes from there, and that's the last place I'd ever describe that place, right? In Santa Monica, out of every place in LA, was probably the most lenient, non-pushing those things on your face when this thing first started, especially at like health food stores and stuff. So for somebody to lock her in a store and physically punch her, I mean, dude, bro, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if it was
I didn't believe the grocery store part, but like, I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure she said like she just sent her daughter next to, like, she just like lived next to the high school or something like that.
Yeah, no. I asked her what high school that she had. I mean, I may be wrong, and maybe she misheard me or something, but I asked her specifically which high school in Santa Monica, because she said the high school in Santa Monica, which one? And she goes, SMHO, or she says something like that, right? And I go, oh, well, where in Santa Monica do you live? And then she goes, oh, you know, the very north end, one of the very last streets. And then that's why. And then she goes, I sued 3 stores there and got $12,000 for, because of this. And I'm like, really? Do you know those lawsuits? You wouldn't have even gotten any money off those lawsuits yet, even if you had a legit cause and everything. I mean, you still wouldn't have gotten the money, right? So, and then how did you have an exemption that quickly already? From where? Because at the time it was like groundbreaking that Peggy Hall was even coming out with the exemptions, and she didn't even start coming out with them till like really, hard till like after the period of what she's describing, right? So, I mean, like, bro, I mean, just the story, she was lying about almost everything she said, and that's why I asked those questions, because the questions I asked were very specific Freemasonic questions, that if she knew what I was asking her without me fronting her off, then she would politely and quickly dip out because she knows that I know what's up. And I'd say she kind of did that, bro. But I'm not saying it's because of anything I said or did. But I mean, like, you know, bro, they love, I don't know. I mean, you could just think I'm crazy or whatever, but I mean, like, I don't like somebody sitting there and just blatantly bullshitting me and pretending that they're telling the truth, especially playing the whole, like, you know, I'm just asking these questions about, like, I want to know about what things would you say about flat earth. That's why I kind of, like, chuckle, is just because, like, the things that people say, it's just, I don't know, they come in, it's just not believable, bro. A lot of them, like, you know, and I could be wrong most of the time. You know, I haven't been doing this on this Discord even probably half as long as most of these OGs who are on here right now. But you guys know what I'm saying, and a lot of you guys will put up with it a lot longer. And I give you my hats off to you guys because, you know, you really guys, you guys have good hearts, and you give these people the benefit of the doubt. And sometimes I even think that you may suspect that they're lying, but you're like, you know what, maybe I'll say something to get through, or you're polishing it off or whatever. And my hat's off to you because you have more patience than me. Whereas, like, right away, I would like to separate the wheat from the tares right away. And you know what? Maybe that's wrong because maybe they have a malicious intent or intent to waste the time in the beginning. And maybe something somebody says actually sparks that. I've yet to see that, but who am I to say that that's not right? So, you know, if I was out of line or do get out of line with people, do just let me know and I'll shut the hell up. I just don't like people wasting other people's time, especially with that. I wouldn't say malicious intent, but if your intent is to waste time or to try to get somebody to say buzzwords that kill the channel or stuff like, or, you know, stuff like that, or for whatever reason, I don't like that. I'm not cool with that kind of stuff at all. So that's just me. I think I've said about 1,000 words too many. So
no, yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, now that you explained it, yeah, you're definitely right. Honestly, like, I feel bad, like, they sent the links to her. What if she, like, gets them removed?
Well, I mean, she didn't even need to do what she did to get the links. You know, those links are no secret or anything like that. To me, it would be more like something like, where either A, you know, that's why I asked her the questions about her daughter and her job and the Eastern Star, because, like, if you're a female Freemason, you're probably going to belong to, like, Job's Daughters or Eastern Star. There's like one or two other.
Yeah.
That's why I asked those questions. That's why I said, like, pick a word, off or on. Not the meaning of it, but what quickly comes to your mind. And she automatically says on. Well, her name is Sam Free. You know they love mixing these things. I'm like, Sam Free on Freemason. And, you know what I mean? Yeah. Right away, like, I looked at her name right away, and I was like, okay, that's strange. And then it said ladies night verified. So I was like, okay, what females have you talked to? None. Well, I mean, like, okay, that's cool. Maybe you prefer talking to men, but you come right off away saying, like, you don't know what it's like to be in an abusive relationship. Well, I mean, like, I feel for you, girl, but maybe you might want to talk to a female about this. Not saying there's anything wrong with talking to a man about it, but, like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying, bro. You feel me, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and, like, so, I mean, I've seen him send in a lot of different, like, all walks and genders and socioeconomical and accents and quite often they'll send one right after the other, or like almost at the same time too. Completely, you know what I mean? Like, this woman appeared to be of like almost of an Oriental descent in her picture, but she had snow behind her in her picture. She said she lived almost 15 years in California, but now she lives in. And then the thing about, you know, the dabbies, and then they send the radio signals out, and, like, I don't know, bro. I mean, like, and then the name and everything. Well, whatever. You know what I mean, bro. I just, like, I don't know, bro. I don't even know why I care so much. Sometimes I do, you know. I do care.
It's
because
good. Someone needs to care. Someone needs to get the job done.
Yeah. I mean, if this Discord one day it was before it was here, it wasn't here, and one day it won't be here. One day the internet won't be here, but the Earth we live on will. I love flat Earth, and I just love like anything that represents it. And sometimes I might not represent it the best, but I'll tell you what, dude, like. I would die for this where I live, and I love it so much that you know, like I take it really seriously, even though sometimes it seems like I play around. Like I shed tears for this. Like I get frustrated talking to people. I've cried with people I don't even know. I've shed tears of joy when I feel like I've gotten through. Like some of the happiest times of my life is when my best friend, his sons used to laugh at first when I talk about flat Earth, and then within a year of talking about it, they were asking me for Latter-day Saints hats, and like they wanted a flat Earth hat, and like talking to their teachers about it, and like dude, that shit made me cry, bro. And they actually like look up to me and like they think if flat Earth is cool now, as whereas before they thought it was like weird and like just stuff like that, dude. Like. I love that, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Like, I got one of my friends to believe in flat Earth, or at least question it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
He just feels like he has a purpose now too. He's like, oh, I don't know why I'm here. So. But
dude,
I'm still pretty new into it. I don't know.
Wait, repeat that. I'm sorry, bro.
I said, yeah, I'm still like pretty new into it as well. That's why like I can't say much on this subject. I haven't done my research, to be honest.
Are you still here, Flatty? I think he dipped out.
Okay.
Hey, I'll be right back with you, bro. All right.
All right.
Just a reminder to any of you ballers, believers out there on the live stream, that one proof of curvature is better than no proof of curvature.
Conrad, are you the only one in here right now?
Yeah, I was silent. I was just talking to the live stream.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind, I'll play something if you want.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, okay. All right, brother. Have a good night.
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your MIND that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads.
Small, enormous, from cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To stay levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice, and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house, and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the thought today. Stephen COVID Hawking band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special ed guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the straw flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for flat today, Stephen and the COVID Hawking band. I'll shut the light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, you already know me. But to survive AI, gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beats on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a ball with no drinks. Went to an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face, till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes the astronauts make, you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time. They get